75. I returned the belongings to the woman. Every item was hers: the blue Jansport backpack, the red umbrella, the cane and coat. No money was missing. Her assailant had come from behind her, brutally wrenching her things away, shoving her down on the sidewalk. "No way that was an old man," Hopper shouted over the downpour as we jogged across Greenwich Street, heading back to Perry. "I'm telling you, it was. Then he's been eating his friggin' Wheaties, because he had the torque of a Suzuki. What did he steal? We're about to find out." We picked up our pace. I could hardly calm myself to think it had happened so quickly. Yet I had a feeling I shouldn't have been so cavalier about leaving Nora alone. I hadn't stopped to consider if the intruder had an accomplice. We raced into my building. She wasn't in the hallway. "Nora!" I shoved open the door, racing through the foyer. Nothing in the living room had been disturbed. I hurried down the hall to my office and stopped dead. It looked like there'd been an earthquake. Papers and boxes, files, entire shelves had been ransacked and dumped on the floor. A window was open, rain pouring in. Nora was moving frantically around the wreckage. "What's the matter? Are you hurt?" "He's gone." "What?" She was panicked. "Septimus, I can't find him." I spotted the empty birdcage on the floor. "Where the hell's my laptop?" I shouted. "Everything's been stolen. Someone else was here. I heard him go out the window, but I didn't see him." She moved to the closet, the wooden door hanging off the runner. I scaled through the mess to the window, angrily slamming it closed. My filing cabinets were pulled open, the papers looted. My old framed Time articles had been pulled off the wall. The La Samurai poster was hanging cockeyed, so Alain Delon, usually gazing out coolly in his fedora at something beyond the room, now contemplated the floor. Was that some type of cryptic message? A hint that I was short-sighted? Wasn't seeing straight? I righted the frame, seized the leather cushions, and threw them to the couch. I grabbed one of the fallen shelves and heaved it upright, stepping on a picture frame lying face down. I picked it up, seeing with a twinge of horror that it was my favorite shot of Sam, taken when she was hours old. The glass had been smashed. I shook out the shards, set it on my desk, then stepped over to the overturned box of Cordova Research. I almost laughed. It was empty, except for the Meet Yumi escort flyer that I'd pocketed back at 83 Henry. The half-naked girl stared mischievously at me, as if to whisper, "Are you really that surprised?" I couldn't fathom my stupidity. I'd known we were being followed, yet like some reckless fool I'd taken no precautions, which now seemed especially idiotic, considering that the last time I'd gone after Cordova, my life had collapsed around me like a cheap vaudeville set. Now my notes were in the hands of the very subject of my investigation. Cordova would be reading my every note, every brainstormed thought and scrawl. He'd be perusing my head like a department store. My laptop had a password, but any decent hacker could override it. Now Cordova would know everything we knew about Ashley's final days. Whatever edge we might have had after breaking into Oubliette, the Waldorf, Briarwood, knowing that Ashley had been searching for this person called the Spider, it was gone. I picked up my stereo, putting the receiver back on the shelf, and saw with disbelief Ashley's CD was gone too. This gave way to another alarming thought. Where's Ashley's police file? Nora was still digging through the closet. "Ashley's file that I got illegally from Sharon Falcone. You were reading it 2 days ago. Where is it?" She turned, her face distraught. "I don't know." She began to cry, so I started trawling through the rubble myself. I couldn't imagine the ripple effect of that file going public. Sharon losing her job, her career ending in disgrace due to my own folly, my name appearing in print yet again as something toxic. It made me so furious, it took me a moment to realize that Hopper was shouting for us. We found him in the kitchen, standing by the open oven door. The parakeet was inside, frantically fluttering around the fan. Nora rushed forward, gently capturing the bird. He was alive, but trembling violently. "Was the oven on?" she asked Hopper. "No." As she tended to the bird, Hopper looked meaningfully at me. He was thinking what I was. This was no act of clemency. It was a threat. Sparing the bird sent a clear message. They were in control. They wanted to toy with the bird, play with it, petrify the fragile thing a little longer. But if they'd wanted to, they could have killed it. And so the same was true for us. 76. We spent the next few hours cleaning up my office, while a locksmith replaced the bolt on the front door. Everything about Ashley and Cordova had been taken, with a few exceptions. My old Crowthorpe Falls notes, Iona's bachelor party entertainment business card. We found these items under the couch, which suggested that my study had been trashed first, then scoured for information on the Cordovas. In another stroke of luck, they'd left behind Ashley's coat. We found it still crammed into the Whole Foods bag behind the door, probably assumed to be garbage. We also found Sharon Falcone's police file. 2 days ago, Nora had taken it upstairs to review before bed. It was still on her bedside table, a sign the intruders had never made it upstairs. I kept thinking about Olivia Endicott. It was certainly convenient that while we were uptown listening to her, the intruders had unmitigated access to my apartment. I couldn't help but wonder if I'd misread her. Had she been in on the whole thing from the start and tipped them off to the appointment? Why? What motivation did Olivia have to protect Cordova? There was also an unsettling symmetry to what had happened. We were following Ashley's footsteps. Theo Cordova had followed ours. Hopper broke into their home last night. Today they broke into mine. Searching for the man on the pier, I'd only encountered myself, my business card. Were they genuinely threatened by what we were doing? Or were they treating it as a game, mirroring our actions, boomeranging them back onto us, one violation of the Cordova's privacy resulting in one of mine, one invasion for another? I didn't know what any of it meant, but at least one thing Olivia had said seemed about right. The space around Cordova distorts. The speed of light slackens. Information gets scrambled. Rational minds grow illogical, hysterical. I went upstairs and took a shower. Gave Hopper some towels so he could, too. I was planning to order some Chinese food and then quiz him about the townhouse. He'd briefly mentioned he hadn't seen very much before he was caught. I left Nora monitoring Septimus and retreated to my bedroom to clean out the old safe in my closet. I hadn't used it in years, but going forward, all notes and evidence would have to be locked inside. I was clearing out some old redacted files when there was a knock behind me. Nora was in the doorway, her face ashen. "What's the matter? Is it Septimus?" She shook her head, beckoning me to follow her. She'd put on deafening music in the living room, the volume turned up so loud it drowned out our footsteps. She crept to the very end of the hallway, pointing at the bathroom door, open, just a crack. Hopper was inside, the faucet running. I wasn't in the habit of spying on men in bathrooms, but she animatedly gestured that I take a look. I leaned forward. Hopper was at the sink brushing his teeth, a towel around his waist. And then I saw it. 77. "What's going on?" asked Hopper, stepping into the living room. "Have a seat," I said. "We're going to have a little chat." "Right. The townhouse." "Not the townhouse," said Nora crossly. "The tattoo on your foot." He froze, astonished. "What?" "Ashley's Kieran," she said. "You have the other half." He eyed the door. "Hopper, we saw it. You lied to us." He glared at her, then suddenly darted for the doorway, but I was ready. I grabbed him by the back of his t-shirt and shoved him hard into a club chair. "The tattoo on your fucking ankle. Start talking." He appeared to be too shocked to speak, or else was trying to think up another excuse. After a minute, Nora rose and poured him a glass of scotch. "Thanks," he muttered sullenly. He took a sip, staring into the glass. "To know her, and then not," he said, his voice low, "is like serving a life sentence. You see everything at a distance,
through thick glass and telephones and visiting hours. Nothing tastes like anything. Bars everywhere you look.
He smiled softly.
You can never get out.
He raised his head, gazing at us intently, as if remembering we were there. He actually looked relieved. And just like that, he began to tell us all about her, as the rain beat the windows, like an army trying to get in.
78. I didn't lie to you, Hopper said. 6 Silver Lakes was how I met Ashley. And it was true, that bet we made. She did blow me off. And that incident with that kid everyone made fun of, Orlando. When he took the ecstasy and Ash took the blame for all of us. That happened, okay? What I didn't tell you was I've been planning to break the hell out.
Of 6 Silver Lakes? I asked.
He nodded. I'd had it with the entire operation. Even after the rattlesnake incident, we still had another 6 weeks. I wasn't about to keep swallowing the bullshit. Sure, thanks to Ash, Hawk Feather was scared shitless, but so what? Every day it was 100 degrees. The kids were budding Ted Bundys. The counselors perverted fucks. At night you could hear one of them, Wall Walker, jerking off in his tent. It was only a matter of time before he tried to get someone to join him. The only girl worth talking to, Ash, didn't give me the time of day. So I thought, fuck it. One of the female counselors, this head shrinker, Horsehair, she was always checking out this map she kept hidden in her backpack, thinking she was covert about it. One night when she was having a one-on-one with one of the girls, I stole it. I saw on the map that if you made it out of Zion National Park, there was an interstate pretty close that could take you west into Nevada. If I got to the road, I could easily hitch a ride with a truck driver. I'd traveled with truckers before. Most hate cops, so they're trustworthy as hell. The others are so hyped up on meth they don't know who the hell's tagging along with them. My plan was to get to Vegas. Horsehair made a big stink about her stolen map, and there was a major inquisition around the campfire. People's backpacks got searched, but they didn't find a thing. Counselors figured Horsehair had lost it, but I'd hidden it under the foot insert of my hiking boot. I came up with an escape plan. I'd ration my food, keeping the extra in the bottom of my sleeping bag. I'd wait for us to reach the camping spot in closest proximity to that highway. From what I calculated, we'd reach it in 3 days. From there, the highway was half a day's hike. I'd sneak off after everyone was asleep. This one counselor, Four Crows, was supposed to keep an all-night watch, but she secretly retired around 1, so I'd have no problem. But there was something I hadn't considered. Orlando. Hopper ran his hands through his hair. We shared a tent. You get assigned a tent mate at the outset. Orlando was mine. One night I was up studying the map, and all of a sudden I heard in the dark, "Hopper, what you looking at?" He'd woken up and was spying on me. I didn't know for how long. I told him I thought I saw a lizard and to go the fuck back to sleep. But he was a sly kid. He was used to people lying to him. The next morning when I woke up, he'd gone through all my things and found the map. He said he knew I was planning to run away, and if I didn't take him with me, he was going to tell the counselors. He paused to take a long sip of scotch. I don't think he'd ever had anyone be nice to him without him having to blackmail them into it. He wanted me to promise on Jesus Christ. He was from North Carolina, parents born-again Baptists. He was always mentioning Jesus like he was his next-door neighbor, someone he did a little yard work for. So I said, cool, no problem, great. I swore in the name of Jesus Christ I'd take him with me. I swore that we were a team like Frodo and Sam. He glanced at me. I had no intention of taking him. I might as well try to escape with an L-shaped couch on my back. He was a total liability. He seemed anxious saying this, brushing his hair out of his eyes.
resuming his concentrated stare at the coffee table.
Within days, it was the night. We'd set up our camp in the exact location I needed to be. And I remember when everyone went to bed, there was a clear night sky and a silence I'll never forget. Usually there were insects and shit screaming in your ears all night. But on this night, it was still, like everything alive had run away. I set my watch to wake up at midnight. Instead, I was woken up by a counselor. The entire group was awake. There was a torrential downpour. The whole campsite was flooded, all of us sleeping in about 3 inches of rain. It was mayhem. The counselors were yelling at everyone to pack up their tents. We had to move to higher elevation because they were worried about flash floods. Not that they gave a fuck about our well-being. They just didn't want to end up dead themselves. People were screaming, freaking out. No one could find anything. I realized it was a blessing because in the chaos it would be so easy to slip away. I knew where I had to go, where the path was. I helped Orlando pack up the tent, but as I did, I noticed Ashley. She already had her tent together and was waiting for the rest of us. The beam of someone's flashlight slipped onto her face, and I saw she was across the campsite just staring at me. The look on her face, it was like she knew what I was about to do. I didn't have time to think about it. Some of the kids were starting to make their way up the path to the next campsite. I fell in behind them. I held back, and when they were far enough ahead, I turned off my flashlight and stepped off the path, heading down a slope in the rocks, waiting. I could see some of the kids walking along the ridge, others still freaking out over the tents. The rain was coming down so hard in the pitch-black dark you couldn't see more than a foot in front of you. They wouldn't notice I was missing until morning. I turned my flashlight back on and took off.
He paused to take another drink.
I hadn't walked 10 minutes when I turned and saw another flashlight right behind me. It was Orlando. I was pissed. I shouted at him to go back, but he refused. He kept saying, you promised to take me. He wouldn't stop. I lost it. I said I couldn't stand him. I told him he was fat, that everyone made fun of him. I said he was pathetic and weak, and even his own mother secretly didn't love him. I said no one in the world loved him, and no one ever would.
At this, Hopper began to sob, a tortured, choking sound that seemed to tear through him.
I wanted him to hate me, so he'd go back. I didn't want him to like me. I didn't want him to look up to me.
He took a deep breath and fell silent, his head in his hands. After a minute, he wiped his face in the crook of his arm, hunching forward in the chair, visibly determined to keep talking, fighting his way through the story, or he'd get lost in it, drown inside it. I took off. A minute later, when I looked back, I could see his flashlight, a tiny white light in the dark behind me, so far away. It looked like it was getting smaller, like he was headed back up the path. But then I actually couldn't tell if it was moving toward me or away. Maybe he was still coming after me. I continued on. But an hour later, I realized I had no way out. The trail I was supposed to follow was through a canyon called the Narrows, and as I came into it, slipping in the mud, I saw there was a raging river where the trail was supposed to be. There was no way across. I had to turn back. It took forever because the path was pretty much a mudslide. I wasn't even sure I'd make it, and I probably wouldn't have if I hadn't had the map. It felt like I stumbled forever through the dark. 3 hours later, I made it to the ridge and the new campsite. It was about 5 in the morning, still pouring. Everyone was asleep. No one had noticed I was gone. I unrolled my sleeping bag, slipped into one of the other tents, and collapsed. When I woke up, the counselors had taken a head count. There was no sign of Orlando. By the afternoon, they'd called the National Guard. I remember it was this beautiful day, a huge blue sky, so bright and beautiful. He leaned forward, taking a deep, uneven breath, staring at the floor.
They found him 11 miles away, drowned in the river. Everyone thought it was an accident, that he'd gotten lost in the commotion. But I knew the truth. It was because of what I'd said. He was walking and saw the river, and he threw himself in. I did it. I killed that sweet kid, who hadn't done anything except be himself. There was nothing wrong with him. It was me. I was the loser. I was the waste of flesh. I was the one that no one loved, and no one ever would. See, Ashley had saved Orlando, he whispered, and I destroyed him.
He closed his eyes. He looked so anguished whispering this. It was as if the words cut into him. After a moment, he forced himself to look up, his eyes watery and bloodshot. They helicoptered us out back to base camp, he continued. The outraged parents descended. The counselors faced negligence charges. 2 served jail time. Some of their discipline methods came out, and the camp changed its name to like 12 Gold Forests a year later. No one knew I had anything to do with what had happened, except Ash. She didn't say anything. I just could tell from the way she looked at me. We were the last 2 to leave. A black SUV came for her. No parents. Just a woman driver wearing a suit. Before she climbed into the back seat, she turned and she looked in at me, where I was watching inside the cabin. It would have been impossible for her to actually see me, but somehow she did. She knew everything. He seemed on the verge of crying, but wouldn't let himself, angrily wiping his eyes in the crook of his arm. You were supposed to be checked out by your parents, he said, his voice hoarse. My uncle couldn't make it. But things were nuts with police, the local news, Orlando's family. Finally, the cops just turned to me and said, go. I could just walk the fuck out. And that's what I did. I'd been so absorbed listening to him, I'd hardly noticed Nora had darted across the living room. She retrieved the box of Kleenex off the bookshelf, smiling as she handed it to Hopper, slipping back to the couch. The next 5 months were a blackout, he said, pausing to blow his nose, or a black hole. I hitchhiked. I went into Oregon and up into Canada. Most of the time I didn't know where I was. I just walked. I spent nights in motels and parking lots, strip malls. I stole money and food. I bought some heroin once and locked myself in a motel room for weeks at a time, floating away in a haze, hoping I'd find the end of the earth and just float off. When I reached Alaska, I went into this one town, Fritz Creek, and stole a 6-pack of Paps from a convenience store. I didn't know every mom-and-pop shop in Alaska keeps a shotgun behind their register. The owner shot 2 inches from my ear, right into a display of potato chips, and then pointed the barrel right at my head. I asked him to please pull the trigger. He'd be doing me a favor. Only goading him like that, like a madman, I probably scared the shit out of him because he lowered it and, visibly freaked out, he called the police. A month later, I was at Peterson Long, a military boarding school in Texas. I'd been there for about a week, and I remember I was in the library. It had bars on the windows, wondering how the hell I was going to break out when I got this email out of the blue. He smiled reluctantly, staring off somewhere, as if even now surprised by it. All it said in the subject line was, "Do I dare?" I didn't know what that meant or who the hell sent it, until I read the email address, Ashley Brett Cordova. I thought it was a joke. "Do I dare?" I repeated. Hopper glanced up at me, his face darkening. "It's from Prufrock." Of course. The love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. It was a T.S. Eliot poem, a crushing description of paralysis and unrequited romantic longing in the modern world. I hadn't read the poem since college, though I still remembered some of the lines as they burned into your head the moment you read them. In the room, the women come and go, talking of Michelangelo.
That's kind of how our friendship started, Hopper said simply. Writing to each other. She didn't talk about her family. Sometimes she mentioned her brother, or what she was studying, or her dogs, a couple of rescued mutts. Her letters were the reason I didn't break out of there. I worried we'd somehow lose touch if I did. Once she wrote that maybe I should stop running from myself and try standing still. So that's what I did.
He shook his head.
When spring break came, I was dying to see her. I think a part of me didn't think it was actually Ashley that I'd been writing to, but some figment of my imagination. I knew she was in the city, so I went online and found a spot in Central Park, the promenade near the bandshell. I told her to meet me there, April the 2nd, 7 o'clock sharp. Cheesy as fuck. I didn't care. She didn't answer my email for 2 days. And when it came, her response was one word. The best word in the English language.
What's that? I asked, when he didn't immediately go on.
Yes.
He smiled sheepishly.
I took 3 buses to get to New York. I arrived a day early, slept on a park bench. I was so goddamn nervous, like I'd never been with a girl before. But she wasn't a girl. She was a wonder. Finally, it was 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8. She didn't show. Blew me off. I was friggin' embarrassed for myself. And I was about to take off when all of a sudden I hear right behind me in her low voice, "Hello, Tigerfoot."
He glanced up, wryly shaking his head.
It was my goddamn tribe name from 6 Silver Lakes. I turned around, and of course, she was there.
He fell silent, thinking about it, amazed.
And that was it, he noted quietly. We were up the whole night, just talking. Walking the city. You can walk those blocks forever. Take a break on the edge of a fountain, eat pizza and snow cones, awed by the human carnival all around you. She was the most incredible person. To be next to her was to have everything. When it was daylight, we'd been sitting on a stoop watching the street get light. She mentioned the light took 8 minutes to leave the sun and reach us. You couldn't help but love that light, traveling so far, through the loneliest of spaces to get here, to come so far. It was like we were the only 2 people in the world.
He paused, looking up at me with a penetrating stare.
She told me her father taught her to live life way beyond the cusp of it, way out in the outer reaches, where most people never had the guts to go, where you got hurt, where there was unimaginable beauty and pain. She was always demanding of herself, do I dare? Do I dare disturb the universe? From Proof Rock. Her dad revered the poem, I guess, and the entire family lived in answer to it. They were always reminding themselves to stop measuring life in coffee spoons, mornings and afternoons, to keep swimming way, way down to the bottom of the ocean, to find where the mermaids sang, each to each, where there was danger and beauty and light. Only the now. Ashley said it was the only way to live.
After this feverish outpouring of words, Hopper paused to collect himself, taking a deep breath.
It was how she was. Ash not only rode on the waves and dove every day down to where the mermaids sang. She was a mermaid herself. By the time I walked her home, I loved her, body and soul.
He admitted this evenly, his face bare and unafraid. I sensed it was the first time he had truly talked about her. There was a feeling in his unsteady voice, in the words used to describe her, that they'd been submerged inside him for years. They were musty and purpled and fragile, practically dissolving as soon as they hit the air. You walked her back to East 71st Street? I asked. He eyed me.
Where we were last night.
That's Why, you knew how to get in, whispered Nora, astonished. You'd climbed in before.
After the first night we were together, when she didn't come home, her parents were furious. They kept a pretty tight rein on her. They insisted she be home by 1 in the morning or they were going to take her away or something, to their house upstate. So every night that week, I'd drop Ash off at her house at 1, wait for her across the street where we stood last night. At about 1:30, Ash would climb out and we'd take off, heading to the docks or the Carlisle or Central Park. At 6 in the morning, she'd climb back in. She'd cut the wires so the sensors on that window weren't rigged for the alarm. Her parents never knew about it. They still obviously don't. When I saw the place last night, it looked exactly the same. I half expected to see Ash come climbing out. He dropped his gaze to the floor and drained the glass of scotch. When that week was over, he went on quietly, I went back to school, and the first thing I did was write a letter to Orlando's parents, telling them what had happened. She'd given me the courage, even though she never said a word. When I put it in the mail, I felt like a noose had been removed from my neck. It took them a few weeks to write back to me, but the letter, when it finally arrived, it awed me, I guess. They blessed me for coming forward, telling the truth. They asked me to forgive myself, said that they'd pray for me, and I'd always have a place in their home. Hopper, still awed by this, shook his head. For the next couple of weeks, Ash and I rode every day, he went on. In late May, for a week I didn't hear. I went crazy, worried something had happened. Then I got a phone call. It was Ash. I'll never forget how she sounded. She was desperate, sobbing. She said she couldn't live with her parents anymore and wanted to go where they couldn't find her. She asked if I'd come away with her, and I said, well, I said the best word in the English language. Yes, I whispered. He nodded. I borrowed money from one of my teachers to buy the tickets. June the 10th, 2004, 9:35 p.m., United, Flight 7057, JFK to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. There was a city way in the south, on Santa Catarina Island that I'd been to once. Florianopolis, the most beautiful place I'd ever seen, second to her. A buddy of mine ran a bar down there on the beach. He said he'd help us out with work till we knew what our plan was. Summer break arrived, and I traveled on those 3 Greyhound buses, all the way back to the city to see her. The moment I did, I knew it was on. We were going to leave it all behind. The best night of my life was when we got those tattoos. I had heard about Rising Dragon, but the Kieran was her idea. Did Larry do it? Asked Nora. Yeah, he was a big guy. It was just the 3 of us in the shop. The design was intricate. You were supposed to do that kind of thing over a month's time to handle the pain. But our flight was the next day, so it was that night or nothing. When it was over, she threw her arms around me, laughing, like it hadn't hurt at all. And she said she'd see me tomorrow. Tomorrow it would all begin. Hopper took a deep breath, interlacing his fingers, staring beyond us and out the window, where the rain still whipped against the glass. He seemed suddenly very far away, lost in a bottomless crevice of the past he couldn't pull himself out of. Or perhaps he was recalling a detail he chose not to disclose to us, words she'd said or something she'd done, that would remain forever between them. When he looked back at us, he seemed reluctant to continue. Mind if I smoke? He asked quietly. I shook my head. He stood up to retrieve his cigarettes from his coat pocket, and I glanced at Nora. She was so mesmerized she hadn't moved a muscle in 15 minutes, elbow on the armrest, chin planted in her hand. He sat back down and tapped out a cigarette, lighting it fast. There was a long silence, his face dark and pensive, cigarette smoke clinging to the empty space around him. That was the last time I ever saw her, he said.
79.
Next day we were due to leave, he went on. June the 10th. Ash was meeting me at 6 p.m. at Neil's coffee shop. It's a diner on Lex, a block from her house. Then, together, we'd head to JFK. 6 o'clock came and went. There was no word from her. Soon it was 7, 8. I called her cell phone. No answer. I went to her house and rang the bell. Usually there were lights on. It was dark. I knocked. No one came to the door. I climbed up there exactly the way Ash did, up the iron bars to the second-floor balcony, and in the far right window. The place was luxurious, a palace, but it had been packed up, and in a hurry, like a bunch of criminals that decided to run for their lives. Furniture was covered with sheets, randomly, so they were half on the floor. Beds stripped, milk and fruit and bread tossed out on the sidewalk, and piles of garbage bags. I found Ash's room on the 3rd floor. There were a few photographs, books, but a lot of her things had obviously been taken, thrown in bags really fast. The lamp was tipped over on her bedside table. But inside her closet, hidden beneath blankets on the top shelf, I found a small leather suitcase. I pulled it down, unzipped it. It was packed with her clothes, sundresses, T-shirts, cash, sheet music, a Lonely Planet guide to Brazil. She was planning to go. I knew then her parents had found out, and they'd taken her away, probably to that estate where she'd been homeschooled her entire life. He paused, anxiously twirling the end of the cigarette with his thumb. I was all set to go to the police when I heard from her. She sent me an email. She was sorry, but she'd made a mistake. We were just a couple of delusional kids, caught up in the moment. She didn't want to be tied down to anyone. She said she loved our time together, but it was over, simple as that. She told me to keep riding the waves seaward, keep searching for the goddamn chambers of the fucking sea, where the mermaid sang. He irritably cut himself off, taking a long drag on the cigarette. I was sure her parents had put her up to it. He went on, exhaling smoke in a fast stream. I wrote back that I didn't believe her. I was going to find her and she could say it to my face. She asked me not to contact her. I wrote back again. If this was my Ashley, what was the address of the stoop we'd sat on that first night when the sun was rising over the block? She wrote the right answer back in seconds. 131 East 19th. And I'm no one's Ashley, she wrote. It was a dagger to the heart. A year later, I found out she was attending Amherst. So she was fine. It had been her decision.
He brushed his hair out of his eyes, leaning back in the chair, his face calm, even slightly dazed. "Did you ever hear from her again?" Nora softly asked him. He nodded imperceptibly, his eyes shifting to her but said nothing. "What did she say?" Nora whispered.
Nothing, he answered tersely. She sent me a stuffed monkey. Of course, the monkey. That faded toy with loose stitching covered in dried mud. I'd almost forgotten about it. Why? I asked. He stared at me. It was Orlando's. He slept with it. I don't know how Ash had it, or where she'd found it, but when I pulled it out of that envelope, I was sick. She was sick, sending it, when she knew every day I thought about that kid, lived every day with the horror of this thing I'd done. I went to the return address she'd written on the envelope, thinking I'd find a reason why she did such a thing. He looked at me. That's when I ran into you. No wonder you didn't trust me, I said. He shrugged. I thought you might be working for her family.
How did you know to go to Clavier House? Asked Nora.
I went there with Ash once. She used to practice there.
Nora bit her fingernails, frowning. And you didn't come with us to Rising Dragon because...
I was paranoid I'd be recognized. It was a long time ago, but I didn't want to take the chance. Or be reminded.
He stared with resentment down at the tattoo.
I used to have dreams about cutting off my foot so I wouldn't have to look at that thing. Why didn't you tell us? I asked. At some point, you must have noticed we were just as ignorant as you were as to what was going on. He shook his head. I didn't know what to think. I didn't recognize the Ashley I knew in any of this. This witch we've been tracking. Curses on the floor. Nyctophobia. Ashley wasn't afraid of the dark. She wasn't afraid of anything.
Maybe she didn't send it, Nora suggested.
It's her handwriting on the envelope.
Someone in her family might have copied it. Maybe they're afraid of something she told you, and they sent it to scare you off.
I've been racking my brain for weeks, trying to think of something she told me. But I never met anyone in her family, and she rarely talked about them. Though I definitely sensed, particularly from that one phone call, she and her dad did not get along.
Nothing about witchcraft, I suggested.
He looked puzzled. The idea Ash would be involved in something like that is crazy.
What about why she was sent to 6 Silver Lakes?
She told me she'd lost her temper and burned herself on a candle. She had a bad burn scar on her left hand. That was it.
What about when you were inside the townhouse last night? He stared at me with evident unease before answering.
It was the same. Like no one had set foot there since I'd broken in 7 years ago. Same exact sheets tossed randomly over the furniture. Same Chopin music on Ashley's piano, the lid open. The same rugs rolled up, same books piled on top of the tables, same drinking glass on the mantel above the fireplace. Only there was about 3 inches of dust on everything, and this mildewed smell like a tomb. I was heading up to Ashley's bedroom to see if she'd ever come back. I honestly expected to find her suitcase still packed and hidden in the closet where I'd left it. That was when the doorbell rang and I had to turn back. I was almost at the window when the lights came on and I heard a woman ordering me to put my hands up. She was wielding a fucking shotgun.
Inez Gallo, I said. Had you ever seen her before?
He frowned. I thought for a second I recognized her as the driver who picked up Ashley back at 6 Silver Lakes, but I'm not positive.
Ashley went back to Rising Dragon for the picture of you together, said Nora. She wanted to have it, even though it was lost. He stared at her.
It's not.
Slowly he reached into his back pocket and took out his wallet, removing a paper from the billfold. He handed it to me. It was a photograph, crinkled and worn, taken out and stared at 1,000 times. Even now, after everything he told us, it was startling to see them together, as if 2 people from 2 different worlds had collided. They sat in one folding chair, hands clasped. It was a captured moment of youth, of joy, a moment so free the camera couldn't even hold on to it. It rendered them in streaks and blurs, hinting that they were so new and light. There were no words to describe them, their ankles forming that fighting creature on fire, leaping to its death or its life. 80. I gave Hopper a pillow and blanket so he could crash on the couch. The rain was still coming down, and he didn't seem to want to go home. Nora drowsily said good night, slipping into Sam's room. I headed to bed myself. I was mentally and physically drained. Though before turning out the light, I looked up 6 Silver Lakes on my BlackBerry, just to verify the details of Hopper's story. There were quite a few articles about the drowning, which had occurred July 2003, many of the actual newspaper clippings scanned and posted on a site called thelostangels.com. Investigation underway in Zion Wilderness Camp Death by Stacy Liu. Zion National Park, Utah. 5 counselors at a private camp for troubled youngsters have been arrested, and a 6th resigned after a 15-year-old boy died in a flash flood in the park late Monday. Counselors of 6 Silver Lakes Wilderness Therapy failed to account for Orlando Wang, 15, during a campsite move away from Canyon Overlook Trail during a heavy storm late Monday. Wang was not discovered missing for 7 hours, as more than 5 inches of rain fell on the area, causing flash flooding. Park Dispatch received an emergency call just after 7 a.m. Tuesday. After a widespread search, the park SAR team recovered the boy's body from the North Fork of the Virgin River. The counselors are facing criminal charges of negligence and mistreatment and have refused to take a polygraph test. I read the other articles, everyone confirming what Hopper had told us. So he had loved her. Of course I'd known it already. Ashley. How elusive she was. How she shape-shifted. Seemed composed of as many rival creatures as the tattoo. Head of a dragon, body of a deer. Inclinations of a witch. She was Orlando's flashlight in the dark behind us, a pinprick of light in the violent downpour, dogging Hopper, dogging me. She was a beacon of mysterious origin and intention, impossible to determine if heading toward me or away. What really was the difference between something hounding you and something leading you somewhere? I turned out the light, closing my eyes. Do I dare? I jerked upright, my heart pounding. The bedroom was dark, empty, and yet I had the distinct feeling someone had just whispered those words in my ear. I grabbed my phone off the table, Googling Proofrock, my eyes blearily reading the poem. It was as searing and sad as I'd found it to be in college, maybe more so, now that I was no longer an arrogant young man of 19. Now that the lines about time and I grow old, meant something. The poem's narrator, Proofrock, was a sort of insect specimen, mounted and pinned, still squirming to his tedious little life, a world of endless social gatherings and parties and inane observations. The modern equivalent would probably be man alone with his phones and screens, tweeting and friending and status updating, the ceaseless chatter of internet culture. The man's thoughts veered between resignation, the stuttering, delusional belief that he had time, and a profound longing for more, for murder and creation. The whole family lived in answer to that poem, Hopper had said. If that was true, it was doubtlessly a ferocious, intoxicating way to live. It even corroborated the mystical afternoon Peg Martin had described at the dog run, and some of those early stories about Ashley. But it could also be an enslavement, a hell, to keep searching for the enchanted, keep plunging down to the lonely chambers of the sea, to seek mermaids. It was a tragic thing to do, like looking for Eden. I closed my eyes, my limbs so heavy they seemed to melt into the bed, my mind untying all thoughts so they flew into the air, unattached and disordered. She attacked a guest. He's called the Spider. Knowledge of darkness in the most extreme form. You've no respect for Merc McGrath, the blackly unexplained. Within that family's history there are atrocious acts, I'm certain of it. Sovereign, deadly, perfect. The only sound was the rain, playing like an exhausted orchestra on the windows. Only when I was drifting to sleep did the storm let slip a few delicate notes, strands of some new song, and abruptly disband. 81. That's him, I said. I left Nora and Hopper seated on the guardrail at the dead end of East 52nd Street, just outside the Campanile, an elegant limestone apartment building overlooking the East River, and walked swiftly down the sidewalk toward the approaching man wearing the gray doorman's uniform. He was very short and very bald, carrying a small deli coffee cup, an impish spring in his step. He might have been Danny DeVito's cousin. I caught up to him under a gray awning. "You must be Harold." He smiled cheerfully. "That's me." I introduced myself. He nodded in immediate recognition. "Oh, right. The hotshot reporter. Mrs. DuPont said you'd be stopping by. So you, He raised his chin to glance over my shoulder, lowering his voice. "You want to get in to see Marlowe." Olivia said you could arrange a time for me to talk to her. He smirked.
You don't talk to Marlowe.
What do you do?
What do you do with any man-eating beast? Tiptoe around and pray they're not hungry.
He laughed again and then sobered when he saw my confusion.
Come back tonight, 11 o'clock sharp. I'll take you up, but then you're on your own.
What's that supposed to mean?
I make a rule never to go past the laundry room.
I'd like to speak to Marlowe, not break into her apartment.
Yeah, that's how you speak to Marlowe. It's how Mrs. Dupont visits. Mrs. Dupont pays for the big spread, so technically she's sneaking into her own place.
Olivia sneaks into her sister's apartment in the middle of the night? I found it difficult to imagine Olivia Dupont sneaking into anything.
Oh, yeah, Marlowe Hughes and Daylight's a bad combo. At night, she's more chill.
And why is she chill at night?
Her dealer comes at 8. Couple hours later, she's riding a magic carpet over Shangri-La.
He grinned, but then, seeing my reaction, shook his head defensively.
I swear it's the only safe way to enter. That's when we do repairs, take out her trash, make sure she hasn't left on a gas burner or clogged the toilet with a fan mail. Once a week, Mrs. Dupont takes up fresh food and flowers. If she did it during the day, there'd be carnage. This way, when Marlowe wakes up, she thinks she's been visited by Santa's elves.
He took a sip of coffee, squinting at something over my shoulder. I noticed one of the other doormen at the Campanile had wandered outside.
Artie needs to go on break. Just come by at 11 and I'll get you up there. But, he squinted, you know those electric tiger prods they use in circuses? You might want to bring one.
He guffawed heartily at his own joke, taking off down the sidewalk.
Of course, it proved ineffective for Siegfried and Roy, he added over his shoulder. So no promises.
82. 15 minutes later, we were sitting in the window of the Starbucks at 2nd Avenue and East 50th.
It's an ideal situation, said Hopper. If Hughes is out cold, we'll have plenty of time to look through her place.
I was relieved to see this morning Hopper seemed to be all right after everything he told us. After disclosures such as his, it was difficult to gauge how the person would react afterward, but he appeared to be more focused.
It's like having secret access to Marilyn Monroe's house, said Nora, or Elizabeth Taylor's. Think of the photos and letters and love affairs with presidents no one knows about. She might even know where Cordova is.
As enticing as it sounds to ransack Marlowe's home while she's in a drug-induced coma, I said, this operation is possible because of Olivia. I don't want her to find out I rummaged through her sister's apartment like a yard sale.
We'll work fast, said Hopper. Leave the place exactly as we found it.
I said nothing, squinting across the street. A few yards from a restaurant, Lasagna Ristorante, a suspicious-looking white-haired man wearing a black coat was loitering by a brick wall. For the past 5 minutes he'd been standing there, having an intense argument on the phone, but every now and then he glanced pointedly right at us. It's time to get the Waldorf guest list, I said, keeping an eye on him. We'll get the name of every guest who stayed on the 30th floor between September 30th and October the 10th, the days Ashley was in the city. We'll compare that to the oubliette membership. If one name appears on both, that's the person Ashley was looking for. That's the spider. The white-haired man outside hung up and took off, heading north on 2nd. I waited to see if he'd circle back or cross the street, but he appeared to be gone.
But how do we get the names? Asked Nora.
The only way. I drained the rest of my coffee. Corruption and intimidation. 83. I strolled into the Waldorf Towers lobby to do some reconnaissance. Today, behind the front desk, there was an attractive woman, 30s, with long, shiny black hair, her name tag read Deborah, and a young Japanese man, Masato. After answering the phone a few times, Deborah fumbled under the desk and produced a large Louis Vuitton bag, a good sign. It meant she liked luxury goods, would welcome some extra cash to buy more. This, while Masato stood stoically at the other side of the desk, doing and saying nothing, like a kendo warrior proficient in the way of the sword. The single girl and the last samurai, It didn't take a genius to decide who'd be amenable to bribery. I caught up to Nora and Hopper on the steps of St. Bartholomew's, across from the hotel. I gave them Deborah's description and put the three of us on a surveillance rotation so we could catch her alone as soon as she left the hotel. One of us monitored the employees' entrance from St. Bart's, while the other two waited at a Starbucks down the block. 4 hours passed, and though quite a few employees exited, crossing the street to discreetly smoke a cigarette, Deborah never appeared. At 4, I did another drive-by and realized Deborah must have ducked out another entrance because only Masato remained.
"Everyone has their price,"
Hopper said when I explained this unfortunate development.
"Yeah, well, from the look of this guy, his price is 300 beheadings and a katana sword."
At the stroke of 6, Nora alerted us that Masato was leaving the hotel. I managed to flag him down. "Sure, I'll do it," he announced in a flawless American accent after I explained. "For $3,000, cash." I laughed. 500. He stood and walked out of the Starbucks. I was certain he was bluffing, but then he was on the subway escalator descending into the dense crowd. 800, I said, fighting shopping bags, women giving me dirty looks to reach him. Masato didn't turn. 1,000. I jostled an owl-looking girl in tortoiseshell glasses to get beside him, complete with home addresses. Masato only put large blue DJ headphones over his ears. 1,200, my final offer. And at that price we should know what nuts they ate from the minibar. It was a deal. Minutes later, Masato, displaying a fairly impressive poker face, ducked back inside the Waldorf. I went around the corner to an ATM and then returned to the Starbucks. An hour passed. The crowd of commuters, once a flash flood, had drained to a meager trickle of women with tired faces and men in rumpled suits. Another half hour, and there was still no sign of Masato. I was beginning to think something had happened, when suddenly he entered, pulled a thick envelope out of his bag. There were more than 200 names, alphabetized according to date, complete with calls made from the hotel phone. I handed him the cash, which he counted in plain sight. Apparently this Starbucks was used to underworld transactions, because the employees behind the counter who'd witnessed us skulking in the window all day dully carried on taking orders. Quad venti soy latte. Masato stuck the envelope into his shoulder bag and left without a word, donning his headphones and vanishing into the subway. The three of us ordered coffees, sat down at a table in the back corner, and started combing through the names, checking them against the oubliette membership. We'd been doing this for more than an hour, taking turns reading aloud, when Nora excitedly jerked forward in her seat, eyes wide. "How do you spell that? The last name you just said?"
"Villard," Hopper repeated. Villlarde.
"It's here," she whispered in amazement, holding out the paper. I stared down at the name on the oubliette list. Hugo Gregor Villard III. On the Waldorf list, he was Hugo Villard. Villard was a guest in room 3010 for one night on October the 1st. He made no phone calls. His home address was in Spanish Harlem, 175 East 104th Street. I Googled the name on my BlackBerry. Not a single result came up. "That's the scariest result of all," said Nora.
"Try Googling his address,"
said Hopper. A business listing came up, a shop called The Broken Door. It had no website, only a bare-bones listing on Yelp.com, which described it as a shop for discerning connoisseurs of oddity antiques. "Open Thursday and Friday, 4 to 6, Nora read over my shoulder. "Those are weird hours."
"We'll go there tomorrow when it opens," I said.
Staring down at the single name on both pages, I felt a wave of exhilaration and relief.
At long last, a decent break. A minute crack to wedge my fingers into, to pry the whole thing wide open. The man Ashley had been searching for in the days before she died.
84. "You have nothing to worry about," Harold explained, stopping on the 10th floor landing to wipe his bald forehead. Drenched with sweat, before continuing up the flight behind us. "Her dealer came by at 8 tonight, so she's deep in Candyland." "Does she stay conked out the whole night?" Nora asked him.
"If you keep quiet. A couple of months ago, we sent up a workman to do some repairs. She sat up in bed and started talking to him like he was her ex-husband. Accused the poor guy of screwing around. All he wanted to do was replace a radiator valve. But she's weak and needs a wheelchair to move even a few feet, so don't worry about her getting physical."
I stopped to make sure he was joking, but he was only wheezing heavily as he cleared the last step onto the 11th floor landing, catching up to us. He dug in his pants pockets for the keys and stepped toward one of 2 white doors marked 1102.
"If you need me for an emergency, there's an intercom in the kitchen."
"What kind of emergency?" I asked.
"Just be careful. Try not to touch anything. She hates her things moved."
He twisted the knob, gently opening the door, but it was locked on the inside with a chain.
"She must be extra paranoid tonight,"
he muttered, slipping his hand through and nimbly sliding the chain loose.
"Lock the door from inside when you leave."
He took off back down the stairs.
"Good luck to you."
The 3 of us exchanged bewildered glances. "I feel sorry for her," said Nora, "locked up in here." The only sound was the neon sizzle of the bulb in the stairwell, the steady thuds of Harold's footsteps retreating below. We slipped inside, entering a dim laundry room reeking of body odor and baby powder. I switched on the overhead light. Mountains of silk robes and pajamas were piled everywhere, on top of the washing machine, spilling out of laundry baskets, heaped on the floor. One looked like something worn by the King of Siam, billowing sleeves, a red sash. I cracked the door opposite, staring into a long, dark hall. It was silent. The only light came from an open doorway at the very end, Marlowe's bedroom, according to Harold's instructions.
"She must sleep with her lights on,"
whispered Nora beside me.
"We'll check in on her," I said, "then take a look around."
We moved into the hall, the walls covered salon-style with framed photos. There was just enough light to make them out. Marlowe reclining poolside, surrounded by palm trees, a wide-brimmed black hat on her head. Marlowe at the premiere of The Godfather 2 with Pacino on her arm, wearing an 80s wedding dress, puffed sleeves like flotation devices, smiling up at a nondescript groom who looked rather shell-shocked to be marrying such a knockout. It had to be the veterinarian she'd married after Cordova. Beckman had just one thing to say about him.
"A man so far out of his league, he suffered from altitude sickness."
I looked, but there was no evident shot of Cordova or her time at the peak. After a photo of Marlowe on the film set of Lovers and Other Strangers, sitting in Gig Young's lap, exactly midway down the hall was the centerpiece. A giant black and white print of her glorious profile, her head tipped back, soaked in shadows and light. Her beauty was astounding, so high decibel it blew out lenses and light bulbs, made the mind short-circuit and stutter impossible. A signature graced the corner, Cecil Beaton, 1979. We passed 3 dark open doorways, though I couldn't see anything. The curtains had to be pulled. Outside Marlowe's bedroom, we stopped, stunned by the vision in front of us. Never before had I seen such decayed, tropical splendor. It looked like a dried-up lagoon, a flamingo habitat for a zoo that had gone bankrupt years ago. 2 giant fake palms dolefully touched the ceiling. Black mold spangled the faded pink floral wallpaper, giving the room a 5 o'clock shadow. There was a strong stench of Glade air freshener, on top of mildew, on top of chlorine from a motel pool. A tiny brass lamp drenched rose light all over antique wooden dressers and end tables carved and gilded. Porcelain figurines were sprinkled everywhere, drummer-boys and pugs and swans with chipped beaks. Vases bulged with fake flowers that made no attempt to look real, the leaves shiny and plastic, the giant blooms colored like synthetic candy. Dominating the far side of the room, Floating there like an old docked ferry was a Baroque king-size bed. Right in the center, submerged under ripples of pink satin sheets, was a tiny, curled-up form. Marlowe Hughes, the last flamingo. She was so small and bony, it was almost inconceivable there was actually a woman under there. Certainly not the one Life magazine had proclaimed, a swimming pool in the Gobi. Spiky tufts of platinum blonde hair sprouted out of the sheets like dune grass. I tiptoed inside, Hopper behind me, our footsteps silenced by the carpet, which looked to have once been pale cream, now browned in deeply treaded pathways around the room. I stepped over to the bedside table on the left, littered with orange prescription bottles, a glass bottle filled with a strange neon yellow liquid, an ashtray filled with cigarette butts, many smudged with maroon lipstick. A red fire extinguisher stood beside the bed, in case she accidentally incinerated herself. Her face was entirely concealed under the sheet. There was something so vulnerable about that immobile, deflated mound. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt about what we were doing.
"Miss Hughes,"
I whispered. She didn't stir.
"What does she look like?"
whispered Nora anxiously from the doorway.
"Is she okay?" "As okay as a blown-out tire on the side of the highway." "Seriously, is she asleep?" "I think so." Hopper, who'd moved to the other nightstand, was inspecting the label of a prescription bottle. "Nembutal," he whispered, shaking it, pills rattling, setting it down. "Very retro." He wandered over to the chest of drawers along the wall between the windows, concealed under bloated pink curtains, which looked like faded bridesmaid dresses from the early 80s. He pulled open the top drawer, staring inside, and pulled out a piece of paper. "My dear Miss Hughes," he read quietly, "let me start out by saying I am your #1 fan." I moved beside him. Inside the drawer were stacks upon stacks of envelopes, some loose and crumpled, others bound with rubber bands. It was fan mail. I pulled out an envelope. It read Boonville Correctional Facility, C3, in the return address. The stamp reading May 21st, 1980. The letter was crudely typed on thin typing paper. "Dear Miss Hughes, on July 4th, 1973 at 1:32 a.m., I shot and killed a man in the parking lot of Joe's Barbecue." I read through the rest, a plea for her to write to him, signed with a profession of love. I refolded it and pulled out another. "Dear Marlowe, if you ever pass through Delow, Mississippi, please visit my restaurant, Villa Italia. I named an entree after you, the Bellissima Marlowe. It's a capellini dish with white clam sauce." I put the letter back. In the corner was a bookshelf, crammed with magazines, a folded-up wheelchair in front of it. Stepping toward it, I realized these fan letters had actually infiltrated the room like parasites. They were tucked into every nook and cranny, filling every vacant hole, stashed above piles of Hello magazines, issues of Star dating back to the 70s, one with an ugly shot of Marlowe on the cover. Wasted. "Rehab for Marlowe" was the headline, the inside scoop on her secret collapse. A bound stack of papers, which I saw, pulling it out, was a coffee-stained screenplay, The Intoxicator, by Paddy Chayefsky. The Oscar-winning screenwriter had actually written Marlowe a handwritten note on the title page. "Miss M, I wrote this with you in mind. P." I pulled out another stack and saw it was a printout of Google returns. Marlowe Hughes, about 32 million results. Hopper was scrutinizing another letter. Nora was bent over the vanity table, strewn with old perfume bottles and jewelry boxes, inspecting what looked to be sepia baby pictures tucked along the dappled mirror. "Let's get moving," I whispered. "You guys check those rooms off of the hall. I'll look around here and keep an eye on her." They seemed reluctant to leave. The room itself had a sort of barbiturate effect. It'd be easy to browse forever around this Pompeii of lost promise. But Nora nodded, retucking a picture into the mirror, and with a last look at me, they filed out, closing the door.
I glanced back at that mound on the bed. It hadn't stirred. Across the room, beyond the vanity table, was another doorway. I crept over to it, gently pushed it open, switching on the light. It was a large walk-in dressing room, bloated with clothes, warped pumps and stilettos lined up in rows. A door opposite leading into a bathroom. There was a strong smell of mothballs. The clothes looked to be mostly from the 70s and 80s. Toward the very back of a rack, I noticed a set of pale purple garment bags peeking out from a cluster of sequined evening gowns, as if hoping to remain unseen. There were 9 of them. For the hell of it, I yanked back the dresses, pulled down the first bag, and unzipped it. To my surprise, it was the chic white suit Hughes wore throughout Love Child, covered in grass stains, the pale purple label of Cordova's costume designer, Larkin, sewn into the inside pocket. I pulled down the next, unzipping it. It was the same suit. I unzipped the bag behind that. It was identical, though this one was splattered in blood. I scratched at the rusty brown streaks. They looked convincingly real. I unzipped the bag behind it. Again, it was the same suit, covered in even more blood and mud, the skirt ripped. The bag behind that was the same suit, only absolutely clean, a pristine white. Hughes wore only the white suit in the film, which took place over the course of a single day. Larkin had obviously made 9 versions of the suit, each one stained with varying amounts of blood, mud, sweat, beer, and grass stains, depending on where Hughes was in the narrative. By the end of the movie, after everything she endures in her hunt for her blackmailer and former pimp, she's raped, beaten, chased through housing projects, across highways and alleys, injected with sedatives. The suit is torn up and brown. She peels it off and torches it in the barbecue grill, in her serene suburban backyard, before climbing into bed next to her sleeping husband, a pediatrician who is and will forever remain entirely ignorant of his wife's past and her last 24 hours of perdition. In the film's last chilling shot, he drowsily wraps his arm around her as she, wide awake, stares out into the darkness of their immaculate bedroom, a picture that seemed to encapsulate Cordova's view on the tenuous bonds between people, the deepest secrets about ourselves that we, in the ultimate act of humanity, will spare those we truly love. I took out my phone and took a few shots of the costumes, then zipped the garment bags up, returning them to their spot in the back of the closet, and switched off the lights. As I stepped back into the bedroom, however, I stared in disbelief. The bed was empty. That shriveled lump was no longer there. The pink satin sheets had been flung aside. "Miss Hughes?" There was no response. Fuck. 85. She had to be hiding somewhere here. The wheelchair remained folded beside the bookshelf, the bedroom door still closed. I lifted up the pink taffeta bedskirt. Nothing but a few balls of Kleenex. I strode to the curtains, jerking them aside, then checked the bathroom. It was empty. Only 2 working bulbs above a dirty mirror, a counter littered with old makeup, blushes and chalky powders, fake eyelashes in plastic cases. Behind the door, a limp red robe. I flung back the shower curtain. A filthy loofah hung from a rusty showerhead, a caddy laden with cruddy bottles. Prell, Breck Silkenhold. I hope those don't date back to the last time she washed her hair. I slipped out into the hall, finding Nora in the next room, which was cluttered with suitcases and old boxes. She switched on a lamp and was going through the closet. I lost Marlowe. What? She slipped out of bed when I wasn't looking.
But Harold said she needed a wheelchair to move.
Harold is mistaken. The woman moves like the Viet Cong. I darted out, Nora right behind me. We searched the next room, an ornate living room that looked like a rotten terrarium, then headed into a dated kitchen, where we found Hopper taking pictures of clippings magnetized to the fridge. All of them faded photo spreads of Marlowe. "She couldn't be in here," he said after I explained. "I've been here the whole time."
As he said it, I spotted, right behind him, the kitchen door, moving. "Miss Hughes," I called out, "don't be alarmed. We just want to talk." As I stepped toward the door, it banged forward, and a diminutive figure, shrouded in black satin, a voluminous hood hiding her face, jumped down from a countertop with a whoosh and came lunging at me, wielding a meat cleaver. I easily deflected it. She had the strength of a dandelion, the knife clattering to the floor. Her shoulder was shockingly brittle, like grabbing a spike in a railing. I instinctively let go as she wheeled around, kicking me hard in the groin before darting out, the kitchen door swinging wildly. We lurched after, Hopper snatching the hood of her robe. She shrieked as he clamped his arms around her, hauling her, flailing into the living room, and setting her down in a purple velvet chair underneath some fake palms.
"Calm down," he said. "We're not going to hurt you."
Nora switched on the overhead lights, and Marlowe immediately curled up into a fetal position, burying her face in her knees, as if she were some light-sensitive night bloom. Her silk robe covered her, the interior tomato red, so she was little more than a heap of fabric lumped on the chair.
"Turn the light off," she whispered in a husky voice. "Turn it off."
I felt an icy chill on the back of my neck. It was her voice. Marlowe had a very distinct one. A voice that lounges in its bathrobe all day, Pauline Kael had written in her rapturous New Yorker review of Love Child. And it was true. Even when Marlowe was running from thugs, hanging off the side of a building, pouring gasoline over her blackmailer and lighting him with a match, her voice still came out slow honey sighs and goo. After all these years, it sounded the same, if slightly slower and gooier. I motioned to Nora, and she turned off the lights. I opened the curtains, and the orange neon light along FDR Drive lit the room, softening the decor, transforming the gaudiness into a garden at midnight. Fake roses, gilt chairs, a floral couch became mysterious tree stumps, tangled with overgrowth and wildflowers. Slowly Hughes raised her head, and pale light caught the side of her face. All three of us stared in awe, in shock. The famous cleft chin, the Valentine face, the wide-set eyes were still there, yet so eroded as to be nearly unrecognizable. She was a temple in ruins. She'd had terrible plastic surgery, the kind that wasn't a nip and tuck, but vandalism. Bulging cheekbones, her eyes and skin stretched, as if life had literally pulled her apart at the seams. Her skin was waxy and ashen, her eyebrows drawn in shaky dark lines with what looked like a felt-tipped pen. If there was ever evidence that nothing lasted, that time ravaged all roses, it was here. My first thought was from a sci-fi movie, that her immense beauty had been an alien thing that had feasted upon her, eaten her alive, and when it had moved on, it left this ravaged skeleton.
"Have you come here to kill me?"
Marlowe whispered gleefully, maybe even with hope, tilting her head as if posing for a camera, her profile gilded in the light. It had the same slopes and angles of her youth, a profile you'd love to ski down, Vincent Canby had rhapsodized in his Times review. But now it was a sluggish sketch of what it had once been. "No," I said calmly, sitting on a chair in front of her. "We're here because we want to know about Cordova."
"Cordova."
She said it with wonder, as if she hadn't intoned the word in years, almost sucking on his name hungrily, like a hard candy.
"His daughter's dead as a doornail," she blurted.
"What do you know about it?" I asked, surprised. Obviously, we didn't have the full picture of Marlowe's mental state. She knew Ashley was dead.
"Girl never stood a chance," she muttered under her breath.
"What did you say?" Hopper demanded, stepping toward her. I wanted to kill him for interrupting her. She was gazing at him with a knowing smile as he sat down on an adjacent velvet chair.
This must be Tarzan, Greystoke, Lord of the Apes. You're missing a grunt and a club. Can't wait to see you in your loincloth. Now, who else do we have here? Enunciating this acidly, she leaned forward to survey Nora. A chorus girl. You won't be able to fuck your way to the middle, Debbie. And you, she turned to me, a wannabe Warren straight from Reds. Every one of you the farting demeanor of the artfully clueless. You people demand to know about Cordova. She scoffed dramatically, though it sounded like a handful of pebbles rasping in her throat. And so fleas look up at the sky and wonder, why stars?
Drop the crazy actress shtick, Hopper said.
It's not shtick, whispered Nora, sitting stiffly on the couch.
We're not leaving until you start talking. Hopper, I cautioned.
Then I suppose we'll be shacking up together. You'll sleep in the guest room. My days of bull riding are over. Though I warn you, the sheets haven't been changed since I bedded Hans, so they'll be sticky.
Abruptly, Hopper stood up, strode to a lamp in the corner, and switching it on, drenched the room suddenly in blue light. It was as if he'd thrown acid on her. Marlowe hunched forward, gasping, burying her face in her knees. "Turn it off," I said to him, though he didn't appear to hear me. I realized this situation was swiftly eroding, though the more I reprimanded Hopper, the more it seemed to invigorate Marlowe. "Ashley Cordova, what do you know?" he demanded, looming over her.
Diddly squatkiss, you deaf Romeo.
"Hopper!" I stood up.
Poop, chirped Marlowe. Zilcho, goose egg. From the day she was born, she was toast.
"She doesn't know what she's saying," said Nora.
Are you going to shake it out of me? Murder me? Good. I'll finally get my postage stamp. Unlike Ashley, no one will remember her. She died for nothing.
Before I could react, Hopper bent over her, roughly shaking her by the shoulders.
"You don't hold a candle to her."
I leapt forward and wrenched Hopper away from her, shoving him back onto the couch. "What the hell's the matter with you?" I shouted. Hopper appeared to be as stunned by what he'd just done as I was. I turned back to Marlowe. She was slumped in the chair, motionless. Jesus Christ. It looked like he'd just shaken the last bit of life out of her.
"Now we're all going to meet old Sparky."
Nora raced back over to the lamp, switching it off, and the room again melted into dark, drowsy vines and sharp rocks. Marlowe, a slippery black animal, lying wounded in the chair. After a moment I realized, with a wave of horror, that Marlowe was whimpering. Frail moans that sounded as if they were trickling out of some dark corner inside of her. "We're sorry," Nora whispered, crouching beside her, putting a hand on her knee. "He didn't mean to hurt you. Can we bring you something to drink? Some water, or—" Abruptly Marlowe stopped crying, like someone had flicked an off switch. She lifted her head.
Oh, yes, child. There's some, club soda, just...
She twisted around the armchair, craning her neck toward the other side of the room.
There, in the bookcase. Second shelf. Behind Treasure Island. You'll find some, water. If you could just fetch it for me, dearie.
She was pointing emphatically at the shelves lining the far side of the room. Around them a painted fresco of trellised roses, climbing to the ceiling. Nora ran to it, fumbling behind the rows of books. "There's just booze here," Nora said, pulling out a large bottle, reading on the front. "Heaven Hill Old-Style Bourbon."
Oh, really? What a shame. Lucille must have confiscated my Evian. She's always riding me hard about my water drinking. Wants me to go to meetings for it. Hydrated Anonymous or whatever the fuck. I'll have to make do with that, bourbon, child. Bring me my Heaven Hill, and don't drag your feet.
Nora was reluctant. "Give it to her," I said.
What if it mixes with the pill she's taken?
My gut told me old Marlowe wasn't on pills, or anything at all. When she jumped down from that countertop like a flying monkey out of The Wizard of Oz, She'd had superb reflexes. Whatever irrational phrases she was spewing seemed purely mental, a side effect of being alone and locked inside this apartment for a couple of years. For all of her feigned terror at our break-in, I could see, too, she was eager for a live audience. Give it to her. Marlowe practically lurched out of the chair to snatch the bottle from Nora. Her hands moving faster than a blackjack dealer's in Vegas, she unscrewed it and chugged. Never before had I seen such thirst except in a Mountain Dew commercial. There was a soft clink of metal against the glass, and I noticed her spidery white fingers had slipped out of the long sleeve. She was wearing a single piece of jewelry, a ring with a large black pearl. It was what her old fiancé Knightley had allegedly given her, the day he'd broken off their engagement. Though I'd fact-checked Beckman's story before, it was startling to see evidence of that emblem of heartbreak. Here, now, right in front of me. Marlowe pulled the bottle from her lips with a gasp, wiping her mouth. She sat back, settling comfortably into the chair. She looked calm now, and oddly lucid, clutching the bottle like a swaddled child in her arms.
"So, you'd like to know about Cordova, dearies?" Marlowe whispered.
"Yes," said Nora.
"You sure? Some knowledge, it eats you alive."
"We'll take our chances," I said, sitting in the chair across from her. She seemed very pleased by this response, gearing up for something, preparing. It was at least 2 or 3 minutes before she spoke again. Her low voice, rutted with rocks and potholes only moments before, suddenly smoothly paved, winding its way effortlessly through the dark.
"What do you know about the Peak?" she whispered.
86. It's Cordova's legendary estate, I said. It sits north of Lowe's Lake in the wilderness.
"Did you know it was built on a Mohawk massacre site?"
No, I didn't. She excitedly licked her lips.
68 women and children were slaughtered there, their bodies thrown in a pit on a hill and set fire to. This was where they constructed the foundation for the house. Stanley naturally didn't know that when he bought the place. He told me all he knew was that the couple living there, some British lord and his idiot wife, had gone bankrupt. But they failed to disclose the wife went completely loony living there. When they sold the estate, returning to England, the lord had no choice but to put his poor mad wife in an institution. Within days, she stabbed a doctor in the ear with scissors. She was transferred to Broadmoor Hospital for the criminally insane. Shortly thereafter, the lord dropped dead of a heart attack. And that, as they say, is a wrap. Stanny, it was obviously her pet name for Cordova. She paused to take another long drink from the bottle. It was as if with every swig she was resuscitating herself, coming slowly back to life. She even seemed to grow less bony, filling in. "My Stanny," she went on, clearing her throat, without knowing a thing about any of this, moved right into this lovely mansion with his lovely wife and his baby son. Now, I'm a cynical old bitch, if you haven't noticed. I don't believe. Religion? Humans desperate to take out infinity insurance. Death? The great big nada. Love? Dopamine released in the brain, which gets depleted over time, leaving contempt. Nevertheless, knowledge of those two simple facts, massacre and madness, it would have kept even me away. She took another swig, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. Stanley told me the very first day they arrived, after the movers had gone. His wife disappeared to take a nap upstairs, and he went for one of his long walks. He always walked alone in the woods, when he needed an idea for a picture. And he needed one. Somewhere in an empty room had come out. It was so good it broke hearts. Everyone was dying to see what he'd do next. She paused, her bony hands crawling out of the sleeves to fiddle with the white Heaven Hill label on the bottle. He'd been walking for an hour, following one path and then another, deep into the forest, when he noticed a knotted red string dangling from a tree branch. A single red string. Do you know what it means?
Nora shook her head. Marlowe nodded with a wave of her hand. He untied it, thinking nothing of it, and continued on until the trail opened up into a circular clearing beside a wild rushing river. Within this clearing nothing grew. Not a stray leaf or pine cone or twig. Only dirt, in a perfect, inhuman circle. Outside of it, on the ground, he found a sheet of plastic, letters written backward across it, the words indecipherable. There was a naked, headless doll, with its feet nailed to a wooden board, its wrists tied with more red string. Stanley assumed it had been left by local pranksters who frequented his property. He collected the junk and threw it away. But when he checked the same area 3 weeks later, he saw black charred circles on the ground where there had been evident burning. It smelt recent. He complained to local police. They wrote up a report and assured him they'd patrol the area and let locals know the house was no longer vacant. Stanley put up no trespassing signs along the perimeter of his property. A month later, he and his wife woke to piercing screams in the dead of night. They didn't know if they were animal or human. In the morning he went to the area. There, at the center of a perfect circle, was an altar with a newborn fawn on it, its eyes gouged out, its mouth tied shut. Carved into its dappled body with a knife were strange symbols. Stanley was livid. He reported it to the local police. Again they wrote up the report. And yet there was something in their expression, the way they glanced at each other. Stanley realized they not only already knew who was doing such things, they were in on it themselves. They, along with countless people in the town, were using his property for sadistic rituals. Not that Stanley should have been surprised. He was living amongst country kooks, after all, white trash crazies, inbred deliverance freakazoids. She grinned impishly, her eyes bright. You get the idea. And you can imagine what Stanley's dear wife, Ginevra, from a swank Milanese family, thought about such backwoods heathens. She pleaded with him to erect a fence around the property for protection to keep them out. So he did. He put up a 20-foot electric fence, spent a fortune on it. The problem was, what he'd actually done was rather than keeping them out, he'd barricaded himself and his family in. She fell silent for a moment. I don't know how he fell into experimenting with it. She went on. He never told me. Stanley wasn't afraid of the unknown. Within the universe, within ourselves. It was the subject he plumbed endlessly. He took submarines down there. He went down, down into the dark crags and muck of human desire and longing, into the ugly unconscious. No one knew when he'd come back, if he ever would. When he was working on a project, he disappeared. He breathed it. He'd write all night for days and days, until he was so tired he slept for 2 weeks like a hibernating monster. He could be agony to live with. I, of course, experienced it firsthand, up close and personal. Visibly proud of this pronouncement, she gulped down the Heaven Hill, a drop sliding off her chin. The problem with Stanley, she went on, wiping her mouth, as with so many geniuses, was his insatiable needs. For life, for learning, for devouring, for fucking, for understanding why people did the things they did. He never judged, you see. Nothing was categorically wrong. It was all human in his eyes, and thus worthy of inquiry, of examining from all sides. She squinted at us. You're his fans, are you not? I couldn't immediately answer. I was too stunned, not just by what she was saying, but by her sudden energy and sanity, both of which seemed to increase in direct ratio to the amount of Heaven Hill she guzzled, now almost half the bottle. What do you know about his early life? She demanded. He was the only child of a single mother, I said. Grew up in the Bronx. And he was amazing at chess. Nora added. He used to play for money at the tables in Washington Square Park.
That was Kubrick, not Cordova. Get your geniuses straight, for fuck's sake.
Marlowe surveyed us.
That's it?
When we said nothing, she scoffed.
That's what I've always found so pathetic about fans. They weep when they have a live glimpse of you, frame the fork you touched, yet they're impervious to doing anything with that inspiration, like enriching their own lives. It drove Stanny Boy crazy. He used to say to me, Huey, it was his nickname for me, Huey, they see the films 5 times, write me fan letters, but the underlying meaning is lost on them. They take nothing away, not heroism, not courage, it's all just entertainment.
Huey sighed, taking another swig.
Stanny was raised to be a good Catholic. His mother, Lola, worked 2 jobs as a maid in one of the big New York hotels. She was from a small village outside of Naples. Yet she knew a great deal about stregheria. You've heard of it, I suppose?
No, said Nora, shaking her head.
It's an ancient Italian word for witchcraft. A 700-year-old tradition, passed along mostly in wives' tales, yarns to scare children, make them eat their vegetables and go to bed early. Cordova's father was from the Catalan region of Spain, a blacksmith. The family lived together in a small town outside Barcelona before they were due to immigrate to the States, when Stanny was 3 years old. The day they were meant to leave, the father decided he couldn't go. He didn't want to leave his homeland. So Lola took her son and set out for America. Within a year, the father had a new family. Stanny never spoke to his father again. But he remembered his Spanish grandmother telling him about brujeria, the Catalan tradition of witchcraft. He said she told him on New Year's Eve witches have the utmost power, and that's when they kidnap children. She told him to put the fire tongs in the form of a cross over the embers in the fireplace, sprinkle them with salt, and the boy would prevent a witch's entry via the chimney. So you see, my dears, Stanny grew up with superstition. Certainly not taken seriously, yet it was nevertheless present on both his mother's and his father's side of the family. And Stanny's imagination, on the worst of days, is stronger than our realities. I think with a background like that, he was sadly predisposed to it. Susceptible, you might say.
She gazed at us, her fingers fiddling with the pearl ring, twisting it around and around her finger. He never told me how it happened, but shortly after building the fence around the property, he realized the townspeople were still trespassing. How? I asked. They came by boat. The estate is north of Lowe's Lake. If you leave from the public shore and make your way to the northern side and along a narrow river, eventually it will feed into a lake on the peak property. When Stanislas found this breach, he had his men build a chain-link patch straight down to the bottom of the riverbed, so only a thimble could get past. A week later, he and his wife woke up to the sound of drumming, voices, screams. The next morning he went back to the fence and saw that the spot barring the way by the river had been sawed straight through. And he could see from the way the wires were cut, it had been done by somebody on the inside of the property, not the out.
Someone living there, I said. She nodded but didn't elaborate. Who, a servant?
Every paradise has its viper, she smiled. If Stanny had one weakness, it was his belief that personality was fluid. He didn't believe people could be evil, not in some pure form. He always liked a lot of people around him, hangers-on, groupies, you'd call them, though he called them his allies. He hadn't been living at the Peak a month when he met in town, quite by accident, a handsome young priest who'd also just moved to Crowthorpe to set up his parish. Stanny needed a religious advisor for a script he was working on, Thumbscrew, and the 2 men became friends. Within weeks, the priest was shacked up at the Peak. Ginevra was furious. She loathed the man. He was hot as hell, a brawny Tyrone power type, with gold hair, blue eyes. Probably had one hell of a der Schwanz, if you catch my drift. He claimed to have been raised in the Iowan cornfields, But something was rancid about the man. Ginevra tried to convince Stanny he was dangerous, an impostor, a leech. She was Italian, a staunch Catholic, and had noticed rather gaping holes in the man's knowledge of the church. She also believed he was unnaturally obsessed with her husband. Stanny told her to relax, that the man was fascinating, an inspiration. Marlowe took another long drink. "I don't know how it happened," she said. "I suspect one night Stanny went down to the crossroads to confront these townspeople and ended up hiding, watching them. By the time he returned to the mansion, at dawn, he had a wildly different perspective on the entire business. I don't know what he saw or what they did. Nothing was proven. But Ginevra always believed that the priest had everything to do with it, that he'd made some kind of deal with these people, was perhaps even one of them." She sighed. So Stanny began his life there. Creatively, he came into his own. Certainly his previous pictures were electrifying, but this new body of work he was producing at the peak, it was a different dimension. He began to craft his night films. He explained it once. "Huey," he said to me, "I love to put my characters in the dark. It's only then that I can see exactly who they are." She fumbled with the long satin sleeves, smoothing the fabric over her knees. I didn't say anything, mesmerized by what she was telling us about Cordova, and also by Marlowe herself. She'd grown so lucid and animated. She seemed entirely different from the woman we'd encountered before. "Eventually there was no need for him ever to leave that property," she continued. "Everything, everyone came to him. He had 300 acres. He built his sets there, edited his films there. When he had to leave, it was because he'd found a shooting location close to Crowthorpe. It was as if he'd come to believe his power could only be harnessed when he was on those grounds. And it was true. The quality of performances he was able to capture was astounding. His energy had no bounds. He was Poseidon, his actors, his school of minnows. When you were working with Stanny on a picture, you stayed at the peak. You ate your meals there. You never left. You were allowed no contact with the outside world. You turned your life over to him, handed him the keys to your kingdom. That meant your mind as much as your body. It was all agreed to beforehand. You showed up on the first day of production, ignorant and blind. You knew nothing about the film, or who your character was, or really anything at all, except that your life as you'd known it was over. You were setting off on a new journey, down a wormhole, into something unknown. When you finally emerged, 3 or 4 months later, and returned home, you were changed. You realized before you'd been asleep."
"Why would anyone agree to such a thing?"
Hopper asked as she took another drink.
"Signing away your life, your mind and body to one man? He sounds like Charles Manson."
She looked amused by his vehemence, narrowing her eyes at him.
"There's the human desire to exert free will, yes. But there's an equally strong desire to be tied up, gagged, and bound.
Naturally, there was the glory that came with appearing in a Cordova picture. You were made. You would get the best roles after working with him. Even when he went underground, it gave you cachet. You were a warrior. Yet the true value of working with Stanny was not money or acclaim. It was the afterward. All of us actors spoke of it. When you finally returned to your real life, after working with Cordova, it was as if all of the colors had been turned way up in your eyes. The reds were redder, blacks blacker. You felt things profoundly, as if your very heart had grown giant and tender and swollen. You dreamed, and what dreams! Working with that irascible man was the most grueling time of my life. I accessed the deepest, most tormented parts of myself, parts I was petrified of opening, because I doubted I'd ever get them closed again. Perhaps I never have. But I'd do it again in a heartbeat. You were making a film, something that would outlast you, something wild, a powerful piece of art that wasn't a commercial concoction, but something to slice into people, make them bleed. Living at the peak, you were as underground as any resistance, working for the last true rebel. You were also learning how far you could go, in love and fear, in resilience and sex, in euphoria. To throw off what you'd been taught by society and make it all up for yourself, to live from scratch. Can you imagine the intoxication of such a thing? You come back from this, and you realize the rest of the world is asleep, in a coma, and they don't even know. Is that why you fell in love with him? Nora asked, tentatively. Marlowe sat up, jolted by the question, jutting out her chin. Everyone fell in love with him, child. You'd be mere putty in his hands. That goes for every one of you. Who can resist the man who understands and appreciates your every cell? We married during the production of Love Child. She said it with a sad wave of her hand, staring down at the Heaven Hill bottle, now almost empty. Let's just say when it was over, I saw that our love was a hothouse flower, thriving and vivid indoors, in very specific conditions. Outside the enclave, in the real world, dead. I couldn't live at the peak, not forever. Because by then Stanny refused to leave it. It was his private dimension, his personal netherworld. He wanted to remain forever on this magical planet. I had to get back to Earth. He really refused to leave? Nora whispered, incredulous. Marlowe stared her down. Zeus was loath to leave Olympus, was he not? Unless he had mortals to torment. Occasionally, during shooting, Stanny would vanish somewhere for weeks at a time, and couldn't be found, not anywhere. So we often wondered if there was some other place he went, the secret place within the secret place. When he did finally show up again, he had strange rocky sand in his boots, and he reeked of the open sea. He was also especially voracious in the sack, if you catch my drift. Like he'd sailed away for a time on his pirate ship, invaded villages, burned them to the ground, raped and stole and murdered, and then he came back to the peak, with the salt still encrusting his hair, and all that mist, sweat, and blood soaked into his skin. She smiled dreamily. Those were the nights he split me in half. Hold on, Hopper interjected, sitting forward, elbows on his knees. These intruders from town. You're saying Cordova became one of them? Marlowe looked exasperated. I said I didn't know the exact nature of his involvement, Tarzan. But at some point, he was doing more than just observing. It was the reason for his wife's suicide, Ginevra. He never told me exactly what happened, but I imagined that the poor, rather fragile woman found out about his nightly activities. You see, that priest, he was still there, hanging on, silently waiting at the perimeter, an oily shadow always around. It was too much for her mentally. One gray afternoon, she drowned herself in a lake on the property. The police ruled it an accident, but Stanny knew the truth. Ginevra hadn't gone swimming. She boarded a small boat, rowed out to the center of the lake, and climbed right in, pockets of her dress filled with stones. They found the boat later, destroyed it. Stanny adored her, of course, but not enough to be ordinary. He couldn't be contained by one woman, or one man. You'll find that great artists don't love, live, fuck, or even die like ordinary people, because they always have their art. It nourishes them more than any connection to people. Whatever human tragedy befalls them, they're never too gutted, because they need only to pour that tragedy into their vat, stir in the other lurid ingredients, blast it over a fire. What emerges will be even more magnificent than if the tragedy had never occurred. Marlowe fell silent, abruptly weary.
For a minute she did nothing, but fumble with the robe, pinching at the fabric. Rumors about what Cordova did at the peak swirled, of course, especially among us actors. One story I heard was from Max Heidelbrow. Max played Father Ginley's father in Crack in the Window, and that prick of a patriarch in To Breathe with Kings. I remembered Max from both films. He was Australian, a tall, portly actor with a drooping bloodhound face. Max is a notorious insomniac. At 4 a.m. during the shooting of Crack in the Window, he was outside taking a walk through the gardens, rehearsing his lines. He saw a figure hurrying to the front entrance, up the steps, vanishing inside the manor. It was Stanny. He appeared to be coming back from the woods, and he was carrying a black bundle in his arms. When Max followed, he noticed on the handle of the front doors there were reddish-brown streaks. It was blood. Tiny droplets trailed through the marble foyer and up the stairs. Max went to bed. By morning, the droplets had all been cleaned up. Marlowe slurped down the last drop of Heaven Hill. People did whisper, she went on, eyeing me. But the Warner Brothers executives who periodically visited the set said nothing. And yet, and this is rather telling, even though the Peak was one of the most luxurious private residences they'd ever set foot in, with a full-time staff and a French chef, not one of those slick Hollywood suits ever spent a single night at the mansion. No matter how late shooting went, they always retired to a hotel in Tupper Lake, well over an hour away. They were afraid? Nora asked. She smiled wryly. They didn't have Der Sacker. As long as Stanny made them money, produced films the public was dying to see, they didn't give a damn about his personal life. If he drank blood, chanted, decapitated animals, they'd dealt with trouble before. There was an incident they had to hush up involving one of the actresses. Apparently she went mad working with Stanny. So scared out of her skin, the poor girl climbed out of her 4th-floor bedroom window in the dead of night, scaled to the ground like a centipede, and was never seen again. Who was she? Asked Nora. Marlowe shrugged. Her name escapes me. You see, whatever he was doing to unleash this creativity, get his actors to hack into their own souls, and bleed out for the camera so the world could drink it. As long as everyone kept their mouths shut, it was business as usual. They looked the other way. We all did. But not Ashley. Hopper whispered it, his voice so quiet and resolute. It sliced through the room, through Marlowe herself, rendering her silent, even a little unnerved. She'd never look the other way, he said. No, Marlowe answered. 87. It happened on a Devil's Bridge. Marlowe continued staring at Hopper, anxiously clutching at her shoulders and chest to make sure she was fully covered by the robe. You've heard of them? No, said Nora. They're medieval bridges, steeped in folklore. Most are in Europe, from England to Slovenia, built between 1000 and 1600 AD. Though the stories of each bridge vary, the underlying premise is that the devil agrees to help build the bridge in exchange for the first human soul to cross it. I don't know the specifics, but somehow there came to be such a bridge on the Peak property. They built it, I imagine. You mean the townspeople from Crowthorpe Falls? I said. She nodded. From the moment she entered the world, Ashley was an extraordinary child, a glorious image of her father. Fearless, dark-haired, with his pale blue-gray eyes clear as a stream. The intelligence, the unquenchable curiosity, the way she grasped life. The two of them were inseparable. Stanny loved his son, Theo, but there was something about Ashley that, well, he couldn't help but worship her. Everyone did. She chugged the Heaven Hill bottle with her head thrown back, seemingly oblivious that it was totally empty. She wiped her mouth.
Stanislas never knew how Ashley came to follow him into the woods that night. Ashley never told anyone, but I have a pretty good hunch who gave her the idea. You see that priest? He was still lurking. He hadn't been with Cordova at the peak for some time. After Ginevra's death, he took off, supposedly traveled throughout Africa, doing missionary work. But then, rather suddenly, the old boy was back in town, having no place to stay and little money. Cordova didn't object to his old pal shacking up at the peak once again. I don't know for a fact, but I imagine the priest was quite jealous of Ashley. He adored Cordova. He must have hoped that Stanny and he would one day, I don't know, live happily ever after, like a couple of lovesick teenagers. Marlowe fell back in the chair. However it happened, in the middle of the night in June, this was back in 1992, Ashley was 5. Stanislas was at this Devil's Bridge he'd constructed with these townspeople. While he was partaking in whatever it was they did, a ritual of the utmost depravity, I'd imagine, Ashley appeared from out of nowhere. She stepped right onto the bridge. You can imagine how disturbing such a scene would be for any child. But Ashley wasn't afraid. Stanislas, when he saw her, screamed at her to stop, go back. But in the chaos, when she saw her father, she did what any little girl who loved her father would do. She ran to him. Ashley ran the entire length of the bridge, stopping only when she'd reached the other side. She was the first human soul to cross it. Marlowe fell silent, sitting unsteadily forward. A white, bony hand had emerged from the voluminous black satin sleeve, resting on her throat. Stanislas was appalled. The scene was immediately disbanded. Fires put out. Whoever, and whatever these people were, they were ordered to leave the property. Stanislas led Ashley back to the house. To his relief, she seemed fine. She was herself. Wasn't even afraid of what she'd just seen. Her family home was a veritable movie set, after all. She'd watched bonfires, cars exploding, men and women declaring their undying love, their undying hate, fight scenes, love scenes, chase scenes, women hanging for dear life off the sides of buildings, men falling out of the sky, all in her own backyard. He tucked her into bed and read aloud to her, a chapter from one of her favorite fairy tales, The Mysterious World of Bartho Lore. She fell asleep that night with a smile on her face, just as she always did. Stanny decided not to tell his wife. I don't know the extent of Astrid's, Stanny's third wife's, knowledge of what he'd been up to in the middle of the night, but there seemed to be an understanding that he was free to do what he liked, as long as he didn't involve the children. When Stanny went to bed that night, he prayed to God. An interesting choice, given how he'd been spending his free time. But it was to God. Even then he didn't quite believe in the things he'd been doing. Now he hoped none of it was real. It couldn't be. The idea's really absurd, is it not? She asked this with cynical delight, taking another long swig from the empty Heaven Hill bottle. Maybe she was guzzling the fumes. Within a week, Stanislas began to notice a difference. Ashley was always a watchful, gifted child, but now her gifts started having ferocious tendencies. He'd invited some Chinese soldiers and a former ambassador to live at the house while he worked on his next picture. Within 2 weeks of their arrival, Ashley was entirely fluent in the language. She also began staring right into people, as if she could read their thoughts, see their fates unspooled before her like a roll of 35mm. She still laughed, of course, was still so beautiful. But there was a gravity in her now that had never been there before. And then there was the piano. Marlowe shuddered at the thought. Astrid was a trained pianist. Since Ashley was 4, she had a teacher from Juilliard travel up to the estate twice a week to give the girl private lessons. At 5, Ashley was good for her age, but never had real passion for the instrument. She preferred to be outdoors, riding horses and bikes, climbing trees. Now she sat down, shut herself inside for hours, and played until her fingers swelled with blisters. Within weeks the girl could master any piece put before her. Beethoven, Bartók, in mere hours, the whole thing memorized. More and more this shift in Ashley was palpable. Stanley was too devastated to believe it, yet he began to do research. Throughout history, alliances with the devil often manifest themselves in virtuosic mastery of an instrument. In 18th century Italy, there was Paganini, still believed to be the finest violinist ever to have lived. The same was true for Robert Johnson, the blues musician. He went to a crossroads in Tunica, Mississippi, and gave the devil his soul in exchange for total music mastery. She paused, her breathing shallow, nervous. Astrid was still ignorant of what had occurred. She thought her daughter was simply growing up with a rabid intelligence. But then she began noticing Ashley was oddly cold to the touch. And when she took her temperature, rather than the normal 98.6 degrees, Ashley was consistently around 97, 96. She took her to New York City to visit various hospitals. Doctors found nothing wrong. Astrid worried, especially when Ashley began showing signs of behavioral problems. She'd stopped laughing, and when she became angry, she had a temper that was frightening. Stanislas finally had to tell his poor wife. He showed Astrid what he believed to be the devil's mark on Ashley. Something called the toad's footprint, a sizable freckle in the iris close to the pupil. Ashley had it in her left eye. I stared at her. Marlowe had just described what Lupe, the housekeeper at the Waldorf, had talked about. Wea del mal, evil's footprint. Nora turned to me, clearly remembering how she'd pointed out the freckle in the medical examiner's photo. Astrid naturally didn't want to believe it, but then there was a terrifying incident that changed her perspective. In the middle of the night, the whole house woke up to a man screaming in his bed. It was the priest. The pajamas the man was wearing, as well as the black clerical clothes in his closet, were on fire. He was on fire. The family managed to snuff out the flames, and Astrid put the man, barely conscious, into the back of her car so she could drive him to the hospital, because Cordova, of course, could no longer drive. He refused to leave the property. They didn't want to call an ambulance for fear of the terrible publicity. So, in Astrid's frenzied state, driving like hell, she rounded a hairpin turn, lost control, and hit a tree, totaling her car. Theo rescued the man in a van, as this priest, drifting in and out of consciousness, moaning from the pain, inched toward death. He dropped him off at a rural hospital outside of Albany and took off. The priest was admitted under the name John Doe, third-degree burns covering his entire body. Ashley had seemingly slept through the entire incident, but the next morning, Astrid noticed her daughter had a terrible burn mark on her left hand. Astrid knew she was responsible. It was the moment she started to believe Stanny, that this devil's curse was real. Marlowe shook her head. The priest survived, though I heard he vanished from the hospital a month after his admittance, and was never seen again, not at the Peak, not anywhere else. I could hardly believe it. Marlowe had described in immaculate detail the incident I'd unearthed 5 years ago when I was researching Cordova. The motel desk clerk, Kate Miller,
had witnessed a car accident in the early hours of a late May morning. Astrid Cordova was behind the wheel. Astrid claimed to be alone in the car, but Kate had sworn there was someone else, a man in the back seat dressed in black clothing, his face covered in bandages. A man she claimed was Cordova. It had been the priest, burned alive. How old was Ashley at the time of this incident? I asked. Marlowe shrugged.
15, 16. Afterward they sent her away.
Where?
Some camp for unruly teens. It was a final, rather futile attempt to pretend the problem with Ashley was ordinary.
I turned to Hopper. He was slumped down in the chair, ankle crossed on his knee, watching Marlowe intently.
Astrid was irate, demanded her husband fix it. He did have an idea. He believed it just might be possible to reverse this curse if they exchanged Ashley's soul for another's. A swap with another child. This led to the rift between Ashley and her family, because when it was finally explained to her, Ashley wanted to accept her fate. But Cordova was always searching for a way out. He did until the very end. He became consumed with it. To make another film was out of the question. There was only this. It ate him alive, cannibalized the family. There would be times when Ashley was perfectly normal, when they'd hoped that whatever darkness she was succumbing to was entirely in their heads. But then something would happen, and they'd know it was happening. He'd be coming for her.
He?
Hopper demanded suddenly.
Who?
Marlowe turned to him.
Why, the devil, of course.
He chuckled.
Right.
She stared him down, her mask-like face immobile.
Iblis in Islam,
she whispered.
Mara in Buddhism, Set in ancient Egypt, Satan in Western civilizations. It's surprising when you take the time to look at history, how universally accepted he actually is.
Marlowe thoughtfully tilted her head, turning toward me.
Stanislas believed it would happen when she was 24, 25. Some calculation of the full moons and all that. I don't know the nature of what went on.
But at some point the entire family became complicit in this design to transfer the promise onto some other child. Sadly, it wasn't that outlandish a concept. These cults prey on runaways, children who wouldn't be missed if they went missing. Many of these people get pregnant for the purpose of sacrificing the infant child on an altar. Occult crimes are very real in this country, only they're shoved under the rug by police, because it's nearly impossible to convict in a court of law. Not because there isn't evidence. Oh, no. These people can't help but leave evidence of their terrifying rituals. It's hard to clean up after yourself if you spill blood weekly. No, it's because juries can never quite believe. It's a fantastical leap that they can't make. It sounds like something out of a night film, not real life. She fell silent. In a mechanical reflex, she fastidiously unscrewed the bottle, put it to her lips, but at last noticed, stunned, that there was nothing left in there, not a drop. "How do you know so much about all of it?" asked Nora quietly. Marlowe turned, seemingly about to berate her, but then lost steam, only gazed down at her hands, crumpled on her knees. She considered them as if they weren't part of her, but strange insects that had crawled up her legs, and she was too weary to brush them away. Stanny trusted me. He told me everything. He knew I'd understand the pain. Once I experienced such loss, it gutted me. It left me just my skin. When you love like that and lose, you never recover. Stanny knew I'd know how it felt. I'd spent time with Ashley.
I certainly didn't believe any of it when he first told me. But then I took her with me on vacation when she was about 8. We were sitting on a beach near Côte Plongée in Antibes, and I'd catch her staring at me. It was as if she saw my past and my future, even my soul where it was headed when I died, writhing forever in limbo. It was as if she saw it all, and she pitied me. This gutting loss had to be a reference to Marlowe's dashing fiancé, Knightley, dumping her for her sister, Olivia. "This priest," I said after a moment, "do you remember his name?" People just called him Priest, sort of playfully sarcastic. I remember him during the shooting of Love Child. He liked to spend his day fishing. I'd spot him from a distance, standing on the shore by the lake all in black, like an accidental ink blot, seeping into the bright landscape of sky and blue lakes and trees. I wouldn't know what he was doing until I was near him, and noticed his long fishing rod and tackle box, that he was standing there, so immobile, patiently waiting for a fish. He looked like he had the self-control to wait forever. Ginevra gave him the nickname Ragno, the spider. "What?" I asked. Spider. She slurred the word. How he moved. So silent. Was his real name Hugo Villard? I don't really know. Marlowe was slipping away again, growing feeble, hunched back in the chair so no light hit her, and she was little more than a ghostly white face floating in the dark. When she'd started talking, I'd had little confidence that what she told us would be sentient, much less the honest truth. Yet again and again she'd surprised me, disclosing details that corroborated everything I'd uncovered. And now, this revelation about the spider. "Did you ever meet Cordova's assistant, Inez Gallo?" I asked. Marlowe shuddered with distaste. "Coyote? But of course. Wherever Cordova went, his little coyote followed. She loved him, of course, did his every bidding, every menial chore, no matter how cruel. All she asked of him in return was to breathe his air. It was Stanny who came up with the title, To Breathe with Kings after her. Coyotes. Sheer patheticness. I think she actually wished he'd eat her alive. So at last, she'd be the closest to him of everyone, living out the rest of her days, huddled in the darkest corners of his belly. "Where is he now?" Nora asked after a moment. "Cordova, I mean." The jackpot question. No one has ever answered it, right? She mumbled this distractedly, and didn't speak again for such a long time, her chin lowered to her chest, that I wondered if she'd actually dozed off. "I imagine he's still there," she croaked at last. "Or he's sailed away on his pirate ship, out into the sea, never to return. With Ashley dead, I imagine whatever last bit of humanity he had, my Stanny, he's let go of it. Let it fly. There's nothing holding him back now. Not anymore." Marlowe made an odd choking noise, and bending over, began to cough a violent, hacking sound. "My bed," she whispered. "Take me to my bed. I'm so very tired." Nora glanced at me. It was my cue to assist Marlowe, though I hesitated. It was the fear of seeing her ravaged face close up, the worry she was too fragile to touch. She'd retreated again, gone far away, folded up like an old deck chair, so weathered it seemed possible she'd come apart in raw, splintered beams in my hands. Nora gently took the Heaven Hill bottle from her.
Marlowe was reluctant to let it go, like a child unwilling to part with a doll. And then, bending over her, she gave her a hug.
"Everything's going to be okay,"
Nora whispered. I stepped beside her, and as carefully as I could, gathered Marlowe into my arms. She clamped her elbows tightly around my neck as I carried her out and down the hall, her face hidden deep inside the hood. When I set her down in her bed, Nora and Hopper stepping in behind me, instantly she buried herself under the covers, like a beetle, hiding in the sand.
"Don't leave me yet,"
Marlowe whispered hoarsely from under the sheet.
"You must read to me, so I can sleep." "Oh, swallow. That was it."
"Read to you?" asked Nora.
"I have a boy who comes. Every night at 8. He comes and reads me asleep. There's the Count. Read me just a little.
"What book?" whispered Nora.
In the drawer. There. The Count of Cristo. He's waiting."
Glancing at me uncertainly, Nora reached for the handle of the bedside table, and I found myself hoping that Marlowe was telling the truth. She seemed to be referring to the drug dealer both Harold and Olivia had mentioned. It was a fantastic misreading of the world that someone mistaken for a drug dealer was simply coming up here to read books aloud to an old woman. Lightness mistaken for dark, heaven mistaken for hell. But when Nora pulled open the drawer, there was nothing inside, no book, nothing but wads of Kleenex and fan mail. Hopper and I searched some of the other drawers, but we could find no copy of The Count of Monte Cristo, no books in her bedroom at all, only celebrity magazines and rubber-banded stacks of hundreds of fan letters addressed to Miss Marlowe Hughes. Hopper asked if she wanted him to read one of those aloud, but she didn't answer. At last, she was asleep. 88. "I can actually understand it," I said, downing the rest of my scotch, pacing beside the living room couch. Cordova confined himself to a claustrophobic compound in the wilderness. He never left. He was king of a 300-acre kingdom. He surrounded himself with people who idolized him, those hangers-on, allies, people who doubtlessly reminded him every day he was a god. He comes to buy into it, this so-called power. He cavorts in the woods in the middle of the night with locals who worship the devil. It's only logical that eventually the entire family, including Ashley, comes to believe in it, and that belief destroys them. "What if it is real?" asked Nora quietly from the couch. Hopper was at the other end, pensively smoking a cigarette. "You mean the powers Cordova harnessed on the property?" "Yes. In the 43 years I've been alive, I've never seen a ghost. Never had a cold chill pass through me. Never seen a miracle. Every time my mind wanted to jump to some mystical conclusion, I've always found that inclination was simply born of fear, and there was a rational explanation behind it." "For someone who investigates, you're blind," Nora said. I didn't know what had gotten into her. From the moment we'd left Marlowe's apartment and come back here, ordering Chinese takeout and hashing it out, she'd been utterly convinced that everything Marlowe had told us, including this curse of the devil, was categorically true, and any suggestion otherwise, including simple skepticism, infuriated her. "It all makes sense, don't you see?" Her face was turning red. "Ashley came to the city to track down this spider. We don't know why, but she knew it was finally happening, this transformation. She knew the devil was coming for her at last. Ashley believed it was happening, but it was only in her head. Then how do you explain that maid at the Waldorf seeing evil's footprint in her eye? How Ashley magically made Morgan DeVold break her out of Briarwood? Peter at Clavier House said the way she moved was otherworldly. Even Hopper's story about her with the rattlesnake fits in with this. And what about the couple who lived at the Peak before Cordova arrived?"
Countless British aristocrats are eccentric. They marry their cousins. They're inbred.
"How do you explain what happened to Olivia?"
She had a stroke. People have them every day.
She sighed. How much evidence do you need before you wonder if it just might be real?
There will never be hard evidence that people get sold to the devil.
You don't know that.
This is New York. If people found out worshiping the devil actually worked, every ambitious Type A would be practicing it in their studio apartments.
She glared at me. You're an idiot.
All of a sudden I'm an idiot?
Not all of a sudden. You've been one for a while.
Because I don't buy into the power of some ceremony performed by a couple of country bumpkins? Because I ask questions? Need proof?
You think you know everything, but you don't. Life and people are right in front of you, and you act superior and make jokes, but it's just a cover for the fact that you're scared. If you were a child in first grade and a teacher gave you a crayon and asked you to draw yourself, you'd draw yourself this big.
She indicated a millimeter with her thumb and forefinger. And you at 19, you know everything. Back in St. Cloud near Kissimmee, you figured it all out. Maybe I should shack up with Mo and old Grubby Bill and that parakeet, which, by the way, doesn't have magical powers unless you call shitting all day magic.
You wouldn't know magic if it kicked you in the ass.
The answer's simple, Hopper said. I turned to him. What?
We have to break into the peak.
He announced it calmly, inhaling his cigarette.
What you guys are arguing, it's irrelevant. We don't know where people's belief ends and what's real begins. Is there even a difference? But we do know 3 things.
What? Asked Nora.
1, Ash was tracking down this spider, and that makes at least some of what Hughes told us sound right. Ash wouldn't let that guy off the hook, not if he was responsible for the devil's curse. So, if one thing Hughes said is right, logically, the other stuff should at least be considered. 2, if Cordova was involved in that black magic, whether it's real or not, Ash got sucked into it because of him, and that makes me want to kill him. 3, if any of this is true, people will want to know about it. That doesn't make any difference to me. I care about Ash and nothing else. She sent me that monkey because I think she wanted me to find out the truth about her family. It was her way of confiding in me, the way she knew about Orlando.
Of course he was right. In some ways I'd known from the beginning where this was all heading, back to the peak.
We'll find a way to break in, Hopper went on. And whatever evidence we find, whatever truth we uncover about the Cordovas, however fucked up or however innocent, afterward, all 3 of us will decide together what to do with the knowledge. We'll take a vote, and that'll be it.
He eyed me with obvious mistrust as he said this, exhaling cigarette smoke in a fast stream. But first we find the spider, I said. 89. The following day, we planned to be at Hugo Villard's antique shop, The Broken Door, when it opened at 4 p.m. But in the mayhem of the past week, I'd forgotten one crucial detail. Santa Barbara. I had custody of Sam for the long weekend. Cynthia called me early, telling me that Sam's new nanny, a woman named Stacy Dillon, was going to pick up Sam from school at 3:15 and bring her straight to my apartment. Cynthia had given the woman a set of my keys, so this wasn't a problem. I figured she could let herself in and wait with Sam until we returned from the antique shop. But the entire morning passed, then the early afternoon, and there was no word from this new nanny. I called her every half hour, wondering how in the hell my ex-wife decided to trust a woman who ended her name in I. She might as well have hired someone named Ibiza or Tequila. She'd had an emergency. Her 17-year-old son had been in a car accident on the Bruckner Expressway. He was okay, but she was coming from a Bronx hospital and running about an hour late. The earliest she could be at my apartment was 5. I assured her it was no problem for me to pick Sam up from school. This meant, however, I'd have to bring Sam with me to the Broken Door. An unpleasant prospect.
Call Cynthia, said Nora. She might have a backup nanny.
I can't do that. She's about to get on a plane. What about some 1-800 emergency nanny service? Asked Hopper, sitting on the couch's armrest. I can't send a stranger to pick up Sam. Hopper and I can go to the shop, said Nora. And I sit this one out? She nodded. It wasn't a mystery where that suggestion was coming from. She was still stonewalling me after last night's heated discussion about what was real and what wasn't.
"Just take her with us," said Hopper. "If it's sketchy, leave."
I said nothing, thinking it over. We were close to something. I could feel it. If I left such a critical confrontation in the hands of Hopper and Nora, the lead could be blown entirely. Velarde could be tipped off, and he'd slip right through our fingers. But to put Sam in any kind of danger was inconceivable.
"Better decide soon," said Hopper. "We need to go."
90. There was no obvious storefront and no sign, only a closed garage door with peeling red paint. Dead vines clung to the brick facade in long coils, like coarse strands of hair left on tiles after a shower. The upper floors were derelict, the windows broken or boarded up. The building had once been quite elegant, probably. Detailed pilaster Corinthian columns flanked the garage. There was a row of yellow and blue stained glass windows along the ground floor. But now it was all encrusted with dirt and washed out, as if the building had been buried for years and excavated only days ago. I stepped up to one of the doors, checking to see if there were apartment buzzers, and was amazed to see the name right there, Villard, written neatly by hand in black pen beside a buzzer for the second floor.
"He must live above the shop,"
Hopper said quietly, staring up at the building. The second floor was the only one with windows that weren't blown out. They were tall and narrow, the glass filthy, though in one I could see long yellow curtains hanging there, and a terracotta pot with a small green plant. "Scott!" Sam was yanking my hand. "Scott!" "Yes, sweetheart." "Who's that man?" She was pointing at Hopper. "I told you, honey, that's Hopper." She squinted up at me. "He's your friend?" "Yes." She considered this seriously, scrunching her mouth to the side. She then frowned at Nora, who'd moved toward the other door, trying the handle. "It's locked," Nora whispered, shading her eyes as she looked in the window. Sam was wearing her Spence uniform, white blouse, green and blue plaid jumper, though Cynthia had naturally added her merchant ivory touches, black coat with puffed sleeves, velvet barrette in her ringlets, black patent leather shoes. From the moment we'd picked Sam up, she'd been shy and watchful, toward Hopper in particular. She was also extremely squirmy, shuffling her feet, bouncing on my arm, putting her head way, way back to ask me something, all of which signaled she was coming down off some serious sugar and needed a snack. "It's dark inside," said Nora, still peering in the window. "What time is it?" I asked. Hopper checked his phone. 10 after 4. Let's give it 15 minutes. We left heading west down the block to Lexington Avenue and into the East Harlem Cafe. I bought Sam a granola bar, again explaining that we were on a field trip, and afterward we'd go to Serendipity 3 for hot fudge sundaes. She barely paid attention, and only pretended to nibble the granola bar, transfixed, instead, by Hopper. I didn't know what this intense fascination meant until he was standing in line to order another coffee. "Do you want to watch me jump from there to right there?" Sam asked him, pointing at the floor. Harper glanced at me, uncertain.
Sure."
Sam readied herself, feet together at the edge of one of the orange floor tiles. And then, making sure Hopper was watching attentively, she jumped the length of the cafe, stopping at the display of coffee mugs.
"That was awesome,"
Hopper said. "Do you want to watch me jump there to there and through there?"
"Absolutely."
She took a deep breath, holding it, as if she were about to plunge underwater, and then she toad-hopped square to square in the other direction. She stopped and looked back at him.
"Amazing,"
Hopper said. Sam swiped her curls from her eyes and took off, hopping again.
"If worst came to worst, I could wait with her outside."
It was a bustling street with trees and sun, a constant stream of cars. Even if the spider was a maniacal presence, there was nothing he could do now, not in the light of day. 10 minutes later, we headed back to the broken door. Nothing appeared to have changed. The garage door was still closed, the windows dark. Hopper tried the narrow wooden door, turning the handle, and this time it opened. I stepped behind him. It was a dim warehouse filled with antiques, so densely heaped, chairs on top of tables on top of wagon wheels, that the way into the store wasn't obvious. The door didn't even open all the way, and the entrance was crowded with a bird bath encrusted with bird shit, a rusty sundial, banged-up steamer trunks, and piled on top of those, an Eisenhower-era radio, faded brass lamps with yellow shades, stacks of old newspapers. Hopper and Nora crept through the narrow opening, disappearing inside. I bent down, scooping up Sam in my arms. "No," Sam protested. "I'm too big." "It's just for a minute, sweetheart." I put my finger to my lips and widened my eyes, going for the hard sell that this was an incredible game, and we stepped inside. Overhead, fluorescent lights sizzled with blued, greasy light. Hopper and Nora were far ahead, quickly making their way single file down what looked to be the only discernible pathway in, a constricted gorge through piles of junk. The place was cavernous, an entire block deep, though the light gave up on reaching the outer reaches of the store, letting it wallow in dirty shadow. There were tables and wardrobes, a cracked suitcase labeled asbestos fire suit, Sherlock Holmes pipes, a carafe with a coiled, preserved cobra inside it, a red bottle reading Champion Embalming Fluid. Comic books rose in piles all around us like red rock formations in Arizona. I held my breath due to the overwhelming stench, something between mothballs and an old man's halitosis. I had to proceed carefully because the store looked rigged, as if it was hoping you accidentally elbowed something so the whole place came crashing down, and you were charged a couple $100,000 for the damage. As Sam and I went deeper inside, squeezing past a sewing machine, an antique train set, a wooden Quaker chair with what looked to be a mummified dog resting stiffly against the seat, we reached a section packed with barbaric-looking old medical equipment. I moved Sam to my other side so she wouldn't see it. Toddler-sized hospital cots with grayed mattresses, blemished basins that had probably held leeches, rubber tourniquets and crusty yellow vials, pumps and syringes, a wooden case featuring silver tongs, large and small. Dented tin lockers stood stiffly along the back wall. Hundreds of brown medicine bottles, every one with a white label, too far away to read, were clustered on the stainless steel table, which had worn-out leather restraints dangling off the sides, to restrain someone during their lobotomy. I glanced apprehensively at Sam. Thankfully, she was staring clear in the opposite direction, at Hopper. He was wandering toward the back, where there appeared to be a long wooden table, piled with papers and an antique cash register. "Hello," he called out loudly. "Anybody here?" Nora, wading through the store far on the other side, looked captivated. I wasn't surprised. The place was right up her alley, especially the vintage clothing hanging along the walls like scarecrows, old 40s dirt-brown dresses, fluffy pink strapless gowns worn to some 1950s prom. She stopped beside a hat tree, carefully plucked a purple felt hat off, a crispy black feather glued to the side, lifted her chin, and put it on, then set about climbing through the junk to get to the speckled mirror propped against a black wagon wheel. "Hello!" Hopper shouted. Frowning, he picked up what looked to be a real bayonet, the end rusty and pointed. "I don't want to be carried anymore." Sam was kicking like a colt. "You have to. This place is enchanted." She stared. "What's enchanted?" "This place." I stepped around an African drum. It looked to be made out of human skin, cured and dried, heading after Hopper. Suddenly, I accidentally kicked the leg of a wooden table and it collapsed at the center. It was piled with tarnished skeleton keys, chrome car hood ornaments, a dirty crystal chandelier, and it all started to spill off, a loud cascade of crystal drops, chains, hundreds of metal keys clattering stridently onto the floor. Clutching Sam, who mashed her face against my shoulder, I managed to catch the chandelier with one hand and right the table legs with my knee. Hopper snapped his fingers. He pointed at the back wall, where there was a cruddy skylight and a narrow door with frosted glass. A human shadow had just moved directly behind it, though as if sensing we'd spotted it, it froze. It looked like a man, elongated head, broad shoulders. "Anybody there?" Hopper called out again. After a slight hesitation, the door opened, and a man poked his head out. It was too dark to see his face, but he had a full head of orange-blonde hair.
"I'm sorry. I didn't hear anyone come in."
The voice was husky, yet delicate, oddly so. With a sharp intake of breath, the man stepped inside, closing the door behind him. And yet facing us, he remained exactly where he was, his arm tucked behind him, his hand probably on the doorknob, as if considering escaping back through there in a matter of seconds. It had to be him, the spider. He was a massive presence, at least 6'6", with a hulking muscular build. He wore all black, the only interruption in his black attire a priest's white clerical collar.
"How may I help you?"
His voice came out in a rush, followed by silence, almost as if the words accumulated in his mouth like pebbles in a drain, then suddenly burst out, giving him this strange, jarring cadence.
"Are you looking for something in particular?"
"Yes," said Hopper, stepping slowly toward him. "Hugo Villard."
The man went absolutely still.
"I see."
He said nothing else, didn't move a muscle for at least half a minute. Yet I could see, even from where I was standing a fair distance behind Hopper and Nora, his shoulders rising and falling. He was afraid.
"Don't bother making a run for it," Hopper said, stepping toward him. "We know who you are. We just want to talk."
The man lowered his head in submission, his hair, an unnatural bronze color, catching the light.
"You're police, I take it?"
he asked. None of us responded. I was surprised by the assumption. I was, after all, holding a child in my arms. Yet perhaps he hadn't noticed me. He was staring at the floor.
I actually knew you'd come," he whispered. "Eventually. So you found it all up there, is that it? At long last, it's all coming out."
He whispered this with evident fear, again in that low, eerily female voice.
"How many were there?"
he asked. "How many what?" I demanded, stepping toward him. He raised his head, noticing me for the first time. He then turned to stare pointedly at Nora and then Hopper, slowly gathering that he'd misjudged the situation. We were not police, and though he did nothing specific, I was somehow aware that as this dawned on him, his shoulders relaxed, his head rose an inch, as if he no longer was deflating himself or tucking himself away. When he finally looked back at me, a chill of unease shivered through me. I was certain he was an even blacker form, hovering there by the door, as if extreme confidence were slowly returning to him, and it made him swell slightly, come more darkly into being. What was it Marlowe Hughes had said? You see, that priest, he was still there, hanging on, silently waiting at the perimeter, an oily shadow always around. Though the man's face remained immobile, his eyes, what I could see of them, flicked curiously around Sam. I needed to get Samantha away from him. Now. 91. I moved with her back down the narrow pathway toward the front of the shop. I needed a safe enough distance, but close enough where I could keep an eye on her. About 10 yards away, I found a large plum-colored velvet armchair, the seat worn white. Beside it was a table with a stack of magazines and a yellow plastic horse, Nothing of any danger. "No," Sam whined as I placed her in the chair. "I don't want to." "Honey, I need you to wait right here." "It's enchanted." She stared up at me, her face distraught and crumpled. She was on the verge of tears. "Not anymore, honey. It's fun." She shook her head and clamped her arms around my leg, burying her face against my knee. I picked up the horse.
"Great Scott! Do you know who this is?"
Keeping her forehead glued to my thigh, she craned her face back an inch to eye the toy sideways.
"It's Hi-Ho Silver. Incredible! He's 1,000 years old, and if you're nice to him, he'll tell you his secrets. Now, I'll be right over there. Do not touch anything. I'll be right back. And then you and I are going to have huge ice cream sundaes. Okay?"
There must have been something intriguing about the horse. He looked to date back to the 40s, his saddle and reins painted on, because she took him, sullenly turning him over in her tiny hands. Unfortunately, they'd all been listening to this interaction, Nora and Hopper apprehensively, Hugo Villard with what I took to be a faint smile on his face. But as I moved toward him, he immediately lowered his head, as if he didn't like anyone staring directly at him. I stepped between him and Sam so he wouldn't have a view of her. Just a few more minutes, and then I'll get her the hell out of here.
"Let's start with Ashley Cordova," Hopper said. "How do you know her?"
He didn't answer.
"Why was she looking for you?" pressed Hopper.
"Looking for me?"
the man repeated.
"You mean hunting me?"
"Why?"
He took a few cautious steps away from the door, reaching down to grab a metal stool hidden beneath the table. He dragged it slowly toward him across the concrete floor. It made a loud, grating, rasping sound, which he seemed to enjoy. Then he slipped around it and perched on the very edge, facing us. He hooked the heel of his shoe, a black cowboy boot with elaborate white stitching, on the top rung. He sat there like that, staring at us like a muscular old swan, once majestic, now barely alive, so unnervingly graceful for such a towering presence. He was in a bit more light now, and I could see his face was deeply wrinkled. Though on the right side, from his eye down into his neck, the skin was blistered and scarred. Marlo Hughes must have been telling the truth, because that scarring had to be from the night she told us about, when Ashley had allegedly burned the spider alive. "What were you doing on the 30th floor of the Waldorf Towers?" I asked. He looked surprised.
I was meeting somebody," he said.
"Who?" demanded Hopper.
"My deformed unreal." He smiled. That's what he called himself. We met on the internet.
"Who was paying who?" Hopper demanded rudely.
Villard inclined his head in acceptance.
I was paying him.
"What happened?" I asked.
I followed his very specific directions. I obtained the room, put it under my real name. I stripped down to nothing but a bathrobe. And when I heard the knock 3 times, I opened the door. I expected a beautiful boy to be standing there.
He paused, swallowing.
Certainly not that thing.
"You mean Ashley?" I asked.
His eyes met mine. He seemed to find the simple mention of her name repellent.
"She set you up," I said.
He nodded.
I've never been so horrified. I shoved her aside, ran screaming down the hall into the elevator, shaking, convulsing from the shock. I ran through the lobby out onto the street wearing nothing but a bathrobe. No keys, no wallet. I'd left thousands of dollars in the room, but I had to get out of there. My life depended on it.
From his breathy, saccharine voice, you'd have thought he was a nervous 15-year-old girl sitting there, not a hulking man in his late 60s. I couldn't get used to this disconnect between his lilting voice and his physical self. In fact, the more he talked, the more unnerving it became. Something else about the man was off. For one thing, I hadn't expected him to pull up a chair, sitting down to chat, without any evident discomfort or resistance. Marlo Hughes, I understood her desire to talk, an isolated and neglected fallen star, so eager to bathe in the attention of a captive audience. But this gnarled human bird? Why tell us the truth so easily? There had to be something he wanted from us. Uneasy, I looked back at Sam. She'd put the horse down on the table and was closely inspecting him. "Where did you see Ashley again?" I asked, turning back. "Oubliette?" Villard was visibly astonished by the mention of the club. He shifted on the stool, hunching his shoulders and back before going still.
My, you have done your homework. That's right.
"How did she know you'd be there?" Hopper asked him.
I assume she found my member's card in my wallet, which I'd left back in the Waldorf hotel room when I'd fled. On the back there's a private number to call in order to arrange for your captivity. I found out later that Ashley had called and made arrangements to come as my guest.
He paused, heavily breathing in and out, a sensuous, nauseating sound.
I was with my defeater in my cell when she stepped out of the dark, as if from the stone walls themselves. I screamed. I ran away, alerted security. They went right after her, chasing her down along the beach by the cliffs, a whole fleet of guards. But they came back empty-handed. They said her footprints simply cut out, as if she'd flown away like a bird, or she'd walked right into the waves and drowned.
He lowered his head, gazing at his lap.
The following day, there was no sign of her, but I knew it was just a matter of time. She was coming.
"And did she?" I asked.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
"Where?"
Right here.
He held out his arm, indicating his own shop.
I was doing inventory in the back, when suddenly I was aware that all light had retreated from the store, as if the sun had fled, cowering behind a cloud. Alarmed, I glanced up, and she was right there.
He pointed toward the front of the store, where light from the street streamed in through the stained glass windows and the cracked door.
She hadn't seen me yet, so I crouched down, crawled across the floor on my hands and knees, trying to be as silent as I could. I reached the back corner and hid inside there.
He turned to his right, gesturing toward a huge double-door wooden wardrobe in the far corner.
I heard every step she took, coming closer and closer toward my hiding place, as if she was the devil coming. There was a long stretch of silence. I heard her reach for the handle on the door. Very slowly it creaked open, and I knew that was it, that I'd come face to face with my own death.
He fell silent and shivered, hunching his shoulders. Trying to ignore the repulsion flooding through me, I turned again, checking on Sam. Thankfully, she and the horse were now the best of friends. She was explaining something of great importance to him, whispering in his ear. "Why'd she come after you?" asked Hopper suddenly. Villard said nothing, only guiltily lowered his head.
"You worked with the townspeople from Crowthorpe Falls?"
asked Nora gently, taking a step toward Villard. "You helped them access the Peak property?"
"I did,"
Villard said, smiling wanly, grateful for her kindness. "How did it work exactly?" I asked. "You made a deal with them?"
"I did,"
he whispered meekly. "With who?" He shook his head.
"I never knew. There were so many of them. I just moved to Crow. I met Stanislas for the first time quite by accident at the general store. His wife had sent him into town to buy her gardening gloves. He asked me what I thought of the selection. Which of these gloves are fit for a fairy queen? It was the first thing he said to me. We had an instant attraction. When men desire each other, they crash together like wrecking balls, quenching their need right then and there, as if the world were about to end. We began to meet around town, and within the month he invited me to his estate. He gave me my own suite in the top tower, mahogany with red damask curtains, the most beautiful room I'd ever seen. Several weeks later, I was back in town, having lunch at a diner, when a bearded man in overalls slid into the seat right across from me, a toothpick in his mouth. He asked if I had any interest in a mutually beneficial arrangement. I didn't have any money at the time. I felt that if I built up some goodwill with the locals, it would help me setting up my ministry.
But you're not technically a priest, I muttered.
I attended 2 years of seminary, but yes, I dropped out.
Yet you wear the outfit. Isn't that sacrilegious? He only smiled weakly, slowly rubbing his palms together.
Why'd you drop out? Asked Nora.
I didn't have what it takes to make it in the Catholic Church.
Funny. I've noticed scum flourishes with surprising ease through the top diocese, I said. Villard didn't answer, and I turned to check on Sam. She was dancing the plastic horse along the surface of the table. So what was this mutually beneficial arrangement? Hopper asked.
I'd help them get onto the property,
said Villard.
It was simple. All I had to do was cut open a bit of the wire military fencing on the southern perimeter of the property, which would allow access to the peak by canoe via a narrow rivulet which emptied into one of the lakes on the property. I was also asked to open up the tunnels.
The tunnels? I asked.
A labyrinth of underground passageways exists beneath the entire peak property. They've been there since the mansion's construction, so servants could move easily throughout the grounds, avoiding bad weather. Stanislas didn't know they existed when he purchased the estate. The British couple who lived at the peak before Stanislas had sealed them off, and the realtor had no clue of their existence. I was asked by this bearded stranger to unseal them. It was fairly easy to do. Took me no more than a few nights' work. They were crudely barricaded with random bits of wood and nails, snippets of poetry and odd verse, scribbled backward on the brick, almost as if the person who'd done the job had been totally insane. The other thing I was asked to do was open the front gate. Every Wednesday night at midnight, I'd walk down the tunnel that led to the property's gatehouse, about 2 miles, and unlock the gate. Then I'd simply go back to bed. The tunnels are vast, laid out like a spider's web. There is a central point where one can see the many different tunnels diverging to other secret parts of the property. I didn't know what they all were. I always stuck to the tunnel leading to the gatehouse. It was the only one I dared go down. And that was it. Certainly what I did to Cordova was a betrayal. But honestly, I really didn't see the harm. The property was immense. Why not let these poor locals, who had nothing, use the grounds for their pagan rituals if it made them happy?
Did you participate in the rituals? Asked Hopper. Villard seemed insulted.
Of course not.
But Cordova did, I suggested bluntly. Villard closed his eyes for a moment, as if in pain.
The night he discovered the tunnels, he caught a lone woman running through them on her way to the site they used. Stanislas followed her, the idea being he'd confront them all. Instead, he somehow became involved.
He smiled feebly.
For every man there exists Bait he cannot resist swallowing.
What did these rituals entail? I asked.
I don't know. Stanislas refused to tell me.
What exactly was the nature of your friendship with Stanislas? The question made him shy.
We had a bond.
According to you, muttered Hopper. It's funny how one-sided those can be. Villard bristled.
I didn't do anything to Cordova. He was the vampire. He made you feel like he loved you, like you were the dearest person in the world to him, all the while he was sucking you dry, leeching your life out of you. You'd spend an hour with him. Afterward, you were a carcass. You lost all sense of yourself, all dimension, as if there were no difference between you and the chair you were sitting in. He'd be more alive, of course, invigorated for a week, writing, filming, insatiable, so wildly alive. Art, language, food, men, women. They had to be constantly fed to him, as if he were a ravenous beast that could barely be contained within human walls. There was no end to his appetites.
He blurted all of this heatedly, and was about to go on but caught himself, abruptly falling silent. How long did you live with Cordova at the Peak? I asked.
Not long. Our friendship became strained after the death of his first wife, Ginevra. She was so jealous of our bond. I thought it best to leave. I traveled abroad. But when you flee someone, no matter how far you roam, that person will follow you as doggedly as the stars. In fact, their grip on you grows even stronger. I was gone for 15 years. When I returned to Crow, I went to the Peak and asked Stanislas if I might stay with him again. I hoped we could turn over a new leaf, go back to how things had been before the death of his first wife. But he had a new one now, Astrid, and a beautiful child, Ashley. Also a new film he was hacking out of nothingness into wild being. There were a great many people living there, writers, artists, scientists. Yet after a month he pulled me aside and said I should think about my future, where I was finally going to set up the church I'd always dreamed of. Surely it would be far away from him. Time to let the vines take over, he was fond of saying, which meant there was no use keeping parts of the house manicured and well lit. Not when he had no intention of ever entering those rooms again. He lived his life like that. He was the sprawling mansion of grown-over chambers, trees winding through the broken ceiling, plants twisting up through the floors. I understood what he meant. He'd done it so many times before me. He was dismissing me, giving me my orders to dissolve, fade to black. Stanislas was always moving on, always warring, always loving, galloping toward the next mysterious stranger, the next island, the next sea. And what he left behind was always ruins. But he never turned around to see it. He never looked back. I was deeply wounded. He was at once the kindest and the most barbaric man. He shifted between these traits arbitrarily when it suited him. With Cordova, you felt as if you were following a beautiful twinkling light, luring you into the woods. As soon as you lost all sense of direction, were unable to find a way back, it turned on you viciously, exposed your nakedness, blinded you, burned you. I couldn't move on. I hadn't moved on from Stanislas in 15 years. I don't know why the fuck he thought I would then.
He snarled this, spitting, unable to control himself, but then just as quickly silenced himself. He took a breath to regain his composure. I could only stare. Marlowe Hughes had called him oily. Such a strange description. But he was an insidious trickle of oil, oozing out of a loosened pipe, dripping silently, relentlessly to the floor. The stain it made barely visible at first, but over time, immense, repugnant. And yet for all his pathetic self-pity, I sensed a very real and very deep gash of pain inside him, which had never healed.
Shortly after his dismissal of me, he went on, I slipped into his little girl's room in the middle of the night. It was so absurdly easy. Ironic, really, that he'd done nothing to protect his most cherished creation. Cordova, of all people. Cordova, who always warned us we should be afraid of our own shadow, that there was nothing scarier in the world.
He smiled.
She wasn't afraid when I shook her awake. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked if I'd had a bad dream. Quite the understatement. I told her something terrible had happened. I needed her help. I said her father had been kidnapped by trolls, and we had to travel deep, deep down into the darkest wood to rescue him. I pulled her roughly out of bed, telling her that she had to be silent, or they'd come for her mother and her brother and they'd kill them. She didn't say a word. I took her straight to the basement and down the steps, right down into the tunnels. I didn't even bother to put her little shoes on or give her a coat. But Ashley wasn't afraid. Oh, no. She was Cordova's daughter, after all. 5 years old, and she was so certain, so devoid of all fear. I can still remember the sound of her bare feet, how soft and clean they were, padding along the filthy ground next to mine, how my flashlight touched the hem of her white nightgown, scalding it as we followed that passage. It was like a black vein that twisted on and on in front of us. When we reached the central area, she told me she hurt her foot. It was bleeding. I think she'd stepped on a nail, but I pulled her on and down the narrow tunnel that would lead us to the clearing and the crossroads. I'd never been there before. I'd never dared go.
He shook his head, clasping his hands, interlacing his fingers as if in prayer. I turned to check on Sam. She'd placed the horse atop the stack of magazines and was quietly chatting with him and stroking his mane. Just a few minutes longer.
At last,
Villard whispered almost inaudibly.
Just when I started to imagine we descended not into the woods, but to the very core of the earth, we reached the end. There was only a dirt wall with a metal ladder. I climbed up first and unfastened the hatch. It opened up into a dense section of woods, and far to my right, beyond what appeared to be a bridge over a rushing river, I could see them, a crowd, and a bonfire, orange light like a strobe on their pitch-black robes, and yet the sound they were making, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was like animals, but no animal I could identify, like a goat, a pig, and a man all in one beast. I was petrified. I couldn't go farther. I reached down and grabbed that little girl roughly by the arm, hauling her up the ladder. She cried out from the pain. I shoved her out of the hole, and I told her now was her only chance to save her father from burning in hell. I pointed toward the fire, and I said her daddy was right there, at the end of that bridge. All she had to do was run to him, run as fast as her little feet could carry her, and she'd save him. She listened with such wisdom in her eyes, gray eyes, that were really his eyes. It was as if she knew what I was doing, as if she understood completely.
He paused to catch his breath.
I couldn't watch her do it. I didn't dare. I descended the ladder, pulled the hatch into place, locking it so she wouldn't be able to get back in. Then I sprinted back through the tunnel. I hadn't gone 2 minutes when I heard the most gutting, screaming. I recognized the voice. It was his, my love's. Cordova. It sounded as if he were being mauled, as if his beloved dogs were ripping him apart, tearing off his arms and legs. It was his love destroying him. I didn't stop. I ran back through the tunnel to the house, all the way upstairs to my room. I hid under the covers all night, my heart pounding in horror over what I'd done. I was waiting for him to come for me. I knew he wouldn't hesitate to kill me for retribution, and yet I was wrong. Dawn came. It was sunny. The sky was blue, the clouds like candy, as if nothing had happened at all, as if it had all been a dream.
He took another beleaguered breath, moved his other foot to the top rung of the stool, tucking his arms into his lap, hunching over, as if he were trying to collapse himself.
The transformation that started taking place.
His voice cut out in apparent incredulity.
Before I never believed, you see. Of course not. Yet I couldn't help it now. There could be no other explanation. Stanislas was devastated. Yet he had no idea about my role in the whole thing. Ashley, for some reason, did not tell him. And yet, if I found myself in the same room with her, I'd catch that little girl watching me. I knew she was thinking about that night and what I'd done to her. But Stanislas, entirely ignorant, was desperate for me to stay on. He needed me because he wanted to cling to God now. God, the boring relative everyone ignores. No one calls, no one writes, until they need a serious favor.
He smiled.
I made myself indispensable. For the next 10 years I lived with the family. I gave my life to him. I educated Stanislas on Catholic theology. I helped him study and pray for his own soul, but especially Ashley's, which was slowly, inveterately turning dark. I suggested an exorcist, but then it wasn't possession, was it? No, it was a promise, a deal. After researching legendary pacts made with the devil throughout history, I came across a potential solution. If Stanislas found another child to take Ashley's end of the bargain, an even exchange, one pure soul for another, Ashley might go free. And I'd read that if one were to try such a thing, a simple transfer of debt, one needed not harm the other child in the process. One needed only an article of clothing or object that had belonged exclusively to this new child. I told Cordova about the idea quite arbitrarily, not thinking he'd actually try such a thing. Cordova, for all his flaws, loved children. But he began to leave the peak in the middle of the night. He had his chauffeur drive him to different schools in the area, where he'd wander the playgrounds and the athletic fields and the hallways looking for some child's small lost belonging. When he returned to the house, with his loot of little shirts and little shoes, plastic soldiers and teddy bears, he'd stick them in a bag and take them down to the crossroads. And there he tried to exchange her, night after night, week after week. I was the only one who knew. But it wouldn't work. Nothing did.
I was too stunned to speak. It was, of course, exactly what the anonymous caller John had described to me years ago. It had been real, after all. I had not been set up. The man had been telling me the truth. I felt dizzying exhilaration at the realization that I had not been deceived. There's something he does to the children, John had claimed. And it was true. The reason Cordova had visited those schools in the middle of the night was that he was hoping to use them, exchange them, save Ashley's soul by condemning theirs.
It was because he could find no equal to Ashley. Villard continued. The devil had been promised a child of such perfection, such intelligence, depth, and beauty. It was proving impossible to find a replacement, like finding a stand-in for an archangel. But Stanislas wouldn't give up. He'd try and fail, and try yet again. He'd do whatever it took to save her, no matter what amount of guilt and horror was left on his hands. He knew he was already beyond salvation, but she wasn't. Villard swallowed, lowering his head, his breath shallow. A few months after I made the suggestion for a swap, I woke up in the middle of the night to the most unbearable pain. My bed was on fire. I was on fire. So were the clerical clothes in my closet, the curtains in my room. They were ablaze, writhing as if alive. I screamed, bumbling around. I tried to get out of the bathroom to water, but Ashley was blocking the doorway. Her left hand was on fire, and yet it wasn't hurting her. A wild look in her eyes. Triumph. It was the last thing I remembered. When I regained consciousness, I was in a hospital and learned I'd been dropped off anonymously at an emergency room in Albany. I didn't know who had driven me or how, but I had third-degree burns on 80% of my body. I received blood transfusions, skin grafts, and months later, when I was at last allowed to leave, I knew I'd never go back. That thing she was turning into wanted me dead. She owned me, after all. I couldn't save them anymore, but I could save myself. I disappeared. And so it remained for 8 years until a few weeks ago, when she found me.
So everything Marlowe told us was true. Villard was the burn victim in Astrid's car, and Ashley was sent to 6 Silver Lakes for what she'd done. When we arrived, why did you think we were the police? Nora asked. Villard glanced at her.
I thought you'd found evidence up on the property.
Evidence of what?
I asked. What Cordova did, trying to save her. When the clothing and the toys didn't work, I thought, no, I panicked, that he'd grown so desperate he'd moved on to using the children themselves. I think they might be up there somewhere, buried, unless they were all burned, incinerated in the mill ovens to nothing.
He closed his eyes in anguish.
I will show you fear in a handful of dust, he whispered.
The implication of what he was saying rendered me mute. The entire shop and everything in it seemed to freeze from the revulsion of it, darkening, sinking deeper into shadow, holding its breath. I was stunned by his mention of a single word, burned. It triggered a memory of something I had in my old notes, what Nelson Garcia, Cordova's next-door neighbor in Crowthorpe Falls, had told me years ago. Now they set fire to all their garbage, he told me. You can smell it when it's hot at night, burning. And sometimes when the wind's blowing southeast, I can even see the smoke.
What did she do to you? Asked Hopper suddenly.
Villard glanced up at him uneasy.
When she opened up that closet and found you cowering in the corner, what did she do? You're still alive, aren't you? You're still wearing that sacrilegious getup. What did Ashley do that you were so fucking afraid of?
Villard only lowered his head.
You can't even say it, can you?
Villard opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he gasped, a bizarre gagging sound that prompted disgust to flood through me. He was, without doubt, one of the most wretched beings I'd ever laid eyes on.
She pulled me to my feet, he whispered. And she...
She what? Shouted Hopper.
She...
Villard was crying.
There's really nothing more terrifying.
What?
She told me she forgave me.
The words were so fragile and unexpected, no one spoke. Villard remained frozen on the stool, his shoulders hunched as if waiting for divine retribution, for God or even the devil to strike him from the world. I was about to break the silence, but abruptly the man jerked his head up and stared right at me. It was such a penetrating look, it stunned me. His eyes were completely dry. For seconds, all I could think was that I'd misjudged his despair and self-loathing, because his aged, carved-up face was unmistakably thrilled now, excited, his eyes pricked with light. It was too quiet. There was no whispering, nothing behind me. I whipped around. The chair where Sam had been sitting was empty. "Samantha!" I lurched down the narrow passageway, knocking over stacks of magazines, a wooden walking stick clattering to the ground. I wheeled around, my heart pounding, staring into the hat racks and bankers' lamps, rocking chairs and vintage radios, and none of it was Sam. "Samantha!" I shouted. Suddenly there was a rustling noise. To my relief, Sam poked her head out of the junk. She had been hiding under a dining room table, laden with animal taxidermy, elk heads with antlers, bobcats and lizards, monkey skulls. She was clutching the plastic horse tightly against her chest. "Samantha, get over here, now!" She blinked in alarm and obediently started toward me. But then there was a loud scraping sound. A wooden Art Deco floor lamp with a wide crystal shade standing beside her. It was shuddering, tipping forward, drunken and alive. "Sam, don't move!" I scrambled over a steamer trunk, comic books, a bird's skeleton under a glass dome smashing to the floor, but I knew I was too late. Sam pitched forward, falling, and the lamp crashed right beside her, the shade exploding over her onto the floor, seconds before her piercing screams. I climbed over a rolling stretcher, pushed aside globes and dolls to get to her. My Sam, my dearest Sam, barely aware of the chaos behind me, shouts and echoing footsteps of someone racing out of the shop. 92. The neon lights of the hospital washed out Cynthia's face, made it pale and soft as she stared back at me as if she were underwater. "The doctor said she'll have bruising and black eyes for 6 weeks, she said. Some swelling under her chin. "What about the stitches?" "4 on her hand where they removed some glass. But it will heal." I numbly stared down the hall to Sam's curtained cubicle, fighting the lump in my throat. Bruce was in there with her. Though he'd pulled the curtains, I could still see Sam through a crack between them. She was snug in bed, under a mound of blue blankets, her face puffy and red, a square white piece of gauze taped to her chin. The hospital emergency room attending physician stood beside her, talking to Bruce. The doctor was more comfortable speaking to him. I didn't blame her. When I'd come running in here, shouting for help, Sam crying in my arms, the nurses had doubtlessly thought the worst, that I had hurt her. And I had. Even when I was reassured that she'd be all right, I was still racked with a terrible understanding that I was responsible, bringing Sam into that hideous shop. Even more gutting was my growing certainty that Villard had somehow orchestrated it. I didn't know how, and I didn't understand it, but I sensed that he'd sat down and willingly talked to us, only in order to put us under the black spell of his story, and all the while he was working on a way to hurt Samantha. I wondered if he'd done it as a means to distract us, make his escape, because in the chaos of her fall, Villard had sprinted clear out of the shop. Hopper instantly took off after him, but when he reached 3rd Avenue, the man was gone. The emergency room staff sensed from my agitation I hadn't told them the whole story, and thus were understandably relieved when Cynthia and Bruce arrived. I'd called Cynthia from the cab, and their private plane, minutes from taking off at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey,
headed back to the terminal. She showed up within an hour and a half, and I'd been gently ushered by a nurse into the hallway. Or was I wrong? Had it been a simple accident? It was possible I'd been sucked so deeply into Villard's story, the horror of what he'd done to Ashley, that I was no longer thinking clearly. "She was playing," I said to Cynthia. "She tripped on the electrical cord." "It doesn't matter." She said it in a monotone. I stared at her, bewildered, but there was nothing to see. Her face was so drained of feeling it was startling to behold, as if a room I'd lived in all my life was suddenly without furniture, barren. Piece by tiny piece it had been dismantled, carted away. Such a gradual progression into emptiness, I hadn't noticed it until now. She shook her head, her bloodshot eyes electric green. "The doctor said you ran in here shouting about someone hurting her? A priest? Have you lost your mind?" I didn't have a response. "We're finished with visitation." "I understand." "No, I'm going to the judge, so it's official. You're not going to see her anymore. Ever." "Cynthia." "Stay away!" She shouted it angrily, causing a nurse who'd just walked past to turn and frown at me. Cynthia smoothed down the front of her blouse and started back toward the curtains, but then she turned back. "Almost forgot." She fumbled in the pocket of her blazer. "The nurse found this in Sam's coat pocket." She held out a small figurine. I took it. It was a black wood carving of a serpent. I realized after a dazed moment that I'd seen it before. It was the same figurine that had belonged to the deaf child back at 83 Henry Street. He'd dropped it down the stairwell. I'd found it, given it back. And now Sam had it. "This is a toy that you consider fit for your 5-year-old daughter? I can't wait to show this one to the judge." The sounds in the hospital, the intercoms, the clicks and phones ringing, the squeaks of a gurney wheel, footsteps on the floor. They all grew deafeningly loud in my ears. Then, almost as quickly, silent. Again I could feel the sucking back of that black tidal wave rising over me. It was still rising, growing stronger. Bruce had pulled the curtain aside, and I could see Sam staring up at a doctor, her tiny bandaged hand lying atop the blankets like a lost mitten. I turned and suddenly sprinted down the hall. "Come back here!" Cynthia yelled after me. "I want to keep that!" I raced past an old man lying on a gurney, blinking at the ceiling, a doctor in a white coat. I pushed open the doors to the waiting room. Hopper and Nora, sitting on the seats under the TV, glanced up at me. "Scott?" shouted Nora. I didn't stop, racing through the revolving doors, emptying me back into the night. 93. I reached Enchantment's 5 minutes after closing time. The door was locked, but a handful of customers were still browsing inside. I pounded loudly on the glass. A woman stepped out from behind the register. "We're closed." "I need to see Cleopatra. It's an emergency." She shook her head and stepped to the door, unlocking it. "Dude, I'm sorry, but—" I barged right past her, racing by the few remaining customers to the counter in the back. "Is she here?" A punky blonde kid on the stool only stared in confused alarm. I dashed past him, yanking aside the black velvet curtain. "Hey, you can't go in there!" I stepped inside, finding Cleo seated at the round table, conferring with a young couple. "This is an emergency. I need your help." "He barged right in," said the blonde kid, hurrying in behind me. Cleo looked unruffled by the intrusion. "It's all right," she said. "We're pretty much finished." The couple scrambled to their feet, grabbing the plastic bag of herbs off the table, and nervously filed past, giving me a wide berth. Stepping after the blonde kid through the velvet curtains, leaving me alone with Cleo. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out the figurine.
It felt strangely heavy in my hand, heavier than before. My daughter had this in her pocket. What the hell is it? Cleo rose, stepping toward me. She was wearing a white embroidered peasant blouse, jeans, her red Doc Martens. Her hands and wrists laden with the same silver bracelets and rings as before. She scrutinized the serpent without getting too close to it, and then turned, stepping to the cluttered shelves in the back, returning with a pair of latex gloves. She snapped them on, carefully took the figurine, as if it were a dangerous explosive, and took it over to the table. You just found this? Yes. I pulled up a metal folding chair sitting across from her. But I've seen it once before. Another child I encountered recently had it. She turned it over in her hands, shaking it, listening to the interior. I could see now in the strong red light overhead. The wood was intricately carved, every scale, fin, and tooth polished and pointed. The beast's leering expression looked lecherous, lips curled back, tongue protruding. Could it be used to mark a person? I asked. Give them some type of, devil's marking? Have you heard of something called Huella del Mal, evil's footprint? Cleo didn't seem to hear me, setting the serpent down at the center of the table. Bending forward with great concentration, she grabbed it by the tail, which coiled up and over the body, sliding the figurine in a slow counterclockwise circle. She did this 3 times, the only sound in the room the figurine's jarring rasping on the wood. Suddenly she whipped her hand away as if she'd been scalded, the snake falling onto its side. What? I asked quickly. She looked disconcerted. You didn't see that? No, what? With a deep breath, Cleo reached out again, grabbing the tail. Watch the shadow, she whispered. I was so flooded with adrenaline I could hardly bring myself to focus on the deliberate movement. And then I saw what she meant. The shadow, resolutely black on the table, did not naturally follow the object. Instead, it froze as if snagged on something invisible, quivering with tension, the shadow's tongue elongating, pulling far out behind the figurine, before swiftly snapping back into place and moving normally. Amazed, I blinked, leaning in, certain my eyes were playing tricks on me. But within seconds, it happened again. And again. She reversed the direction, moving the figurine clockwise, and the shadow behaved ordinarily. How's it possible? I asked. I don't know. She set down the figurine. I told you I'm not proficient in black magic. I've never seen anything like this. But you've read something about it in your extensive witch education. She looked at me. I can't help you. You need to visit a real practitioner of black magic. I don't know a real practitioner of black magic. I only know you. So you're getting to the bottom of this, even if it means we sit here for 2 weeks figuring it out. I leapt to my feet, the folding chair falling backward with a crack as I raced to the back of the room. The counters were disordered, burnt candles and ashtrays, scraps of paper scribbled with recipes for spells, battered notebooks, plastic sachets of powders marked yes and no, jars of black ashes. The shelves were crammed to the ceiling with musty texts. Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, 777, and other Kabbalistic writings of Aleister Crowley. Cleo was suddenly beside me. Calm down. The Evil Eye, Book of Tobit, The Essential Nostradamus. I yanked down Encyclopedia of Popular 19th Century Spells from the top shelf. Black paperbacks showering the floor, a red pentagram on the cover. You'll make it worse, Cleo said. Potent black magic around an unstable mine is like enriched uranium near a fuse. I opened the encyclopedia, scanning the contents page. There might be another option, Cleo said, but it's a long shot. I looked at her. What the hell are you waiting for? She looked grudgingly at her watch, sighed, and moved to the back corner, where there was a small sink, stacks of notebooks, and a bulletin board propped on the counter laden with papers. She lifted the pages, looking for something, riffling through hand-drawn maps of Witch Country, Pennsylvania, a pamphlet from the Crystal Science League, the timeline of John the Conqueror, photographs of Enchantment's employees, the Magical Practitioner's Code of Ethics. She inspected a small scrap tacked underneath a postcard of a demonic-looking man and took it down, grabbing the cordless phone off the counter. I stepped beside her. It was a faded classified ad circled in red pen and torn from a newspaper. It read simply, "For the grimmest situation only," followed by a phone number, the area code 504. "That's your expert? Are you kidding?" "I said it was a long shot," Cleo snapped, dialing the number. I took the paper. On the reverse side, there was a half-torn headline that read, "Flooding Suspends," and above that, "The La Fourche Gazette, November 8, 1983. "No answer," Cleo said. "Try again." Sighing, she pressed redial. After another 3 tries, she shook her head. "I'm sorry. I don't even know what the number is. The paper's been here forever. No one knows where it came from. Come back tomorrow and we'll try." I grabbed the phone, pressed redial, pacing, my heart pounding with every unanswered ring. It can't end like this, not with my daughter vulnerable to some dark hell I'd unwittingly unleashed on her. As I silently repeated this, I realized with a wave of sickened understanding that Cordova must have chanted the very same thing when he'd learned Ashley had run over the Devil's Bridge. This truth I'd been chasing. Slowly it was becoming my own. Suddenly the ringing stopped. There was a click on the line. I thought for a moment it had gone dead, but then I heard faint wheezing. "Hello!" The connection was full of static. "Anyone there?"
"Who's calling?"
The voice was a prehistoric gasp. If it was a man, woman, or creature, I had no idea. Cleo, frowning, grabbed the phone. "Hello." She cleared her throat, her eyes widening in surprise. "Yes, this is Cleopatra at Enchantments in New York City. I hope it's not too late to be calling. We have the grimmest situation." She fell silent, seemingly being reprimanded, but then she smiled at me, relieved, and hurried back to the table. "I understand. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If you want to check the stove, I'll wait." Cleo paused, taking a deep breath, staring at the black figurine. After a minute, in a bland, clinical voice, she succinctly explained the situation. "And the inverse shadow is totally misbehaving," she added. She fell silent, listening, her face grave. After 10 minutes or so, she put a hand over the receiver. "Go to the bookshelf," she whispered. "See if you can find a book called Symbols of Black Alchemy, Animal and Mineral. Should be on the top shelf." She listened for a moment, frowning. "Green cover." I raced to the back. It took me just a minute to find it, a thick hardback, by C.T. Jaybird Fellows. I yanked it down, carrying it back to the table. "We need to identify the animal before she can help," Cleo whispered. I flipped open the book, scanning the musty pages, the drawings of animals discolored, the type old-fashioned and faded. Dragon, heart, liver, deer. "I understand." Cleo squinted at the figurine. "Fins, a tail, with a small suction on the end, like something between a snake and a fish. Pig, goat, tiger, worm." "Look up Leviathan," Cleo whispered heatedly. "Owl, pillar, pine tree, Leviathan." The colored picture on the page for Leviathan was nearly identical to the figurine. It had the same leering face, the distended tongue. "That's what it is," announced Cleo happily into the phone, sliding the book toward herself, gazing down at the entry. "Out loud?" She cleared her throat. "The Leviathan is a primordial sea serpent, and one of the dukes of hell," she read. "Dante designated the creature the incarnation of total evil. St. Thomas Aquinas described him as one of the 7 deadly sins, envy.
the monstrous craving for that which you don't have. In the Middle East, he represents chaos. In Satanism, he's a demon of the inferno, which can be harnessed by the witch or warlock and discharged into the natural world for destructive means. She paused, listening. Let me ask him. She eyed me. How many children did you see with this? 2. Did they have anything linking them? Did they go to the same school, have the same hobby? Were they distantly related by blood? Anything like that? I couldn't answer. My mind was spinning, because I'd suddenly recalled Morgan DeVault's house when his daughter, wearing that cherry-covered nightgown, had tiptoed after me down the drive. She had been holding something in her fist, something small and black. It was this figurine. No, I said. There were 3. 3 children. What did they have in common? I rubbed my eyes, trying to calm down, to think. They were between 4 and 6 years old. They had contact with a certain woman, the one who laid down the killing curse on our shoes, Ashley. I'd said this really only considering DeVault's daughter and the deaf child at Henry Street. But then the conclusion of my own words hit me. That meant Sam had encountered Ashley. But that was impossible. Cynthia never allowed Sam to talk to strangers. Yet she'd found me at the reservoir. It wasn't so vast a leap, then, that she'd found my child. How did they act? Cleo asked. Any strange behaviors? Whispering, twitches or tics? Trance-like countenances? Any talk of death or violence? I couldn't answer her. The horror of what I'd unknowingly done made me feel as if the room were caving in on me. I brought the Cordovas right to Sam. It's a tapeworm that's eaten its own tail. There's no end to it. All it will do is wrap around your heart and squeeze all the blood out. Hello? Cleo prompted. Why in hell didn't I turn away when I had the chance? Excuse me, but we have a real live black witch on the line, Cleo hissed, clamping her hand over the receiver. We interrupted her while she was gutting a milk snake for an intranquility spell, and she sounds like she's 3 breaths from going tits up. If I were you, I'd focus. How did the children behave? I didn't see my daughter with it. My ex-wife found it in her coat pocket, but she seemed normal. What about the others? One child was deaf. He was upset when he dropped it. He nearly had a tantrum, but calmed down when I returned it to him. Irrepressible imprinting. Cleo whispered hastily into the phone, then glanced at me. The 3rd? DeVault's daughter. I wasn't around her, I said. You saw nothing out of the ordinary? I thought back to that night, the dark yard strewn with forgotten toys, shivering trees, the dog barking in the distance, baby screaming. Her favorite doll was found decomposing in a kiddie pool, I blurted. Cleo was startled. A baby doll? It had been missing for a few weeks. They'd looked for it everywhere. And? Her father fished it out, gave it back to his daughter, even though the thing looked demonic, eyes missing, clumps of hair falling out. Cleo waved me on impatiently. What happened when he gave it back? She was very upset. She cried. But later she chased me down the driveway, cradling the doll, and attempted to give me the figurine. Definitive evidence of doll magic, Cleo blurted excitedly into the receiver, relaying what I just explained. She listened for a minute. All right, I'll try it. She stood up, hurried to the back of the room, scribbling something on a yellow slip of paper. I'll tell him. Thank you. She hung up. Without a word, her face somber with concentration, she crouched down, rummaging through the cabinets, pulling out books, candles, and balled-up newspaper. She returned carrying a pair of electrician's pliers, a red bowl, a black-and-white reversing candle, the same kind she'd given us during our last visit, and some tweezers. She meticulously laid out the items on the table, like a doctor preparing a makeshift surgery. We're dealing with doll magic, she announced flatly, lighting the candle. What's that? Puppets, voodoo dolls stuck with pins. It's a doll connected by magic to a person to control their behavior. They're pretty common. This Leviathan was bound by sympathetic magic to each child, which explains why the boy didn't want to let go of it, and we're about to find out why.
She sat down stiffly, closed her eyes, whispering something. She picked up the figurine and placed the head between the pliers. With one hand covering the serpent's body, she squeezed the handle hard. It didn't budge. Cleo's face began to turn bright red, the bracelets and pendants clanging louder on her arms the harder she squeezed. Her face wincing as if in pain, gnashing her teeth. Suddenly there was a loud, sucking pop. Something flew past my face, hitting the wall, and fell to the floor with a sharp crack. Right beside my feet, there was now a small black rock wrapped in copper wire. "Don't touch it!" Cleo shouted. A strong smell of sulfur filled the air. The figurine was not solid wood as I'd thought, but a thin shell. Using the tweezers, Cleo was cautiously emptying the contents, a gold-brown liquid, bits of dark hair and mud, into the bowl. The sight of it, knowing this had been intended for Sam, made a wave of nausea rise in my throat. I'd been so arrogant, believing Ashley had been a viable way to get to Cordova, to avenge myself, get my life back, when I hadn't realized that I had my own fragile corridor. Sam. He'd reversed my own plan back onto me. It was as if the man had had access to my head. Now there would be no end to it. "Is my daughter cursed?" I asked. Cleo blew out the candle. "What do we do?" I pressed. "Tell me." "Nothing," she answered flatly. "Nothing?" "This figurine contains a protection spell. It's not malignant. Quite the opposite." She smiled at my bewildered face, standing and moving to the back, returning with one of the volumes of Hoodoo, Conjuration, Witchcraft, Rootwork. She sat down, flipping through the index. "Compelling oil," she read after paging to the entry. "Commanding oil, calamus, a piece of obsidian rock, which is volcanic glass wrapped in copper wire. That's what flew onto the floor." She glanced at me sternly. "It's a molten wall of protection." She grabbed the bowl, swirling the contents. "The Leviathan was used to ward off any evil that tried to advance upon the child. The spell inside protected the carrier. Any child given this toy will play exclusively with it for the heyday of the spell, about 101 days. Any other deeply loved toy would have to be confiscated and hidden, so as not to compromise the potency. To submerge it out of sight in a body of water is ideal. That was the first hint this was domination through doll magic. This person, Ashley, must have stolen the doll, hiding it in the pool so as not to compromise the effect of the figurine on the child. But when the doll was returned to the little girl, she reclaimed her beloved toy and could no longer play with the Leviathan. The protection was broken. She frowned. "There's one slightly weird detail that the witch mentioned." "What's that?" "In magic, you fight like with like. So using the form of the Leviathan, the symbol of envy, thou shalt not covet, Ashley seemed to believe these 3 children would be envied and coveted. Any idea why?" I could only stare at her, incredulous. The exchange. A simple transfer of debt. Ashley knew her father, Cordova, and her brother Theo would come looking for her after she escaped from Briarwood. Encountering the children in her path, as she tracked down the spider, she must have been concerned Cordova might try to use them, one soul for another, in a final attempt to save her life. This led to the rift between Ashley and her family, Marlowe had said, because when it was finally explained to her, Ashley wanted to accept her fate. But Cordova was always searching for a way out. He did until the very end. "My daughter," I managed to ask, my voice hoarse. "She'll probably be fine." "Probably?"
You're not sure?
Cleo stared at me. A tornado knocks a house down, killing the owner, and it's a tragedy. Then you learn a serial killer lived there, and the same act becomes a miracle. The truth about what happens to us in this world keeps changing. Always. It never stops. Sometimes not even after death. She stood up, grabbing the yellow scrap of paper she'd scribbled on, handing it to me. This is where you send payment to the witch. Any amount you think is fair. She prefers cash. It was a P.O. box in LaRose, Louisiana.
What do I owe you? I asked.
She shook her head. Just go home. I gazed down at the beheaded Leviathan, capsized on the table. It actually looked as if it had faded to a slightly lighter shade of black, as if it had started to wilt like a flower, clipped from its life-sustaining branch. Though perhaps it was just my imagination. I'd walked into this room with a belief that I could distinguish between what was factual and what was an invention of the mind. Now I wasn't sure I knew the difference. I stood up, the chair shrilly scraping the floor.
Thank you, I said to Cleo.
She nodded, and I stepped back through the black curtain, leaving her staring after me. All of the customers were gone, the lights switched off, so the scarred wooden floors were doused in orange light, spilling in from the street. 2 workers waited behind the register, speaking in low, worried voices, though they fell silent as I walked past them and unlocked the door. "Where are you guys from?" the woman asked me. She was plump, with a round, friendly face. She'd been behind the desk the night before, when her husband had checked us in. "Saratoga," I answered. "Not too bad a drive. You guys are up here to go paddling?" She must have noticed my car had a canoe strapped to the roof. "It's going to be cold the next few days, so be sure to dress in layers." "About that extra key," I asked. "Right, you're in room 19. She unhooked the keychain, handing it to me. "Need any maps or directions?" "No thanks," I said, grabbing the shopping bag at my feet. "Our restaurant serves supper till 11. Everything's home-cooked. We got a mean apple pie. You should check it out." "Thanks for the recommendation." I exited through the glass door. As it dinged closed behind me, I turned back and saw the woman's friendliness had been erased from her face, and she was inspecting me carefully over her bifocals. I waved and took off down the covered walkway. Last night, after sizing up every roadside motel along New York Route 3, between the Adirondack towns of Fine and Moody, I chose Evening View Motel and Restaurant because of its anonymity. It was in Childwald, 40 miles north of Crowthorpe Falls, and sat sulking right off the side of the road, 20 dreary rooms, each rationed 1 cruddy window and a brown door. The motel had a popular eatery, the parking lot crowded with cars, license plates from Michigan to Vermont. Across the street was a busy RV campground. Green Meadows, the Northwood's friendliest compound, read the wood sign. So I'd guessed Evening View saw enough traffic for the proprietors not to pay close attention to any particular guest. I was way off on that one. The woman had stared at me as if she knew within a matter of days she'd be picking me out of a police lineup. I made my way along the walkway, scanning the parking lot. It had cleared out after lunch, leaving only a handful of cars. Nothing suspicious, no one watching. A bald man exited a white sedan, stretching and yawning as he made his way toward the motel office. I stopped outside number 19, second to last on the end, and knocked once. Hopper opened it. I slipped inside. "How'd you make out?" He locked the door behind me. "Fine. I had to go all the way to Tupper Lake." I handed him the shopping bag, and he pulled out the new camera battery. This morning he discovered his wouldn't charge, so I'd gone out for a replacement. "She only has 1 extra room key. Who wants it?" "Give it to Nora." I walked over to the far double bed where Nora was sitting, eating a protein bar, and handed it to her. She smiled wanly, her eyes lingering a moment too long on my face. I knew what she was thinking. what we were all thinking. What if this plan we'd methodically prepared over the past 12 days was a mistake? We had weighed the possibilities. There was no other option. If I called Sharon Falcone and told her that I suspected occult crimes had been taking place at the Peak, she'd tell me what I already knew. Police would need hard evidence for a warrant, evidence I did not have. The one thing I did have was knowledge of a covert way to access the property. The Spider had claimed he'd cut open the fence for the townspeople along a narrow stream. Marlowe had mentioned it originated from Lowe's Lake. Inspecting detailed maps of the area, I could find no such river. It was only after finding an Adirondack geological map that dated back to 1953 that we uncovered where it just might be. A frail, nameless rivulet that twisted off the lake's north shore, meandering through dense forest, right onto the Peak grounds. If we managed to locate this stream and covertly enter that way after nightfall, we could see what was at the Peak once and for all, if there was evidence not just of occult practices, but what the Spider had suggested, actual child killings. We'd gather what proof we could, exit the way we'd come before dawn, then get it into the hands of authorities. The plan was a blind risk, not to mention illegal, immoral, crossing the line of even the slackest ethics of investigative reporting, totally outrageous. It could very well get one of us arrested or injured. For me, it could mean a new low of professional disgrace. I could only imagine the headlines. Back for more. Fallen journalist caught breaking into Cordova estate. Judge orders comprehensive psychiatric evaluation. I'd explained all of this to Nora and Hopper, emphasizing that it was my decision, one that was personal, not professional, and they'd be better off remaining behind. But Hopper was as resolute as I was. He said grimly, "I'm in," as if it were something he'd resolved long ago. Nora was also adamant. "I'm coming," she announced. And so it was decided. Over the course of the past week, however, as we'd memorized the plan, assembled supplies, even as we'd driven the 7 hours to the Adirondacks, a bleak landscape of gray sky, roads smothered with trees, the reality of what we were doing seemed to swell exponentially in magnitude. It was a mountain we'd started climbing, which grew beneath us into a rambling, skyscraping ridge, pushing us back, the summit snow-capped, lost in clouds. Every word Nora chirped in her sing-song voice, "Mind if we stop at that gas station? I'll have the French toast with maple syrup," sounded doomed, made me regret that I'd even allowed her to come along. I was concerned that as much as we'd uncovered about Ashley and her father, I still didn't have the complete picture. Cleo had warned me of this. The truth about what happens to us in this world keeps changing. It never stops. It was possible the Peak, and Cordova himself, was like that locked hexagonal Chinese box of Beckman's I'd tried to pry open years ago, something that should forever remain sealed, its contents hidden from the light of day for good reason. Though Cleo had assured me the spell inside the Leviathan was not malevolent, there was little solace in this. Even if Ashley had meant to protect Sam, even if Hopper had loved Ashley, she was still a shifting cipher, her movements that night at the Central Park Reservoir impossible to fathom. The mystery of how Sam came to have the figurine in her coat pocket, the idea that Ashley had once approached her, shook me awake in the middle of the night, filled me with anxiety, made all the more acute by the knowledge that it was my fault. I'd put her in harm's way. I couldn't help but wonder if it had shown me my true nature, a raw view as infinite and irrefutable as two facing mirrors, the selfish, blind man I was and always would be. My countless phone calls to Cynthia to check on Sam went ignored. And then there was the question of the spider and the broken door. I went back to the antique shop after leaving Enchantments the same day of Samantha's fall. I found the store locked, windows black. Nora and Hopper returned with me the next day, and 2 days after that, every day after. We monitored the building from the shadows of the stoop across the street, waiting for a light in an upstairs window, a curtain gently pulled aside. Yet the building remained inscrutable and silent. The spider had obviously come back, packed a suitcase, and vanished into the night, perhaps forever. It wasn't hard to imagine. His past had caught up to him after all, first with Ashley, then the three of us. Yet the broken door's red, crumbling facade, the mystery of his absence, and even more chilling, what exactly had happened to Sam in his shop. All left questions that ate away at me, exhausting me like a fever that wouldn't break. I wasn't even confident I was thinking lucidly. Sam was a line that had been crossed, staying so nimbly out of sight, letting us view only the twisted shadows he made on the wall. Cordova still existed primarily in my mind, the most powerful place for an enemy to hide. His very films told you that. The suspected but unseen threat, fueled by the imagination, was punishing and all-powerful. It'd devastate before you even left your room, your bed, before you even opened your eyes and took a breath. That Leviathan figurine with its quivering shadow sliding along the table with a mind of its own. It was proof of a hidden world beyond the one I'd taken for granted all my life. The reality that science and logic assured me was ever constant and changing only within a fixed set of laws. That misbehaving shadow was the edge of the unknown. The world's certainty and truth had revealed a fault line. It was a minute tear in the wallpaper, which could be ignored, chalked up to my mind playing tricks on me. Or it could be torn back, farther and farther, into an ever larger and grotesque piece, eventually tearing off completely, exposing what type of wall? And if that wall were knocked down, what lay beyond it? The only way to handle these uncertainties was to shove them aside and concentrate on a concrete plan. Hopper had finished lacing up his boots. He stood up, zipping his jacket. Nora was in front of the mirror, applying, for mysterious reasons, red lipstick fit for a Parisian jazz club. Smacking her lips, she crouched down, pulling up her army fatigues and thermo underwear, to rearrange the hunting knife strapped to her ankle, which I'd bought her yesterday at a Walmart in Saratoga Springs. The least I could do was make sure she could defend herself.
Okay, troops. Let's go over this one last time.
I unzipped the backpack, removed the map. Our carefully hatched plan. It was the rope for us to hold on to. And yet I couldn't help but wonder if, fumbling along that cord into the dark, we'd find out that the end was tied to nothing. We drove to Lowe's Lake the long way, keeping away from the center of Crowthorpe Falls. It was a tangle of meandering side roads, every one deserted. We were in a rental, a black Jeep, but there was no way of knowing who in Crowthorpe was involved in what took place on the Peak property, and I didn't want to risk drawing any attention. We'd monitored Perry Street, not to mention every car behind us during the drive upstate, and we didn't appear to be followed. I'd forgotten in the 5 years since I'd been here how impenetrable the wilderness was, how suffocating. Evergreens, maples, and beech trees swarmed the hills, massive branches reaching out over the road as if to smother us, soaking up what little daylight there was. Log cabins, groceries, out-of-business video stores stood forlornly in one crumbling lot after the next. "It's the next left," said Nora. Within a few yards I saw the sign, Weller's Landing. I slowed, made the left into the parking lot. There were 2 other cars, a blue pickup and a station wagon, probably other paddlers already out on the lake. I inched into a distant spot in the farthest corner, half hidden by a large hemlock, and cut the engine. "We're clear," said Hopper, looking out the back windshield. "Any last-minute concerns?" I asked. I looked at Hopper in the rearview mirror. His pointed stare back at me told me everything. Nothing would stop him now. "Bernstein?" I asked. Nora was yanking a black knit cap onto her head, tucking in the loose strands of hair.
Oh, shoot. Can't believe I almost forgot. She reached into her vest pocket, pulling out 2 small plastic packets. She opened one, removing a thin gold necklace. Beckoning me to lean forward, she unclasped the chain and fastened it around my neck. This is St. Benedict. It was a crude piece of jewelry, the pendant emblazoned with a gaunt, robed Jesus type. He's the napalm of Catholic saints, Nora said, reaching back to put hoppers around his neck. You drop Benedict into a situation, you don't need anything else. He'll protect us from what's up there.
Thanks, said Hopper. You have one too? I asked her.
Of course.
Then let's move.
We unloaded the car rapidly to minimize risk of a witness noticing us. But also I knew that to hesitate now in any way would only let serious doubt flood in, like water in a rowboat full of holes. Hopper carried the paddles to the load-in area. I unhitched the Souris River canoe from the roof. Nora grabbed the life jackets, the backpacks. I hid the car key under a rock by the hemlock, in case we became separated, and one of us made it back before the others. Hopper and I picked up the canoe, and with a final look back at the Jeep, we took off across the parking lot. We lowered the canoe into the water, and Hopper stepped in, heading to the bow, shoving his backpack behind the seat. Nora clambered in after him, binoculars swinging from her neck. I grabbed my paddle, threw in my backpack, was just about to climb in, when I noticed my cell phone vibrating in my jacket. I thought of ignoring it, but then realized it could be Cynthia. I pulled off my glove, unzipped the pocket. It was a blocked number.
Hello? McGrath.
I recognized the voice. It was Sharon Falcone.
Shit, this connection's crap. Sounds like you're halfway around the world. Let me call you back.
No, I blurted, flooded with an ominous feeling that something was wrong.
What's the matter? Nothing. Just want to get back to you on that tip you gave us.
Tip?
The child services. The landlord and her deaf nephew back at 83 Henry Street.
I'd forgotten that I'd called Sharon about them.
Sure you gave me the right address, 83 Henry?
That's right.
They checked it out. There's no certificate of occupancy for the building.
What?
There was no one living there. No tenants in...
Abruptly, her voice cut out. Loud metallic echoing filled the line.
Hello? Illegal. A couple times last week. Sharon, knee-deep in major...
Her voice cut out into wild static.
Hello? Thing was okay. McGrath, you still there? Yes. Hello?
A clanging screeched across the line, and it went dead. I tried calling her back, but it wouldn't connect. I waited another minute in the off chance she'd managed to get through again, but the phone had no service. I zipped it back into my jacket pocket, explaining to Hopper and Nora what she'd just told me.
What do you mean empty? Asked Nora.
There were no tenants.
But that's impossible.
Is it? No, said Hopper. Maybe they were illegal aliens. When we showed up, it was too much attention.
But Ashley's neighbor, interjected Nora. Iona, she wasn't illegal. She had an American accent. And she told us she'd lived there for a year. Why would she take off?
To avoid arrest for prostitution.
Nora was unconvinced.
It doesn't seem right.
They fell silent, waiting for me to weigh in. I recognized the moment for what it was, the chance not to go ahead, to reconsider everything and go back. The sky had faded from white to gray, the surrounding forest hushed and still. I climbed in and grabbed the paddle. We'll look into it when we get back, I said. There wasn't a stream, only a swamp. We'd spent the last hour crossing Lowe's Lake, Hopper and I paddling in silent tandem. Battered by shifting currents and a cold, unrelenting wind, we sailed past deserted islands crowded with pines and a ghost tree growing straight out of the water, its gaunt trunk and scrawny branches raised heavenward like an outcast pleading for his life. Now, having reached the north shore, we were doggedly searching for the hidden rivulet that would take us into the peak. We were trapped in muddy water barbed with grasses and covered with thick green algae, which broke apart in clumps, then, after we'd edged through, resealed, erasing all signs of our passing. The wind had dissipated, strange, as it had been so turbulent minutes ago out on the lake.
Dense trees surrounded us, packed like hordes of stranded prisoners. There wasn't a single bird, not a scuttle through the branches, not a cry, as if everything alive had fled. "This can't be right," said Nora, turning around. I hadn't realized, sitting behind her, how worried she'd become. "Let me see the map." She handed it to me along with the compass. "We should go back," she blurted, staring into the reeds.
"What?" asked Hopper, irritably turning.
"We can't sleep here."
"Who said anything about sleeping here?"
"We're supposed to be following a stream. Where's the stream?"
"We'll give it a little while longer," I said. Within minutes we were stuck on a submerged log. Hopper, without hesitation, clambered out and, standing thigh-deep in the muck, shoved us loose. Climbing back in, his jeans were coated with mud and that strange neon algae, though he didn't seem to notice or care. He stared resolutely ahead as if in a trance, beating the grasses with his oar. I couldn't help but imagine he was thinking about Ashley, because out here, the stark emptiness of the wilderness seemed to naturally summon regrets and fear. Our progress remained slow. The swamp reeked of decay, a smell that seemed to be coming off the algae, which only grew thicker the deeper into this bog we drifted. We had to shove the paddles straight down to wrestle the canoe even an inch past the sludge and yellow reeds rising around us, forming a suffocating corridor. I checked my watch. It was already after 5. It had been nightfall in less than an hour. Our plan had been to be on the peak property by now. Suddenly Nora gasped, clamping a hand over her mouth and pointing at something to her left. A faded piece of red string had been knotted to one of the reeds, the end dangling in the water. I recognized it immediately. Marlowe had claimed Cordova discovered such strings when he'd first moved to the peak. They'd led him to the clearing where the townspeople performed their rituals.
"We're going the right way," said Hopper.
We pushed on, the swamp suddenly deepening, the mud thinning. A frail but discernible current appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The only sounds were the laps of the water, the grasses bending around us, whispering against the sides of the boat.
"I can see the fence," said Hopper.
Sure enough, far ahead, I could make out the dark silhouette of Cordova's military fence cutting across the stream, marking the southern edge of his property. When we were 12 feet away, we extended the paddles to the bank. The fence looked like something surrounding a defunct prison, the chain links rusted, the top looped with razor wire. Where the water passed underneath, the wires had been brutally hacked, exactly as Marlowe had described, the ends gnarled and twisted back, leaving a triangular hole about a foot wide. "See any cameras?" I asked. Nora, looking through the binoculars, shook her head. I unzipped my backpack, removed the fluorescent bulb, and climbed out, heading to the fence. Immediately I spotted 3 wires running horizontally across the distorted chain links. They hung loosely, and on the closest metal fence post, they twisted free of the casings. I tapped the metal end of the bulb against the wires. It remained dim, touching the first 2, but on the third, the one closest to the ground, the bulb glowed orange and blew out. After all these years, it was still a live wire. I stepped closer to the stream, following the cable's path as it hung slackly between the severed links, dangling across the top, continuing on the other side. "There's an electric current in the wire," I said, stepping back to them. "It just blew out the bulb."
"Killer security system," Hopper said. "No pun intended."
"It's not funny," said Nora, looking at me uncertainly.
"There's enough room to pass," I said. "We each lie down, go through one at a time."
The other option was to swim through. Without the boat, it'd be easy to get by unscathed. But for us all to be soaked from the neck down in temperatures about to fall below 20 degrees would be a major handicap, making a systematic search of the property difficult. Passing under the wire inside the canoe was our best bet, so long as we each stayed lower than the boat's rim. The canoe was fiberglass, but there was aluminum detailing along the outer edges. I wasn't an electrician, but it seemed possible it might conduct current if the wire grazed it. "Hopper, I said. "You're first." He shoved his backpack into the center of the canoe, and lying down in the hull, crossed his arms. Pulling away, we took a moment to reposition ourselves, angling the bow toward the mangled opening. It was probably just my eyes adjusting to the fading light, but as we glided forward, I swore the fence's wires seemed to constrict, squirm like plants sensitive to movement. When we were 2 feet away, suddenly we slipped into a strong current and were whipped sideways, crashing against the opening, the wire lowering from the impact.
"It's about to touch," whispered Nora.
"Keep your arms off the metal," I ordered. She raised her paddle as I shoved mine in, forcing the bow through, the chain links scraping the boat. We eased in another few inches, and I realized the wire was lowering again, as if it were a rigged trap. Before I could react, it struck the rim of the canoe. I waited for a white blast of electricity. Nothing. I thrust the paddle into the water, keeping the canoe steady in the undercurrent. I propelled us forward another foot or so. Hopper was on the opposite side, the wire in front of Nora, the chain links rasping. "You're clear," I said. Hopper sat up. Nora slid the oar to him, and she inched forward, curling up into a fetal position in the hull.
"If I get zapped and it's my time to go, I just want to say I love you both, and these times have been the best in my life."
"It's not your time quite yet, Bernstein," I said.
We jostled forward. There was no sound but the water, the screech of the wires as they curved, protesting against the boat. Suddenly we hit something submerged, and the wire dipped, tapping the sides. I swore I heard a faint sizzle of voltage charging around us, though as soon as I did, the wire raised, we slid through, and it was my turn. I lay down in the hull, the water rumbling around me.
"Any last words?"
Hopper asked.
"Try not to kill me."
The canoe lurched, that thin wire striking the sides inches from my nose. It slipped over my head and was gone.
"We're in,"
whispered Hopper. I sat up, checking behind us, surprised to see the fence was already quickly retreating. The current had increased, the water pooling, as if excited by the prospect of delivering us to... what? But that fence wasn't actually a fence. It was a booby trap. Maybe Marlowe hadn't mentioned this secret entrance so innocuously, but to plant a seed in our heads, so we'd try to enter exactly this way. Why? To annihilate us on that wire? Or was it to get us securely inside Cordova's property, trapping us in here? As we paddled on, the night descended around us, like a black tide coming in. Before the forest had been blanketed with an unsettling stillness. Now noises echoed from every direction. Branches snapped, leaves rustled, trees shuddered, as if all the wild animals that hid during the day were rousing now, crawling out of their holes. My eyes gave up trying to discern anything beyond Hopper's silhouette at the bow and Nora's hunched shoulders in front of me. I recalled with a twinge of anxiety the feeling of suffocation Olivia Endicott had described when visiting the peak. I wondered if I was experiencing it, a vague sense of disorientation, detachment, drowning. I assumed it was just adrenaline and nerves, but then I felt, very clearly, a marked heaviness, as if after inhaling all this moist air, it was now suffused inside me, slowing my limbs, suppressing my thoughts. Hopper motioned ahead. Visible at the end of this black tunnel of trees was a shimmering surface. Graves Pond, where Ginevra, Cordova's first wife, had drowned. We reached the mouth in less than a minute, pulling over to the bank, listening. Nora pulled the binoculars away, nodding, and we silently eased the canoe out, veering right, keeping tight to the perimeter under the cover of overhanging branches. Far to our left on the opposite side, a wooden dock became visible. It looked abandoned, a crude wooden ladder hanging over the side and into the water. Steps led onto a stone path that twisted up a steep hill, gradually coming into view. Suddenly, Hopper and Nora jolted upright. And then I saw what was coming, what was slowly rising over the crest of that hill like a dark sun. The Peak. It sat in moonlight, a hulking mansion of such absolute darkness. It made the surrounding night grey. Its grandeur looked straight out of the European countryside, a lost world of horse-drawn carriages and candlelight. Spiked gabled roofs pitched upward, lancing the sky. I could discern an ornate entrance pavilion, a colonnade across the front drive, 3 stories of windows, every one unlit. All of it fortified with shadow, as if shadows were the very mortar that kept it standing. In fact, the house seemed to challenge the laws of the physical world, the inevitable slide of man's grandest constructions into decay and ruin, boasting instead that it would be rising over that hill for centuries to come. A wild, overgrown lawn raced breathlessly up to it from Graves Pond. There was no sign of life, no movement. My feeling was the mansion had been abandoned for some time. We extended the paddles ashore, the canoe beaching in the mud, and the 3 of us climbed out, pulling on our backpacks. Hopper and I carried the canoe up the bank and into the trees, set it down behind a fallen log, covering it with leaves and branches. Nora shoved a stick into the mud to use as a marker, so later we'd know where to find the boat. Then we took a moment to survey one another. Hopper looked invigorated, his face toughened by the dark. Nora looked disconcertingly blank. I squeezed her shoulder for reassurance, but she only fumbled with her jacket zipper, so it was zipped all the way to her chin.
"Remember the emergency plan,"
I whispered.
"Anything happens, we meet back here."
With a nod of mutual agreement, we took off. The plan was to check the house first, see if we could get in, and from there find the clearing into the woods where they performed the rituals. We walked due north, keeping to the perimeter of the pond, and then proceeded single file up a steep knoll through the woods, heading in the general direction of the house. We reached the summit, staying hidden along the tree line, overlooking the eastern wing of the peak.
Up close, the mansion was palatial, yet I could see how weathered the facade was, the limestone streaked and discolored. I could make out elaborate detailing on pediments and corners, black ironwork, and carved stones along the roof. Perched on window ledges and above doorways, what at first glance looked like real birds roosting there were gargoyles in the form of crows. There was a domed glass solarium on the ground floor that led out onto a columned loggia, so soaked in darkness it was as if a black vapor had leaked out of the house and fermented. A stone pathway led away from the terrace steps, winding through tall grass, to an enormous wall of neglected privet at the rear of the house, vanishing somewhere beyond it. I knew from aerial photographs it led into the estate's sprawling gardens, which had featured prominently in Cordova's To Breathe with Kings. A check of Google Earth had revealed that hints of the elaborate landscaping were still there, pebbled pathways and sculpture, though most of it was shrouded under wild greenery. "I'll see if anyone's home,"
Hopper said.
"What?" "No, we're waiting here."
But before I could stop him, he stepped right out onto the lawn, jogging nonchalantly down the hill. Reaching the steps to the terrace, he ducked and slipped right up them, out of sight. My shock over what he'd just done quickly turned to outrage. I should have known he'd be reckless, follow his own private agenda. I had every intention of going after him, dragging him back when I froze. A dog was barking. It sounded close. Nora turned to me, horrified. I held up my hand. We'd considered the possibility of dogs, and had bought clothing with scent elimination, which supposedly masked our smell from animals. The dog barked again, angry and insistent. And then a single faint light appeared in a gabled window along the roof. It was shrouded with a heavy curtain,
but unmistakable. Someone was home.
The dog went silent as a sudden gust of wind whipped through the trees.
There was no sign of Hopper.
Presumably he was hiding somewhere on the terrace, waiting for the chance to make his way back. But then I heard the unmistakable thud of a heavy door heaving open, followed by staccato thumping, and the jingling of a dog collar. I unzipped Nora's backpack, groping through the clothing, finding the pepper spray. I shoved it into her hands, just as a massive hound, barking furiously, came bounding across the mansion's front entrance. It looked like something between a Russian wolfhound and a coyote, its mangy coat splotched gray and white, a long, curled tail. The dog froze and howled another warning bark as it stared down the grassy hill toward Graves Pond, ears pricked. A second dog appeared, this one bigger and all black. It loped around the house exactly in our direction, stopping some 20 yards from the terrace where Hopper was hiding. It growled ominously. Then, nose to the ground, the dog loped up the hill toward us, zigzagging through the grass.
"Get back to the canoe and wait for me there," I whispered.
Nora hesitated.
"Do it."
Petrified, she took off, barking exploding around us as I ran in the other direction, out onto the lawn. I headed straight down the incline, racing past the terrace and along the stone path, making a beeline for the privet. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw what I expected. Both dogs were chasing me now, plowing through the tall grass. I tore along the hedge, finding an opening, and barreled blindly through, careening down a white pebbled path overrun with weeds. The dog sounded close behind me, paws ricocheting across the stones. I appeared to be running through a garden maze, tall walls of privet growing high around me, bird baths scarred with lichen, plants clinging to trellises. I could make out crumbling statuary, a headless girl, a man's naked torso entwined with a snake. Colossal shrubs, probably once topiaries, rose around me, their animal shapes long melted away. I tripped down some steps and raced into a narrow alcove with a dried-up fountain, a wrought iron gate. I stopped, listening. The dogs sounded as if they'd multiplied, coming from every direction. I crept over to the wrought iron gate. Suddenly a dog leapt up on the opposite side, snarling. I lurched away, expecting at any moment its jaws to sink into my arm. But only frustrated yowls exploded behind me. I swung back out, instantly spotted another dog bounding toward me at the opposite end of the corridor. I bent down, finding a hole in the hedge, and scrambled through, running out into an open yard, a large swimming pool at the center covered with a plastic tarp. I sprinted to the farthest corner and bent down, yanking off my gloves, groping at the nylon strings. I could hear the dogs whimpering, searching for the way in. I managed to undo a few knots, pulled back the tarp, and almost gagged when I saw what was inside. It was putrid black water. I yanked off my backpack, plunged my boots in first, and then, gritting my teeth, slipped inside, the icy water seeping into my clothes, swallowing me up to my neck. I pulled my backpack in, doing my best to keep it dry, though there was only about a foot of space between the tarp and water. I removed the camera from the front pocket, yanked the corner of the tarp back into place, and blinking in the sudden darkness, floated away from the opening. Instantly I heard that insidious jingling. The dogs had found me, barking, racing around the perimeter, whining, their paws clicking rhythmically across the flagstones. I fumbled my way along the perimeter as quietly as I could, groping at the broken tiles covered in slime, the coldness starting to eat away at me. I kept my eyes on the ribbon of light cutting between the tarp and the side of the pool, my left foot striking something underneath me. A drowned deer? I had reached the next corner, kicking my way around it, a ripple of water splashing a little too loudly. I froze. I could hear footsteps, heavy set. Someone was coming, striding along a paved path and entering the yard.
"What is it, boys?"
It was a man's low voice. The dogs whimpered as they continued to race around the pool, the man coming closer. Then he stopped. Cordova? Suddenly, the powerful beam of a flashlight danced across the tarp,
sending a spasm of panic through me, the gold circle gliding to the corner where I'd crawled in. I pressed my back against the tiles, trying to remain motionless. I heard faster footsteps, the whisk of the tarp being flung back. The flashlight sliced across the water, illuminating blackened leaves and branches, disembodied shapes, frogs, maybe squirrels, floating deep inside the pool. The beam hovered a few feet from my backpack, slipping closer. I tucked the camera under the tarp on the ledge, took a deep breath, and carefully sank all the way underwater, pulling my backpack in behind me. I fell a few feet, and then opened my eyes, trying to ignore the searing sting, watching the beam of light slip over my head. I waited, my lungs feeling like they were going to explode, trying to remain calm. We'd been fine, the three of us, just a few goddamn minutes ago. How had it all unraveled so quickly? The beam hovered over me for a few more seconds, then, at last, slipped away to inspect another corner. I floated back to the surface, gasping for air. Suddenly a sharp scream pierced the night. It sounded like a woman. Nora? The dogs erupted into vicious barking, their paws thumping, flashlights streaking away. I heard fumbling, then footsteps striding across the stones. Soon there was only silence around me. They were gone. I grabbed the camera, then kicked back toward the opening, but when I reached the corner, I saw the tarp had been pulled back into place. Ignoring my alarm, my mind instantly killing me off, evoking my corpse wafting through here with the other debris, I reached out, my fingers groping underneath the plastic. The strings had been retied. I set the camera on the ledge, pulled my backpack over, fumbling inside the front pocket, found the switchblade, yanked it open with my teeth, and gripping the knife awkwardly in my frozen fingers, began to saw at the ties. I managed to sever a few. I shoved the backpack out first, then blindly heaved myself onto the pool's edge, freezing wind instantly pummeling me. I lifted my head and saw with relief I was alone. I crawled to my feet, dragging my backpack up over my shoulder. I grabbed the camera and staggered across the yard, heading toward the arched opening in the hedge, rancid water squelching from my boots with every step. I hoped Nora was safe and Hopper was with her. I'd meet them back at the canoe, and we'd come up with a new plan. The dogs, and the man with the flashlight, appeared to have gone quite far, because the night was still again. I stepped outside the enclosure, finding myself on another stone path, which had to be the garden's western boundary. To my right, beyond a stretch of overgrown lawn, loomed a forest of dense pines, vast and black, and to my left, sitting high on the hill, beyond tangled greenery, the mansion. It remained in darkness. I took off across the grass and into the cover of the forest, following the tree line southward, back around the hill toward Graves Pond. A dank cold was shuddering through me, but I ignored it, trying to break into a jog. My legs wouldn't respond. I stumbled over branches and tree trunks, cutting east when I could see a clearing to my left, shimmering water through the trunks. Within minutes, I reached the same mouth of the stream by which we'd entered the pond, and lurched across it, thigh-deep in the water and mud, moving as fast as I could up onto the bank. I reached the western side, traipsing along the shoreline, and saw with relief and amazement the small branch Nora had stuck in the mud.
"Nora!"
I whispered, walking straight into the woods. When I found the fallen log, I stopped dead. The branches and dirt had been thrown aside, and the canoe was gone. I looked around the trees, seemingly locking me in an infinite jail. I stepped back to the lake's edge, staring out at the moonlit water. It was deserted. Hopper and Nora must have been caught. Or they took off, leaving me stranded. Or they'd been chased, escaped, planned to make their way back when the coast was clear. Or someone else had found the boat and confiscated it. Someone waiting for me, watching. I listened intently for footsteps, but heard nothing.
I couldn't stay here. And I couldn't use a flashlight for fear someone in the distance would notice it. I took off around the perimeter of the lake, following the general direction the three of us had originally taken. A dog barked. It sounded miles away, but I picked up my pace and headed directly up the hill, feeling the last bit of warmth somewhere in my gut flickering, as if seconds from going out. I stopped, staring far off to my right. There was some type of structure standing beyond the trees, glowing faintly blue in the dark. I took off toward it. It was a gigantic warehouse, a flat roof, no evident windows. I rounded the first corner, finding a set of steel doors. A rusted chain looped through the handles, secured with a padlock. I quickly searched the ground, found a suitable rock, carried it back, and smashed the lock a few times until it twisted off. At this point, I didn't care if the world heard me. I slung the chain to the ground, pulled the door open, and stumbled inside. The moonlight flooding in behind me illuminated a crude beamed wall, a concrete floor, the back of a brown couch farther ahead, a blanket folded neatly over the back, all of it retreating into pitch darkness as the metal door closed behind me with a resounding thud. I slung off my backpack, untied my boots, stripped down to my boxers, and nearly tripping over a raised step, collapsed on the couch. I fumbled for the blanket, pulling it over me, and I huddled there, shivering uncontrollably, willing my mind to thaw. I realized after a dazed moment that all I really wanted to do was sleep, which made me figure I had mild hypothermia. But I shoved that idea away as soon as it came. Sleep will kill you. It's the drug your body gives you before closing up shop. Minutes passed. I didn't know how long, as I couldn't move my arm to check my watch. My thoughts kept slipping out of reach. Tiny, deflating buoys I was trying to grab a hold of to stay afloat. I imagined myself sitting in my bed at Perry Street, staring up at the ceiling. I wondered if we'd gotten into a car accident on the way to Weller's Landing, and this is what it felt like to be unconscious, detached from the world, bobbing between life and death, the earth and the unknown. Maybe I was still in that rancid swimming pool. Maybe I'd never climbed out. But after a while, I realized my eyes had adjusted to the dark. I was staring at an open newspaper sitting on a coffee table in front of me. The Doverville Sentinel. Police probe boy deaths. I blinked. I was sitting in a modest, furnished living room. There was a white shag carpet on a wooden floor, and modern chairs, curtained windows, a brick fireplace. I'd been here before. I'd been inside this room. Hanging on the wall opposite were 3 framed pictures beside a tiny kitchenette. A floor lamp with a cream shade hung over the couch. I reached up and tried the switch. Instantly, pale light illuminated the room. A wicker chair stood beside the front door, a man's herringbone overcoat slung over the back. To my right, atop an end table, there was an Art Deco bronze statue of a woman balancing a crystal ball on her head. Emily, weeping in terror, grabs that statue to use as a weapon before dashing down the hall, hiding in a bedroom closet. This couch I was on. Emily sat right here in the opening scene, reading the newspaper about the latest child murder, as Brad entered, slinging his coat and briefcase on that chair beside the door. I looked up. There was no ceiling, only scaffolding some 40 feet overhead. Lights had been rigged up there, a few pointing down at me. It was a film set. I was in Brad and Emily Jackson's living room from Thumbscrew. An ominous tale of suspicion, paranoia, marriage, and the inscrutability of the human psyche, according to Beckman. Brad, a handsome professor of medieval studies at a small liberal arts college in rural Vermont, is newly married to Emily, a young woman with a lurid imagination. She becomes preoccupied with a string of local unsolved murders of young boys, every one 8 years old, and begins to suspect her husband is the killer. Thumbscrew ends without a definitive conclusion as to whether or not Brad is guilty. I felt he was, though the internet, and almost certainly the blackboards, were rife with arguments for both sides. Beckman devoted an entire chapter to the film in his book, American Mask, Chapter 11, The Briefcase. He wrote that the truth which will set both Emily and the audience free ultimately exists in Brad's beaten-up leather Samsonite briefcase, which Brad fastidiously locks away in a safe, along with his thumbscrews, the medieval torture device, every night when he returns home from teaching at the college. Brad's briefcase dominates the film so entirely, Emily becomes obsessed with it, desperate to steal it, break the locks, see what her husband was stowing inside. It was actually a main character, featured in more shots than Brad himself. Neither Emily nor the audience is ever allowed to see the inside, a narrative device Tarantino used in Pulp Fiction 15 years later. In the film's third act, during the confrontation between Emily and Brad when they fight each other, Emily convinced she must fend off a psychopath, Brad convinced his wife has gone crazy. The briefcase inadvertently slips down onto the floor between the bed and the wall. It remains there unnoticed, tucked inside this tiny Vermont cottage, which, with Emily, an orphan, taken away to a mental hospital, and Brad dead, will remain deserted for an unknown period of time. The final shot of Thumbscrew is the briefcase, a slow tracking shot, pulling out from under the bed, winding down the hall, out the front door, past the police, into the woods, fading to black. I rolled off the couch. Some feeling had returned to my legs, and stepped across the room to the fireplace. I walked over to the bookshelves. Thumbscrew, I remembered, had been made in 1978, and the worn-out paperbacks were from that time. Looking for Mr. Goodbar, Salem's Lot, the Gemini Contenders. So was the geometric, brown and mustard yellow wallpaper, the lacquered furniture, the orange swag lamp hanging by the front door, the orange-tiled kitchenette, an old GE waffle maker on the counter. The place had a frozen-in-time feel, as if life had stopped here mid-conversation. No one seemed to have set foot here in decades. I stepped through the doorway, heading down the narrow corridor. It was dim. I fumbled my way, opening 2 false doors. They opened back into the warehouse, though the one at the end led into another room. It was the Jacksons' master bedroom. I moved to the closet and slid aside the door. Emily's clothing hung along the racks. House dresses, a pair of bell-bottom jeans, pairs of platform sandals, and go-go boots. I stepped to the other end, which had Brad's clothes, wool slacks, tweed jackets. I grabbed a pair of the brown corduroy trousers from the top shelf, and a yellow polyester button-down, and I put them on rapidly, because I didn't want to even attempt to get my mind around the fact that I was donning Brad Jackson's 70s-era clothes, that I was literally rummaging through Thumbscrew. The slacks were a few inches short in the leg, but they fit well enough. So Ray Quinn, Jr., who played Brad Jackson, unlike most Hollywood leading men, wasn't a homunculus. I pulled on a red sweater, far too tight in the sleeves, found a pair of argyle socks in the chest of drawers, an orange portable Philips record player on top, James Brown's The Payback on the turntable. After putting them on, I was about to head back to the living room to regroup, when I stopped in the doorway. I had a sudden vision of Wolfgang Beckman, how he'd shout at me, eyes bulging,
You stumbled by accident into Brad and Emily Jackson's Vermont ranch house, and it didn't occur to you to look under the bed for the briefcase? You're dead to me now."
Indulging this hallucination, I crouched down, squinting under the bed. It was too dark to see anything, so I stood back up, stepped to the bedside table, switched on the lamp, and yanked the bed away from the wall to get a better view. Immediately there was a clattering thump. It was there. I stared at it in disbelief. The infamous Samsonite fawn-colored briefcase. It had been wedged against the wall and the other bedside table in the corner. I was shocked, and yet, what did Emily say in the film? Wherever the briefcase goes, Brad follows. I found myself looking over my shoulder to the empty doorway, half wondering if I was going to see Brad's warped shadow projected on the hallway wall. I grabbed the case by the handle. It was surprisingly heavy, and set it down on the bed. I tried the latches. Locked. I realized then I knew the combination. Emily goes to great lengths to figure it out. It was the date that marked the sacking of Rome, the final blow in the decline of the Roman Empire, marking the onset of the Dark Ages. 410. I spun the numbers into place. The locks popped open. I lifted the lid. It was piled with papers. I went through them, pulling out an issue of Time, dated July 31st, 1978. The test tube baby on the cover. Under that was a stack of student term papers, graded with handwritten comments. "Marcy, you make a very nice argument that the Dark Ages were a natural rotation of history, but you need to go deeper." When I saw what was underneath that, I froze. Neatly folded in the corner was a boy's plaid button-down shirt. I picked it up, feeling a wave of revulsion, as the shriveled, rigid sleeves unfolded in front of me, as if they had a fragile will of their own. The front of the shirt was stiff, covered in deep brown stains. It looked harrowingly real, a real souvenir from a real murder. The fabric itself seemed beaten, as if residue of unimaginable violence had soaked and dried into the fabric. It was a hell of a lot of effort to go through for a prop that never appears in the film. I recalled the ravaged white suits I'd found in Marlowe's closet. I accessed the deepest, most tormented parts of myself, she'd said. Parts I was petrified of opening, because I doubted I'd ever get them closed again. Maybe Cordova's films were real. The terrors on screen, real terrors. The murders, real murders. Was it possible? It would explain Cordova's popularity. Nothing moved people, made them gawk like the truth. It also explained why none of the people who worked with Cordova ever spoke of the experience. Perhaps they were complicit. To disclose what horrors occurred during filming would only incriminate themselves. It was feasible that at the end of shooting, Cordova had something on every one of his actors, something that guaranteed their silence. I recalled a remark of Olivia Endicott's, which at the time had struck me as rather strange. Cordova's interrogation of her when she visited him for a potential role in Thumbscrew. I began to suspect the underlying purpose of the questions wasn't so much to know me or see if I was right for the part, but to learn how isolated a person I was. Who would notice if I ever vanished or changed in some way? Undoubtedly, Cordova looked for people he could manipulate. He had an obsession with capturing what was real. He'd forced his son, Theo, to appear and wait for me here, rather than sending him to the emergency room so they could reattach his severed fingers. I also knew from the blackboards, and Peg Martin, that Cordova used a film crew of illegal immigrants, a complicit squad of men and women who would never speak of what they'd seen. I suddenly felt wild exhilaration over the thought. How easily it fit in with everything I'd learned about the man, following in his daughter's final footsteps.
Cordova obviously took great care in assembling his players, everyone from different backgrounds, some with no acting experience at all. He brought them here to live in his remote world, locking them inside it, allowing them no contact with the outside. Who would willingly agree to such a thing, signing away their life to one man? Hopper had asked Marlowe this, yet did he need to? Millions of people walked through their lives numb, dying to feel something, to feel alive. To be chosen by Cordova for a film was an opportunity for just that, not simply for fame and fortune, but to leave their old selves behind like discarded clothes. What exactly did Cordova make them endure? Everything his characters did? Then his night films were documentaries, live horrors, not fiction. He was even more depraved than I'd realized. A madman. The devil himself. Maybe he hadn't always been, but it was what he'd become living here. But if his films were real, how easy it would be for the man to slip into harming real children in order to save Ashley. I rummaged through the remaining papers in the briefcase. There were only lectures and notes, a typewritten letter from Simon & Schuster dated January 13, 1978. Dear Mr. Jackson, I regret to inform you that your novel, Murder in the Barbican, will not fit within our current list of fiction titles. I remembered Brad had a wall safe he was always unlocking, but it was in his home office, which didn't appear to be attached to this set. There was a door off the bedroom, which in the film opened into a bathroom, but when I opened it, there was only the black wall of the soundstage. I locked the briefcase, returning it to its infamous spot under the bed, and then rolled up the child's blood-soaked shirt, tucked it into my back pants pocket. I didn't want to lose it, so it was safest to keep it on me. I switched off the lamp and headed back down the hall. I rooted through my sodden clothes, scattered beside the couch, finding my camera in the jacket. Thankfully, I'd had the foresight to keep it dry, because it still worked, unlike my cell phone and flashlight. Both were dead. I took a few shots of the living room and kitchenette, fully stocked with 70-0 food, Velveeta cheese, still edible after 30 years, Dr. Pepper, Swift sizzling pork strips, then stepped to the edge of the living room, staring out. From the lamp I could see the soundstage extended far in front of me. Beyond the couch, a wall of steel pipe scaffolding was supporting something, probably another set, constructed on the opposite side. I realized after a dazed moment that I was still shivering. My jacket was still soaked, so after lacing up my boots, I strode to the front door, grabbed Brad Jackson's herringbone overcoat off the chair, and put the thing on, again not letting my mind consider the absurdity of it, that I was donning the coat of a probable psychopath. Hopefully it wasn't contagious. I checked my watch, but saw it had stopped after being submerged in the pool. It read 7:58, which couldn't be right. It had to be later. And then, heaving my backpack over my shoulder, I stepped out of Thumbscrew, following along the scaffolding to see what else was in this massive soundstage, what other worlds plucked from Cordova's treacherous head I could sift through, like an archaeologist searching for bones. When it became too dark to see anything, I took a picture, looking at it in the camera's screen. An enormous red bird had been crudely spray-painted across the concrete wall to my left. I'd seen it in articles about Cordova. It was what Cordova's fans used as a way to invoke the man's presence, an anonymous sign calling for him to return. I moved on, stepping around the end of the scaffolding, entering what appeared to be a vast room. I could dimly make out an enormous mountain in front of me, strewn with boulders. I took another photo and realized the mountain was garbage. The boulders corroded gasoline barrels, sprouting like giant mushrooms across the expanse. I took off across it, knocking right into a wooden sign. Milford Green's landfill, do not enter, hazardous. I was in La Douleur, French for the pain.
The film's meek and mousy heroine, Lee, receptionist at a car dealership by day, community college student by night, agrees to spy on her best friend's husband, and not only becomes smitten with him, a native German named Axel, but gets dangerously entangled in his gangland dealings. The first night, she follows his maroon Mercury Grand Marquis all over town, eventually ending up here sometime around dawn, the Milford Greens landfill. Lee watches Axel park his car and take off on foot across the junkyard, flocks of seagulls wafting off the trash like a screeching exhaust. He carries a small bag, its color the unmistakable robin's egg blue of Tiffany, the jewelry store. Spellbound, Lee tiptoes after him, her hair going fizzy, her frumpy blouse untucking from her skirt. She climbs inside an old funeral hearse to spy on the man as he scales the hill to an overturned school bus. After removing a paper bag from behind the front wheel, Axel sticks the Tiffany bag in its place. Lee waits for him to drive away, then makes her own way to the school bus, skidding and sliding through the debris. She pulls out the Tiffany bag, and inside finds a small blue Tiffany ring box, a box commonly used for engagement rings. Lee is about to open it, when noticing a black car pulling into the junkyard parking lot, she loses her balance and slips, the blue Tiffany box clattering through an open window into the derelict bus. Lee goes after it. Within minutes, the thug known simply as Y shows up to collect the Tiffany bag. It doesn't take him long to discover the bag empty, Lee cowering inside the bus. And that's the moment La Douleur morphs from voyeuristic suspense into a spellbinding wrong man nightmare. The landfill didn't smell hazardous. There was a musty dampness in the air, as if this were a subterranean basement sealed for years, and faintly within it a smell of gasoline. I stopped to check behind me, and saw with surprise that it looked as if I were actually outside. Colossal screens mounted along the scaffolding gave the impression of wide open sky. I could discern ghostly clouds painted there, though at least 20 feet above, the screens cut out to the empty black soundstage. The effect was dizzying, seemed to suggest some truth about the inherently blinkered nature of human perception. If only you looked a little farther, McGrath, you'd see it all gave way to nothing. I hadn't noticed it before, but down along the section where I'd entered was a small gravel parking lot fringed with bushes, a lone car parked there beneath an unlit streetlight. With a chill of unease, I realized it was Lee's boxy blue Chevy Citation, straight from the 1980s. It looked as if it were waiting for her to come back. Maybe she never had. Maybe Lee had never left this warehouse, or the Peak. I couldn't recall if I'd heard of the actress ever appearing in another film. I turned, squinting far ahead, at the indistinct smudge on the hill, realizing as I stumbled toward it, it was the overturned school bus, the very one Lee gets trapped inside. In the final minutes of La Douleur, she's forced in there by the gangsters, blindfolded and bound. Though she struggles courageously, determined to untie her hands using a metal spike jutting out of a derelict seat, the question of her fate is left unanswered. As she whimpers and flails, the film fades to black, though her cries can be heard throughout the end credits, barely drowned by the Beastie Boys song, Posse in Effect. The incline was surprisingly steep, and I began to trip and slide in the plastic bags, blown-out tires, mattresses, and cracked TVs. I'd gone a few yards when I realized not just that the incline was growing even more vertical, but that my movements were dislodging the trash beneath me. I could feel it shifting, and within minutes the entire mountain was dislodging around me. I froze, but found myself falling backward, nearly submerged in an avalanche of rusted cans and garbage bags. I scrambled upright, untangling myself from a biohazard suit, surfing toward the perimeter of the set as the entire hill continued to loosen, including that bus. It was impossible to get up there. I groped my way to the scrim of sky, lifted the fabric, and scrambled through the scaffolding as the landfill continued to crash behind me. I'd had enough of La Douleur. I'd be damned if I was going to die buried alive in Cordova's trash. I lurched to my feet and took off down the dark corridor. Far ahead at the very end, what looked to be a mile away, was an opening with pale red light. I hoped it was the way out of here. Every now and then I stopped to listen, hearing only the wind yowling across the soundstage roof high overhead. The longer I walked, the more that red light remained doggedly, persistently far off. I couldn't help but wonder if I was hallucinating, or if this warehouse's concrete floor was somehow a treadmill, and I was running in place. At one point I smelled, rather bizarrely, salt water. It was strong, intermixed with a sense of seaweed and sand. It had to be another film set, built behind the scaffolding rising up to my left, but it was too high to see anything. I could see the red light getting closer, and felt sudden, nerve-wracking curiosity about what it was. Marlowe Hughes's suburban McMansion in Love Child? The brothel where Annie looks for her father in At Night All Birds Are Black? Arch's boxcar clubhouse from The Legacy? I stepped around the corner. It was the greenhouse from Wait For Me Here. What was it Beckman had said about it? If there was one setting that perfectly evoked the treacherous mind of a psychopath, it isn't the Bates Motel, but the Reinhardt family greenhouse, with its domes of moldy glass and corroded iron, tropical plants growing inside like insidious thoughts run amok, the frail sand pathway snaking through the foliage like the last vestige of humanity shrinking out of sight. The greenhouse was a domed rectangular structure built out of glass panes and pale green oxidized iron, the architecture mimicking the royal greenhouses in Brussels. It sat in serene seclusion, in a dense medieval forest of Douglas firs, the effect created by more screens rigged around the set. The intense red light was emanating from inside the greenhouse, and then I remembered, of course, from the film. It was the crimson plant lights. I waited to be sure I was alone and stepped out onto the lawn, the silvered grass crunching under my boots. I stared down at it, unsettled, because it looked so real, bathed even in a morning dew. I bent down to touch it. It was plastic. The dew actually shiny, iridescent paint sprayed across every blade. I reached the stone path, following it to the greenhouse's single steel door, the back door, if I remembered correctly. The glass had become opaque from dirt and decades of condensation. Shadows of dark leaves pressed against the panes, like the hands and faces of a trapped crowd frantic to get out. I grabbed the iron doorknob, noticing it was in the form of an elegant and rather sinister R for Reinhardt, and heaved the door open. A boiling blast of humidity hit my face. It had to be at least 95 degrees inside. A pathway of immaculate white sand led away from the door, though within a few feet, the dark knots of plants mushrooming from every direction buried it from view. Suspended overhead were green iron barrels lit up with row upon row of cherry red and blue lights, giving the greenhouse the look of a gigantic oven set on broil. In Wait For Me Here, the Reinhardt's longtime deaf-mute gardener, Popcorn, prime suspect in the Leadville killings, later found to be innocent, lovingly tended these plants. Glancing around, I realized with unease that they looked exactly as they had in the film. I grabbed a giant shiny black leaf beside my shoulder, rubbing the surface to make sure it was real. It was. Wait For Me Here, I recalled, had been shot in 1992. The bulbs of these plant lights wouldn't have lasted 20 years. Someone must come here regularly to tend these plants. A chill inched down my spine, but I stepped resolutely inside, shoving back the door, trying to keep it propped open to let some of the heat out. I wasn't thrilled with the idea of getting trapped inside here either, roasted alive by these lights. But even when I wedged in the rubber door stopper, found buried in the sand just inside, the heavy iron door kept thudding, determinedly closed right behind me. So I gave up, letting it slam. I checked to make sure it would still open, then headed down the path, shoving aside the foliage. It was like the Amazon. Stems as solid and twisted as water pipes, laden with white tubular flowers, trees at least 8 feet tall,
limbs barbed with thistle, black star-shaped blooms, buds with tiny red berries, all of it clutched at my face and arms, like swarming orphans desperate for a handout, for human contact. Their aromas were overpowering and pungent, sweet as honeysuckle, though as soon as I inhaled them, they seemed to turn earthen and foul. Given that I was wearing 3 layers of Brad Jackson's wool clothing, suitable for a brutal winter in Vermont, I was already sweating profusely. But I did my best to ignore the heat, jostling past a cluster of verdant trees, leaden with drooping yellow blossoms as big as my hands. They collided with my face, getting into my nose and mouth, the pollen tart and acidic. I spit, left with an acrid aftertaste. Within a few yards I saw with relief something I recognized, the koi pond. The pond was a perfect circle made of stones, filled to the brim with black water. In Wait for Me Here, giant Amazonica lily pads floated across the surface. And when Special Agent Fox nearly drowned in there, held underwater by the killer, he clawed at them for dear life, but they only dissolved feebly in his hands. Now the pool was devoid of plants, the black water so slick and smooth it looked to be made of plastic. Though as I shoved my way past the foliage to reach the stone perimeter, I saw perfectly well it was real. I dipped my finger in to make sure. Lazy circular ripples marred the reflection of the red lights and the hulking glass and iron dome overhead. I assumed there'd be no koi left, not 20 years after the film was shot. But no. In the murky water, I glimpsed a white and orange streak through the murk. As quickly as it appeared, it vanished.
Someone must come here regularly to feed the fish.
In the film, Popcorn notoriously fed them Cracker Jacks from a box he kept in the front pocket of his filthy, dirt-streaked Levi's overalls.
Maybe he still did. Maybe the poor man worked in here, lived in here.
The thought made me turn, my eyes scanning the twisted leaves for some sign of that old gardener, his black face wrinkled and glistening, the bright gold tooth in his smile.
The Reinhardt's glorious greenhouse is Popcorn's holy sanctuary,
I remembered Beckman intoning one night to his students.
It's his refuge from ridicule, the one place in the world he doesn't feel afraid.
I took a moment to recalibrate my mind, to assure myself I was alone, and whatever I found in here was a narrative plucked from Cordova's head. I was not, and never had been, in Wait for Me Here. Though as I noted this, I realized the very fact that I needed to reassure myself of such a thing was horrifying in itself.
Had I already lost my head? Not yet.
I wiped the sweat off my face and headed around the pond's perimeter, staring into the red-soaked greenery. Within minutes I found what I was looking for, Popcorn's workshed. The old blue wooden door was ajar, the same crooked sign nailed to the outside. Private, keep out. I gently pushed it open.
Popcorn wasn't home.
It was no bigger than a walk-in closet, filled with meticulously organized shelving, cubbyholes, housing envelopes of seeds, plastic trays, terracotta pots, bags of mulch and fertilizer. Directly in front of me, facing the greenhouse's glass walls, too dirty to see through, sat a desk and tall stool where Popcorn could always be found smoking his cigars, reading his comic books, and listening to the Beatles. A small wire cage, some kind of trap for catching raccoons, stood atop the desk beside a faded comic called Mikey's Friend and a half-smoked cigar in an ashtray. I stepped inside to pick it up. It smelled recent. Next to the desk on the wall was an old bulletin board, jumbled with poorly written directions for tending the soil and plants, a tattered postcard of colored shacks standing on stilts along the edge of a dark bay. I tugged it loose and checked the reverse side. There was no address, only 4 scribbled words on the back. Someday soon you'll come. I put it back, turning. Various gardening tools had been mounted along the walls using old spikes. Hand sickles, Austrian scythes, pruning saws, axes of all different sizes. I moved over to inspect them,
the same way Special Agent Fox had inspected them.
In Wait for Me Here, the 11 teenage bodies of the Leadville killings had been mutilated,
in ways mimicking accidents that occurred at an old paper mill: chemical burns, boiler explosions, industrial roller entrapment. But there was another constant. Each victim was a high school student, killed by a stab through the left ventricle of the heart, using a pair of hedge shears, the pointed blades exactly 9.5 inches long. Special Agent Fox sneaks in here in the dead of night to examine Popcorn's gardening tools, every saw, snip, and clipper, trying to find a blade with that exact measurement. He comes up empty-handed, because the head shears weren't hidden in the workshed, as he'd suspected.
Now where in the hell were they?
My eyes were stinging, and I was drenched in sweat, getting steamed alive in here like a lobster. The heat was so overpowering I could hardly think, hardly remember that pivotal scene at the end, when Popcorn accidentally finds the shears buried somewhere in here in one of his beloved flower beds. I remembered they were encrusted in blood, and the look on the poor man's face when he came across them, planting a new set of seeds, seeds with a bizarre name. His look was of such horror.
Real horror?
Was it my imagination, or was it actually getting hotter in here? I shrugged off my backpack, yanked off Brad Jackson's herringbone coat and the sweater, leaving them on the wire trap. I wrenched a hoe off the wall and exited the shed, slipping around the koi pond.
Popcorn was the only person in the film to know the truth behind the murders. Sometimes only the silent man can see the full picture.
Beckman had said it.
Or was it someone in the film? I needed to get my hands on those shears.
I stepped into the flower bed, traipsing through plants growing so thickly I couldn't see the ground. I bent down, noticing a white handwritten sign stuck into the dirt. "Eye prickles," it read. I stepped forward a few feet, spotting another. "Death cherries." There were countless similar signs arranged under the leaves.
"Blue rocket," "tongue tacks," "sorcerer's violet," "mad seeds."
That one sounded familiar. Pushing up my sleeves, I raked the hoe through the dirt, and immediately felt something hard in the loose soil. I bent down, seeing something shiny. It was a brass compass, the glass face cracked. It had belonged to Popcorn. The compass was a source of ridicule throughout the film. The whole town mocked the way he constantly pulled it out of his overalls, closely inspecting it as if to make sure he was still on course on his very important journey around the world. The joke being that the poor man had been born in Leadville and had never set foot outside the tiny town. I pocketed the compass and shoved the hoe deeper into the dirt, the blade catching on something else. I crouched down to inspect it. It was a half-decomposed cardboard box, sodden and limp, though I could make out the letters on the front. Cracker Jack. I threw it aside, ignoring the unease flooding through me, doggedly digging into the soil again. And I felt something else there, something bulky. I bent down to it. Something was buried deep in the dirt. Fighting a wave of nausea, it had to be the oppressive heat, the red lights making every plant and flower, even my own hands, look blood-soaked. I stabbed the hoe directly downward. It caught in some roots. Crouching, I brutally tore out some of the plants, leaves and limbs shuddering in my face as if in protest. I could feel it with my hands, something hidden here, something hard.
Something human-sized. Popcorn?
It made no sense. At the end of the film, Popcorn was in the clear, safe. He was keeping the killer's secret, and if anyone could keep a secret, it was a mute man.
Then what the hell was buried here? Why were his compass and box of Cracker Jack, the two items the gardener was famously never without, hidden here? Had the killer decided to finish him off? Had Cordova?
As my mind spun, suddenly I was aware of, somewhere far away, a dull thud.
It sounded like a door banging closed.
I scrambled to my feet. I could hear faint footsteps of more than one person, 2, maybe 3. They echoed through the warehouse, moving quickly, probably hurrying down those narrow corridors between the film sets.
I was no longer alone.
I tried to ignore this reality for a few seconds, frantically digging through the flower bed with my bare hands.
I just needed one glimpse of what was here.
I uprooted plants, throwing them aside, tunneling through the soil, my fingers feeling something.
It felt like denim. Popcorn's overalls. I fumbled to take the camera from my pocket, but realized, idiotically, I'd left it back in Brad's herringbone coat. To excavate whatever it was buried here would require clearing away the entire flower bed. I paused, listening. Those footsteps were getting louder. They had to know I was here. I'd have to come back.
I stepped out of the foliage, racing back around the pond to the workshed. I grabbed Brad's coat, pulled it on, throwing the backpack over my shoulder. I fought my way through the plants to reach the back door. I opened it a crack, staring out at the deserted lawn. I darted out, gulping down the freezing air, relieved to be out of that gory crimson light, that tropical heat, barreling into the crisp darkness of the soundstage. I froze. The entire building was hiccuping with footsteps, seemingly coming down the same passage where I'd entered wait for me here. I took off in the opposite direction, moving down a stone path out of the set, straight into a vast, desolate beach of white sand dunes and bristling seagrass. In the distance, an angular beach house rose high in the sky on stilts. It was Kay Glass's house from A Small Evil. I headed across the sand toward the house, and beyond it, the moonlit ocean. My sense was this set would take me back to the Jacksons, and hopefully the exit out of here. Suddenly, far ahead, a dark figure with a flashlight streaked over the dunes, heading straight for me. I whipped around, stumbling back out, careening through the next opening I could find, finding myself racing down the middle of a deserted street. It was the main street of a small town, a ghost town that I didn't recognize, though I could see fairly well due to the blinking red and green Christmas lights strewn up over the road. Dark storefronts slipped past. Silver Dollar Saloon, Sunshine Grocery, Pastime Gentlemen's Club, members only. Sprinting footsteps ricocheted behind me. I leapt up onto the sidewalk to Dream-A-Lot Movie House, heaved the door open, and sprinted past candy and soda counters, and down a narrow hall, theaters advertising Distortion at 11:30, Chasing the Red at 12. I yanked open the first door, and it dumped me, thank Christ, back into the warehouse, and smack into something hard, a concrete wall. I charged along it, looking behind, and saw the flashlight was there again, and another one was heading straight toward me. I grabbed the bars of some scaffolding and began to climb. I'd gone 10, 12 feet when I reached a wooden platform. I scrambled up onto it. "See anything?" I heard a male say below. "He headed the other way." I waited several minutes, and when the lights were farther off, cautiously stood up. The platform was sturdy, the rigging supporting tungsten lights pointing downward into some kind of stone interior. A pillar stood about 4 feet across from me with a banner reading, I could barely make out the words, "Stir the waters." It was Father Ginley's church from a crack in the window. Just beneath me along the wall were stained glass windows, a 3-inch ledge. I bent down, sliding down onto it, and with a silent Hail Mary, leapt across the divide, intending to grab the pillar and slide down. I missed. I reached out, seizing some sort of mounted wood plaque to break my fall. It wrenched loose, tiles clattering around me as I crashed to the floor, the plaque skidding across the stones. Fuck. I scrambled to my feet, seeing a flashlight slipping down the arched passageway in front of me, illuminating a vaulted ceiling, alcoves with statues. I hurried away from it down the row of pews, heading to the back portal, spotting the confessional in the back corner. The simple sight of it made my stomach plunge, but I unlatched the ornate door. It emitted a faint moan, and climbed inside. It was tight with my backpack on, pitch black. I crouched down to the floor, waiting. Within seconds I heard someone enter the church and stop, no doubt inspecting the smashed hymnboard I'd pried off the wall. I waited, my heart pounding, noticing a stench. Vomit? Urine? The footsteps resumed, the flashlight edging closer, illuminating the confessional door, which I could see was a carved wood screen of vines and flowers. I recognized the pattern, and could hardly believe now I was staring out of it, with dread, exactly as Father Ginley had stared out, albeit for somewhat different reasons. The film's opening scene took place right in here, when Ginley was conducting his first confessional duties. He was fresh out of seminary school, and believed, with the arrogant optimism of the young and inexperienced, that he would lead the depraved to the righteous path. After waiting for more than an hour without a single penitent sinner showing up, a mysterious figure at last enters the other side in a rush, sitting down on the seat with an ominous thud. The memory made me inadvertently crane my neck to inspect that confessional window, only a few inches above my head. The dark latticed smoke screen ensuring total anonymity. This enigmatic stranger, as the priest soon realizes, knows Ginley's dark secret, that he put his 3-year-old bastard daughter on a Brooklyn rooftop, allowing her to teeter along the edge while chasing the roosting pigeons, and then, losing her balance, fall to her death on a sidewalk far below. All the while Ginley watched from a crack in the window and did nothing. Ginley had his reasons, of course. He believed his little girl to be the devil incarnate. But as for who was watching him that afternoon, who this mysterious person was, poised behind the screen, someone who vows in a knowing whisper to tear him apart and make him renounce God, it takes Ginley the whole film to figure it out. The identity of the person even more terrifying than his secret. I realized the footsteps sounded as if they were retreating down some other passage, the faint light now gone. I rose a few inches, sitting on the wooden seat just behind me, listening. I appeared to be alone. Had it been this side of the box Father Ginley had been sitting on, or the other? Was I on the good guy's side, or the side of evil? Where was that goddamn smell coming from? I leaned forward, staring through the screen, the latticed openings in the form of minute crosses. I froze in horror. Someone was there. There was a person sitting on the other side. I hardly believed my eyes, yet I could hear breathing, the shifting of heavy fabric, and then, as if aware he was now being observed, he slowly turned to face me. I was barely able to make out a face shadowed by a dark hood. The next few moments happened so swiftly, I was hardly aware of what I did. I blasted out of the box, racing past the transept, passing the entrance to Ginley's office, and through a door, which, if I remembered correctly, led into an underground crypt. It was too dark to see. I reached out, waiting for the feel of cold stones, then realized I'd been emptied back into the soundstage. I heard pounding, a chorus of neon lights moaning above. The lights were coming on. Suddenly I was drenched in bright light, half blinded. I stumbled forward, feeling a door handle, pulled it, wheeling out into another freezing room. But it wasn't a room. Real leaves crunched under my feet. Real wind rushed my face. And looking up, I swore that was a real moon over my head. I didn't let myself believe it, that I'd actually escaped that soundstage. But after running a few yards, I looked back and saw the warehouse sitting quietly in the woods behind me. It looked innocuous, so wan and blank-faced, no hint of the levels of hell that lay inside. I was back in cold, hard reality, thank Christ. I ran back down the hill, heading toward Graves Pond. The men must not have realized I'd escaped, because no one was running after me anymore. Who the hell were they? And what had I seen on the other side of that confessional? I checked my watch, forgetting it was broken. 7:58. I fumbled in my pockets, taking a quick inventory of what I had. The child's blood-soaked shirt and Popcorn's compass. They were there. So was my switchblade. But my camera was gone.
It had been deep inside the pocket, but must have fallen out when I'd yanked the coat back on. Berating myself for such sloppiness, fighting the urge to go back for it, I broke into a sprint, the wind hissing punitively in my ears, the moon lighting the way. A dog barked. It sounded like one of the hounds that had chased me. But frustrated now, tied up, though it was probably just a matter of time before it was set loose again. I'd come to Graves Pond. I crept to the water's edge, staring through the foliage to its shimmering surface. There was still no sign of Hopper, Nora, or the canoe, not of anyone. Hopper and Nora. I realized with amazement those names seemed to come at me from far away, deep in my past. How long had I been inside that soundstage? Years? Was it some sort of wormhole, a dimension away from time? I hadn't thought about them, not their well-being or the mystery of where they'd gone. I hadn't been aware of anything except Cordova. Those sets were narcotics, dominating my head so entirely, there'd been no space for any other thought. They must have gone for help. They were paddling back the way we'd come, safe. I needed to believe this so I wouldn't worry, instead devising a new plan. But I knew in my gut Hopper wouldn't give up on Ashley so easily. Neither would Nora. They must both be here somewhere then, wandering, running in desperate circles. Squinting out at the opposite shoreline, the black hill, I spotted another one of the flashlights moving over the crest. The person seemed to be hurrying down the path to the wooden dock. Something was running through the grass. It had to be one of the dogs. I stepped away from the lake's perimeter, breaking into a jog, heading east. I could gauge my direction from what I knew of the lake's position. East was the shortest distance to the property's perimeter, and the closest public road, Country Road 112. It was my best bet for help. My priorities had changed. Lives might be at stake now, if Nora and Hopper were trapped somewhere inside here, possibly hurt, or worse. Considering this as I ran, I'd unconsciously taken Popcorn's compass from my pocket, clasping it as if it were a prized possession, a last hope. I saw in surprise that though the glass face was cracked, the needle was trembling due east. I turned in a circle to check its bearings. They were spot on. The thing actually worked. I raced on, every now and then checking the compass to make sure I was on course, just as old Popcorn had checked it, much to the entertainment of the entire town. When in hell was I going to have the chance to go back to that greenhouse? I'd given up too soon. Popcorn, if he was actually buried there, would remain an entombed secret. My mind spinning, I forced myself to keep moving. The forest seemed to parade past in a cruel loop, like the synthetic backdrop in an old movie, where the characters chat and drive but never look at the road. Were those real trees? Every trunk of every spruce was elongated and bare, identical to the others, every one. And then, staring off to my left, I saw it again. The warehouse. I froze, horrified. I'd run in a complete circle. Popcorn's compass had been playing tricks on me, deliberately leading me astray. But no. Taking a few steps toward the hulking structure, I realized this one was cylindrical, a silo, the exterior painted yellow. I turned my back to it, breaking into a sprint. Within 15 minutes, I'd reached a paved road. It had to be the lower section of the peak's driveway, which meant I was going in the right direction. Reassured, I veered away from it, keeping under the cover of forest, but following its general direction. Within minutes, I could discern far ahead the dark blur of the military fence. I sprinted toward it, flooded with relief. There were no discernible electrical wires. I took a chance, running my hands along the rusted links, waiting for a shock. I felt nothing. I grabbed the chain link and began to climb. I was 6 feet off the ground when I noticed, far off to my right,
2 roofs protruding through the foliage, each with a blackened spike. The Peak gatehouses. I recognized them because I'd driven up here years ago. I'd climbed out of my car and took a snapshot of the entrance, so desperate to get inside here, now so desperate to get out. I recalled what the Spider had told us, how he'd taken that underground tunnel, which linked the mansion to a gatehouse, in order to help the Crowthorpe townspeople enter the property. It meant, if the Spider had been telling the truth, access to that maze of tunnels underneath the property was right there, yards away, so goddamn close. I could see it with my own eyes. After a split second's hesitation, I was clambering back down the fence and back into the Peak, my mind screaming in protest. I leapt into the overgrown grass, moving along the fence, heading straight for those 2 cottages flanking the wrought iron gate. The first one had no entrance. The second had a narrow black door, a window at the top. There was no discernible light inside, no evident camera. The paint was flaking, the glass too filthy to see through. I needed one quick look at the entrance to those tunnels, to substantiate Villard's story, and then I'd get the hell out of here. It was locked, so I smashed the window with a rock, unlocked it, and slipped inside. It was a minuscule room with a window overlooking the approach to the gate, a desk with an old computer, an office chair glazed with dust. The floor was bare except for a small black carpet in the corner. I walked over to it and pulled back the rug. There it was, a small wooden hatch. I slid aside the metal bars, grabbed the rings, and heaved it open, staring into the raw black hole. Concrete stairs, barely a foot wide, led sharply downward. I moved down a few, crouching to take a look. The tunnel extending in front of me was black. Only a few feet of brick walls were visible, before cutting out into a darkness so absolute, it looked as if this part of the world had been left unfinished, a raw edge of the earth, which gave way not to simple darkness, but to outer space. Staring into it, my head urged me to get the hell out now, close the hatch, climb back over that fence while I still had the chance. But what did I have on Cordova? What did I actually know? I tried to mentally grab hold of a few hard facts to stay afloat. I had in my pocket a few items which might incriminate the man, but could very well amount to nothing as far as the law was concerned. I had stories, eyewitness accounts, testimonies, the truth that Ashley was dead. But was it enough to bury him? I'd hardly speared Cordova, my great white whale. He could go on with his black magic, his live horrors. Ashley was dead, so there was no need for an exchange. But had he stopped? What had I seen with my own eyes? As I considered this, the decaying brick walls of the tunnel seemed to constrict imperceptibly around me. Just what exactly was I escaping unscathed back to? An empty apartment. No one would be waiting for me when I made it back to Perry Street. Life would go on as before. I'd go on as before. Simply to think this was suddenly unbearable. What in the hell was I waiting for? When in life was the truth right in front of you? Because it was here, beyond the pitch darkness. Even if I couldn't see it now, it was somewhere in front of me. Do I dare? I took 3 more steps down. The air was frigid, an iciness that ate at my bones. I yanked off my backpack, rummaged in the pocket for my flashlight. Tried turning it on, but it still didn't work. I removed a Ziploc bag containing a box of matches, heaved my backpack on, and lit a match. The tiny orange flame trembled as I held it out before me. I almost laughed out loud. The dark was shoved back just a few inches. The red brick walls were crumbling, the ceiling low, thick with mold. It looked like a shriveled artery to hell. I checked my watch. 7:58. I was making incredible time. I moved back up, grabbing the hatch. I pulled it closed over my head with an irrevocable thud. Had I just sealed myself inside my own coffin? The match abruptly blew out. I lit another and began to walk. When that one extinguished, I slipped on through the darkness as quickly as I could. There were 100 matches in the box. I had to ration them. I remembered the spider mentioning the distance between the gatehouse and the mansion was 2 miles. If I walked 4 miles an hour, within 15 minutes I'd be halfway. I waited for my eyes to adjust, but after a time I realized the swirling black liquid I was staring into was my eyes adjusted. My footsteps were a metronome for my breathing. Beyond that, my hiking boots crunching down the grimy floor, there were no other sounds, just a marked pressure of being sealed, as if this passage were cutting under a body of water. When I couldn't stand the dark any longer, when I actually began to feel confused as to whether or not I was actually moving, I stopped and lit another match. The constricted corridor had shrunken around me, and was now less than 4 feet wide, extending identically in both directions. I realized that seeing the fragile light was infinitely more disturbing than just plunging forward in total darkness. I might as well put my head all the way under. Just don't stop swimming. When that light burned out, I dropped the match and kept on, my right hand running along the crumbling bricks as a guide. It kept me tethered to the world, to reality. Because this darkness was so total, it became physical. A thick black curtain. It turned me upside down, made me wonder if I was actually submerged in black water, and I'd forgotten which was the way to air and light. Gravity seemed to be frail down here. I tripped on something bulky, instantly gripped with an irrational dread. It was a body, a severed limb. I kicked it a second time. It sounded like a bedsheet. I fumbled to light another match. A red piece of silk lay on the ground, covered in dust. I picked it up. It was a woman's dress, cranberry red, old-fashioned, with long sleeves and a black plastic belt. Nearly all of the front buttons were missing. I studied the neck and glimpsed the pale purple label of Cordova's longtime costume designer, Larkin, seconds before the match burned out. I unzipped my backpack, stuffed the dress inside, zipped it back up, and shuffled on. After a time I worried that I'd accidentally turned around and was blindly rushing back to the gatehouse, but I didn't stop. It was just disorientation, the dark bullying the mind. How flimsy was a single person's authority, his confidence about his place in the world. Give him 15 minutes of this, even Einstein would start to doubt the laws of the physical world, who he was, where he was, if he were alive or dead. To my horror, I kicked something again. It scuttled noisily across the floor, something hard. It sounded like a piece of wood. No, it was a bone. I lit another match. It was a woman's black leather pump with a square scuffed heel, covered in dust. I checked my watch without thinking. 7:58. I stood up again, holding the match out in front of me. The view was a carbon copy of the one from before. A wizened brick corridor disappearing infinitely in both directions. It looked like I hadn't moved. I continued on, trying to remain calm. Why was the dress down here? A woman had tried to escape. Very much like the boy's blood-soaked plaid shirt in my pocket, the dress looked like the vestiges of violence. To die here, alone and cold, to never be found, never be loved again. Sam would think I'd abandoned her. I tried to wrench my mind away from these thoughts, chuck my attention onto something cheerful. But this place, so black and cold, extinguished levity within seconds. I stepped on something. Pebbles. I stopped, feeling so many of them, hard and round, rolling underneath my boot. Children's teeth. Molars sprinkled here like crumbs. I fumbled with another match, lighting it,
They weren't teeth, but the red, round plastic buttons of the dress. I bent down to inspect them. A few feet away, lying along the wall, was the other black shoe. I grabbed a handful of the buttons, shoved them into Brad's overcoat pocket, and stood up again. It was exactly the same view. A black tunnel extending in front of me and behind me. Eternal. I was on a treadmill, running in place. I was trapped in a fourth dimension, purgatory, where there was no time or progression, only inert floating. The match, I realized, was burning my fingers. I let go of it, lurched forward faster now. I could feel my mind faltering, as if on a tightrope, threatening to lose its balance. I lit another match and saw with relief, only a few yards ahead, a break in the tunnel. In my haste to get there, the match blew out. I hurried on. When I felt the wall open up to my right, I lit another. I was in a small circular alcove, gaping mouths of more tunnels fanning out, seemingly in all directions. I slipped past them, seeing faint words scrawled above each opening in crude white paint. Gatehouse, mansion, lake, stables, workshop, lookout, trophy, Pincoya Negro, cemetery, Mrs. Peabody's, laboratory, the Z, crossroads. Pincoya Negro? Laboratory? The Z? I remember the spider had mentioned there existed at the central point other secret passageways, which led to other hidden parts of the estate. I lit another match, holding it up to the word painted on the wood right in front of me. Crossroads. It was what Spider had called the clearing where he'd taken Ashley. Crudely nailed planks, once blocking the passage, had been hacked away with an axe.
It was what Villard had done for the townspeople.
Only bits of splintered wood and twisted nails had been left, some strewn on the ground. This corridor was cruder than the others, barely 3 feet wide, and looked as if it cut straight through granite, the walls slick from water seeping in from somewhere. Taking a step down it, I could see more words had been scrawled on the rocks in the same white paint. Farther down, there were drawings of stick figures with protruding noses and screaming mouths. I stepped forward to read some of it. If ye go farther, leave all your love right here at the floor. Warning, ye will leave this path, neither animal, vegetable, or mineral. Say goodbye to ye, lamb. May the Lord help ye. The match flickered out. I lit another and forced myself to take one more step inside, holding the flame out. It swiftly extinguished, a sub-zero wind blasting my face, swelled and quickly dispersed. Then I heard sizzling in my ears. So deafening and close I lurched backward, stumbled on the uneven floor back into the alcove, dropping the box of matches. Fuck. My heart pounding, I knelt down, groping for it along the floor. It had disappeared. Something was with me here, standing behind me, toying with me. Trying not to panic, I wheeled around unsteadily, getting down on my hands and knees, fumbling for the matches in the dirt. Calm down, McGrath. The box has to be here. The side of my left hand hit something. Matches. I grabbed them. But somehow, impossibly, the box had been tossed far behind me, wedged against the opposite wall between 2 passageways. It was like the Leviathan's shadow. It had a mind of its own. I got to my feet, ignoring that thought, lit a match and stepped back to the opening. Crossroads. The tunnel twisted sharply left and out of sight. I took another step down the passage, the flame burning calmly now. Just for the hell of it, I groped in my pocket and removed the compass, curious to see what direction I'd be heading in. I could only stare down at it, incredulous. The red needle was going berserk, spinning madly counterclockwise. I shook it, but the needle wouldn't stop rotating, around and around. It was too much for my mind to compute, so I dropped it back into Brad Jackson's herringbone coat pocket, and trying to forget I'd ever looked at the thing, I took off down the corridor. I didn't know how long I walked. I had the distinct feeling I wasn't alone.
It was a bone-chilling understanding that I was in close proximity to something alive, and was seconds from running headlong into it. And yet when I shoved the flickering flame in front of me, expecting to see a face, animal eyes, there was only darkness in every direction. The spider's insidious voice began to worm its way into my head, growing louder with every step, as if that day at the broken door he'd been narrating not his own secret, but the future, this walk, my walk. I can still remember the sound of her bare feet, how soft and clean they were, padding along the filthy ground next to mine. Was that what I was hearing, what I sensed beside me? Ashley? I kept walking, listening, but there was only my own boots trudging on. After a time the spider's voice faded, and my mind became blank, a dirty chalkboard smeared with half-erased thoughts. Ashley had come this way. And Cordova. He walked this, every time he had a new child to try and barter with the devil. Anything to save his daughter. I could discern a strong smell of metal mixed into the heavy moisture and mud. At one point, I heard distant rumbling, as if overhead, animals were thundering in a stampede across the property, fleeing in terror. I touched the slippery rocks, warm water trickling through my fingers. The walls felt as if they were vibrating. Pebbles came loose from the ceiling, rattling to the ground. But then the noise was gone, the tunnel as silent as before. And I was left wondering if my anxiety, needing some type of outlet, had conjured the whole thing. I plodded on, noticing that my brain felt loose inside my skull, as if it were melting. I noted with a stab of horror that I was sweating as if I were back inside that greenhouse, as if I'd never escaped, never gotten out from under the blood-splattered lights. Yet I shivered, riddled with chills, the feeble flame I was holding revealing what I already knew. The black tunnel unspooled in front of me, on and on. The moment I accepted it, understood I could very well die, wandering here, I'd reached the end. A few feet ahead, a bent and rusted metal ladder extended to the ceiling. I paused, listening, hearing nothing but the wails of powerful wind. I grabbed the rungs and climbed up, my arms and legs oddly weakened and slack, as if filled with sand. When I reached the top, I could feel another wooden hatch above me, seemingly identical to the one I'd entered at the gatehouse. I slipped back the rails, shoved my shoulder against it, and opened the hatch. I was in a dense forest of birch trees, the entire world in razor focus. I could make out every leaf and branch, rock and weed bathed in green moonlight. It had to be the side effect of being submerged for so long underground in blackness, as if my eyes, ecstatic to be granted one last chance to see, were doing their best. I climbed out. I took off down a rutted dirt path, noticing tied to an overhanging branch a red string dancing in the wind. A few yards ahead I saw a bridge. The Devil's Bridge. Simply thinking it sucked the breath from my lungs. There was no one here. I was alone. The wind was howling furiously, shoving the coattails of my coat so far out, it felt as if a crowd were grasping at it. The bridge was arched, made of dark grey stone. The construction looked meticulous, as if every piece had been laid by a master's hand, a delicate curved structure, diving up and over a deep ravine, where I saw, as I stepped closer, a river was raging, icy and black. I noticed the water didn't flow freely, but dammed around the rocks, then rolled over them in lumps like tar. Yet the sound of an ordinary river surged in my ears. Or was that the wind? The bridge was long, ending in another grove of trees. Ashley ran the entire length of this bridge. She was the first human soul to cross it. I stepped onto the first laid stones. I had nothing to fear. The curse was finished. The devil had what he wanted. Ashley. Yet I found myself whipping around to stare behind me into those skeletal trees, to make sure no one was there, that Sam hadn't somehow followed me,
believing I'd been kidnapped by trolls. When I was halfway across, I was hit by a rush of vertigo. It was as if the bridge had been rising imperceptibly under my feet, because I could see great distances, high over the branches of an immense forest, stretching out for miles, churning in the wind like a mad sea. A roof with black spikes protruded from the treetops, so far away. A nauseating dizziness suddenly overtook me, and I had to turn away, staring ahead to the bridge's end. Something was there. I felt myself go numb. It was only half human. What the other half was, I didn't know. It was tall, 7 or 8 feet, with gaunt arms and a round, wide face so coarse it looked like bark. I could see its eyes, round, red eyes, like 2 fire holes in the dirt, a mouth of thorns. I had to be hallucinating, or I was asleep in a coma, dead. What in the hell was happening to me? How flimsy sanity was. I waited for my eyes to tell me it was an illusion, a hoax of the birch trees and the shadows falling in dark piles across the bridge, as if they'd been severed from the objects that had created them. I reached for my switchblade, realizing I was holding Popcorn's compass. How had it snuck into my hand again? The red needle had stopped spinning and now was pointing straight ahead. The wind launched into another shrieking fit. I blinked, staring back to the end of the bridge, and saw in disbelief that that thing wasn't a trick of my eyes. It was still there, yet beginning to slink away, its bony limbs gyrating, as if caught in some invisible eddy, before vanishing into the trees. "Get off this bridge," a voice screamed in my head. I tore down the incline, slipping on the leaves plastering the stones, stumbling blindly off, barreling down a dirt path, which led me into a circular clearing. It was deserted. That strange vision, whatever it was, had to be hiding somewhere. It was here they performed the rituals, where Cordova became one of them. I stepped forward, the movement making me so off balance, I fell to the ground, staring up at the night sky, a sky so smooth it looked like black liquid had been poured between the trees. What was happening to me? My limbs were melting. I willed myself to sit upright. I wasn't sitting in ordinary dirt, but fine black powder glittering with minerals. A few feet away, a charred log. I reached for it, astounded that even though it looked like the ordinary remnants of a bonfire, it was as heavy as iron and I couldn't lift it. A ripped piece of white fabric was caught underneath it. It looked like it had been torn off a child's blouse. I pulled it loose, but a blast of wind whipped it out of my hand, sending it tripping like a stray white leaf across the clearing, vanishing into the trees. I stumbled after it. When I saw where it had escaped to, what had just sucked it down, I could only stare in horror. It was a trench filled with children's belongings. I could make out every item lying there, some 15 feet below. Tiny slippers and T-shirts, baby dolls and trains, undershirts and sneakers, all of it decomposed and sodden, some blackened as if burned. It was here where Cordova had thrown it all. The stolen objects, his attempts at an exchange. I could see it so vividly, a clarity that seared my eyes. His mania, his desperation, his willingness to let every corner of his soul go black, so that his daughter might live. I realized in shock that I was lying face down in the dirt. How long had I been lying here? Hours? Days? I lifted my head, which was throbbing, the dark ground and spindly trees swinging drunkenly away from me. I wasn't alone. Black-robed figures were standing farther off, all around me, silent, hidden by the dark, as if they'd grown off of the shadows themselves. One suddenly streaked between the trees, wearing a hooded black cloak, and then another beside him, and then another. They were moving toward me. I scrambled to my feet.
"Stay where you are," I said. "Don't come any closer."
Was that me shouting?
The voice sounded miles away. I fumbled for my switchblade. It was gone. It wasn't normal how fast they moved. Faces missing inside those black hoods. And then I felt hands gripping me as I was pulled backward. There was the night sky and then a bag over my head. Smells of dirt and sweat and my herringbone coat.
No, it was my backpack.
Wrenching off of me, my arms pulled as if to tear them off. I heard one man's terrible screaming. When the cries didn't stop, and I felt myself hoisted into the air, I realized they were my own. When I opened my eyes, I was aware of nothing but a moth. It was small, pale white in the dim light. It appeared to be injured. One of its wings would not fold over its back. Just a few inches from my nose, it was trying to climb a dark wall. It walked up the wood and kept falling off, trying again, falling. Ruffling its wings, it moved straight toward me. It had a furry head and brown legs, antennae working in apparent consternation. Sensing I was alive and large, it shifted directions, away from me and back to the wall. It was cold. The air was sub-zero. My hands were numb. Where the hell was I? I was flying. The draft on my face was the wind pummeling me as I swerved to avoid a cluster of black clouds, atmospheric particles, ice and dust, and sharp snowflakes spraying my face. A shrill note was ringing in my ears, a painful sound like a long needle stitching my brain. I tried to sit up, but my head hit something. I reached out. It was a smooth wooden wall. I was inside something, a capsule spinning upside down, vibrating with velocity. But it was only a dream. I let go of my fear. I stretched out my legs. I was still wearing boots, and they encountered another wall on both sides. This enclosure I was inside, this spaceship, was tight, yet a good foot or two larger than I was. I opened my eyes, blinking, but there was nothing to see, as if I were suspended high above the earth, between layers of atmosphere and outer space. The ringing in my ears went silent. I had nothing to worry about, because eventually I'd wake up. That was what dreams were for, the waking, the floods of relief, shock that the mind could be so easily deceived, tangled sheets, sunlight streaming through a window. But then, what was the hurry? If the dream was born of my subconscious fears and desires, why not remain inside here a little while longer, soaring through space, to explore the dream, ransack it, find out its laws and parameters, and what I'd been so afraid of. My arms reached out around me, groping at the sides. Aha. Same as below and above. The coffin. I'm in my coffin. I opened my eyes. This wasn't a dream, I realized with sudden horror. I couldn't wake. I was awake. The pale white moth. Somehow it had made it onto the ceiling, and it was crawling in circles, as if it too were realizing it was trapped, that there was absolutely nowhere to go. I began to shout, banging on the walls with my fists, pummeling and kicking. It sounded as if I were only calling into an empty hole in the earth. Oh, God, no. This couldn't be right. This couldn't be real.